Chapter 1 Extreme Talent. Chapter 1 Extreme Talent. ZHUQING walked slowly on the road to the main hall for awakening the martial soul. The maid who led the way turned her head to look at ZHUQING, who was walking leisurely from time to time. The anxiety and helplessness on her face were the truest portrayal of the maid at this time. The reason why ZHUQING slowed down was that her heart was also filled with all kinds of anxiety. It has been 6 years since I came to Douluo in a blink of an eye. Thinking back then, ZHUQING couldn't stop shaking his head, but at such a young age, he seemed like a person who has experienced countless wind and rain. Especially the heavy sighs puzzled the maid in front. She didn't understand what kind of things would worry her as the most powerful third lady of the Duke's palace in the Douluo Empire. The maid was still a little anxious. As she moved forward, she turned back and said uneasily, "Miss Third, let's hurry up." After all. The servant girl didn't say the next words, just because of ZHUQING's expression. ZHUQING's complexion did not change, and his pace was a little faster. At this moment, the main hall where the ZHU family's martial spirit is awakened can be described as extremely lively, not only the direct descendants of the ZHU family but also the descendants of the offshoots. Some came to awaken their martial souls, and some came to watch the ceremony. After all, every patriarch's daughter awakened her martial soul, and there would be people from the royal family who came to watch the ceremony. Today is no exception. Zhu Yuntian, the current head of the ZHU family, is having a pleasant conversation with the members of the royal family, but at the same time his expression is a little displeased. His sight has been looking for a person, but the figure of that person has not appeared for a long time, which makes him feel very embarrassed. In sharp contrast to Zhu Yuntian was the girl standing next to him. When she saw Zhu Yuntian's ugly expression, she couldn't help but curl up her lips. Just when Zhu Yuntian was ordering the guards, ZHUQING's small figure finally appeared in the hall where the martial soul was awakened. Seeing ZHUQING, Zhu Yuntian's ugly expression improved slightly. ZHUQING walked towards him without saying hello to Zhu Yuntian. Zhu Zuyun had already spoken, but no matter how he listened, he felt there was a hint of instigation in it. "Hey, third sister doesn't know what day it is today, does she? See how anxious father and servant are." As if ZHUQING didn't hear Zhu Zuyun's words at all, he still bowed to Zhu Yuntian and saluted, "Father." Then he saluted very politely towards the royal family. Zhu Zuyun's face almost turned green. Why didn't ZHUQING refute her at all today? This was not the case before. The royal family members smiled and nodded, and praised ZHUQING for his etiquette in front of Zhu Yuntian. This made Zhu Zuyun feel an unknown fire in his heart. Seeing that everyone in the royal family said that, Zhu Yuntian criticized a few words pretending to be serious, and asked ZHUQING to go to the queue. As the family elder called out the name ZHUQING followed the family elder into the awakening room with an uneasy heart. Zhu Zhuqing beside Zhu Zuyun smiled at ZHUQING, and also made a gesture of cheering and "Don't be afraid." ZHUQING responded with a smile. Entering the awakening room, the family elder made a gesture and said, "Miss Third, please follow me." ZHUQING kept a smile and said thank you for your work and followed the family elders onto the round platform where the martial arts awakening spirit was awakened. As early as a week ago, a lot of knowledge about awakening the martial soul was taught. Now all one has to do is to follow the instructions of the family elders to awaken the martial soul in one's body. "Miss San, are you ready?" "Ready." "Then let's start." ZHUQING slowly closed his eyes, followed the instructions of the family elders, and guided the martial spirit in his body. Closing his eyes is just that ZHUQING has no confidence in himself. Who knows what the tool man in the novel will become when he comes to him? She has no idea whether it is good or bad. Everyone can awaken the martial spirit, but the quality of the martial spirit is related to the subsequent development. Especially for a family like the ZHU family, if there is any martial spirit that mutates in a bad direction, it will be a lifetime of humiliation for them. Following the guidance of the family elders, the restless heart in the body began to become calmer, and his own martial spirit slowly emerged bit by bit. "Wait, ZHUQING felt a different breath being released from his body. My body felt extremely weak. The family elders who were awakening ZHUQING's martial spirit at this moment were stunned when they saw what happened in front of them, their mouths opened wide, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Some words were even more vaguely uttered in his mouth. This, why is this? The elder of the family searched his eyes hard, and looked again to make sure that he was not mistaken, and then he showed joy. The surrounding atmosphere was too quiet. ZHUQING couldn't help opening his eyes, and saw the overjoyed expressions of the family elders. He said excitedly, "Miss San, you are twin martial souls." ZHUQING couldn't believe it when he heard it. Besides the nether civet martial soul beside him, there was also a crescent-shaped martial soul that was shaped like the nether civet martial soul on his forehead, appearing on his left hand. This. ZHUQING was also a little confused. He originally thought of awakening a powerful mutated martial spirit, but now it was twin martial spirits. And it is obvious that the martial spirit on his right hand is more powerful. Congratulations to Miss San, not only have you awakened the martial souls of the family generations, but also another martial soul, Dark Moon Blade. Looking at the beads of sweat the size of soybeans on ZHUQING's forehead, the family elders knew that this was a normal situation after releasing the martial soul for the first time, let alone releasing twin martial souls. Third Miss, put your martial spirit away. ZHUQING nodded, but when he withdrew his martial soul, 2 crescent moons appeared in his clear eyes, and at the same time, the surroundings became quiet. ZHUQING obviously felt the changes in himself, not only quickly recovered from the fatigue caused by releasing the martial soul just now, but also restored himself to the peak state. ZHUQING was still sighing at the magic, but the voice of the family elder came to his ears vaguely. Miss San, take a rest first, and test your soul power later. Perhaps seeing that ZHUQING didn't respond, the family elder shouted, Miss Third, with the disappearance of the miraculous scene just now. The words of the elders of the family also reached ZHUQING's ears. ZHUQING smiled slightly, no need, elder, let's continue. The elders of the family were also very puzzled. ZHUQING, who was obviously a little bit out of strength just now, was more energetic now, and he had no choice but to continue to the next step because he couldn't figure it out. Without any accidents, the crystal ball that tested the soul power shone brightly as soon as ZHUQING touched it. For such a situation, the elders of the family seemed to be psychologically prepared, not as surprised as ZHUQING's awakening of twin martial souls just now. Congratulations to the third lady who is born full of soul power. Great elder, thank you for your hard work. ZHUQING, who is still very polite, is the future of the ZHU family in the eyes of the elders of the family. Miss San, you are being polite. This is the old man's duty. However, this good thing must be notified to the patriarch as soon as possible. The great elder was even more excited than ZHUQING after putting away the crystal ball, and quickly walked towards the awakening room in 2 steps. ZHUQING smiled slightly, and followed him out of the awakening room. Please support me. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Talent Will Pull Hatred. Chapter 2 Talent Will Pull Hatred. Seeing the great elder's excitement, ZHUQING acted very indifferently, not at all like a child. ZHUQING buried his head in thinking about what happened to him just now. He was obviously very tired. Why did he feel refreshed all of a sudden? ZHUQING, who was thinking with his head down, had just stepped out of the awakening room when he bumped into Zhu Yuntian. At this moment, ZHUQING was beaming with joy and could not hide it. The members of the royal family on the side also looked admiring. When everyone was admiring ZHUQING's talent, there would always be someone who showed a smile that made people feel very uncomfortable. ZHUQING, I just heard what the great elder said. I didn't expect that my ZHU family could produce such a talented person. It can be seen that Zhu Yuntian's heart is extremely excited at the moment, and his utterances are full of trills. Father, having a daughter is just a fluke. It requires hard work the day after tomorrow. Seeing the humble ZHUQING, the members of the royal family couldn't help showing a playful smile, and after saying some polite words, the members of the royal family left the Zhu family. He also needed to report ZHUQING's situation to the Emperor of the Douluo Empire as soon as possible. Zhu Yuntian was naturally in a very good mood. He sent the royal family members out in person and did not forget to take care of them. Seeing Zhu Yuntian's tone towards ZHUQING, Zhu Ziyun's heart became more and more sullen. "Congratulations, third sister." After speaking in that eccentric tone, he turned his head and left, but when he left, he didn't forget to look back at ZHUQING, who was surrounded by everyone and praised him. "It wasn't a wink of sincere celebration for the talent of my compatriot sister, but a pair of hostility, which was completely used to treat the enemy's hatred." After ZHUQING greeted everyone politely, he didn't stay too long. There is a saying, there are many people who are popular, it's not the same in Douluo, especially a family like the Zhu family is born full of intrigue. If you want to develop well, the most important thing is to act low-key. Without absolute strength, any talent is empty talk. After nightfall, Zhu Yuntian rarely came to the small courtyard where ZHUQING lived, but behind him seemed to be always followed a person that ZHUQING hated. As soon as Zhu Ziyun stepped into ZHUQING's small courtyard, he immediately held ZHUQING's little hand with a smile, praising and admiring him. He also gave ZHUQING a gift. This was the first time in history ZHUQING couldn't reach out to hit the smiling face. "Thank you, ma'am." Zhu Yuntian pretended to cough, and then Zhu Ziyun let go of ZHUQING's hand. Zhu Yuntian took the tea from Zhu Ziyun as he sat down. ZHUQING's face became gloomy for a second, like borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, as if he didn't respect his elders. Zhu Yuntian put down his tea cup, took out a token and handed it to ZHUQING. ZHUQING was puzzled but took the token. Only Zhu Yuntian said, "ZHUQING, originally my father wanted to accompany you to hunt for the soul ring, but His Majesty just sent an order for my father to accompany you to the border to inspect military affairs tomorrow. I'm afraid it will take half a month to come back." So. It could be heard that Zhu Yuntian felt a little guilty. Although ZHUQING was young, he was very considerate of Zhu Yuntian. "It's all right, father." Seeing ZHUQING, who has been well behaved and sensible since childhood, Zhu Yuntian felt apologetic. Zhu Yuntian stretched out his hand to touch ZHUQING's small head, and it took a long time before he said, "But don't worry, I have arranged for 2 people to accompany you to hunt for the soul ring." Zhu Yuntian then stood up and glanced at the door of the small courtyard. His voice changed from gentle to stern. "Come in." As soon as the words were finished, 2 heavy-backed guards walked into the small courtyard and bowed down to salute. They said in unison, "See you, my lord." Zhu Yuntian nodded, and turned around to see that ZHUQING's expression became much kinder. "ZHUQING, they are the guards who accompanied you to the royal forest to hunt for soul rings. Are you satisfied?" ZHUQING looked at the 2 of them. ZHUQING, who rarely showed up in the mansion, didn't know most of the people in the mansion. Since it was Zhu Yuntian's choice, ZHUQING naturally had no objection. His head was like a chicken eating rice. Zhu Yuntian gave him a wink, and the 2 guards clasped their fists to salute ZHUQING. "Meet the third lady." ZHUQING nodded slightly, and Zhu Yuntian explained some things before leaving. It's just that the way Zhu Ziyun looked at ZHUQING when he left made ZHUQING a little puzzled. On the next day, Zhu Yuntian followed the Emperor of the Douluo Empire to inspect the border early in the morning. ZHUQING simply packed up and went to the royal forest accompanied by 2 loyal guards. The royal forest of the Zhongluo Empire is the private property of the royal family. It is just 100 miles west of Zhongluo city. There are troops stationed around it. No one without a token is allowed to approach it, let alone enter it to hunt spirit beasts. However, the Zhu family, who was married to the royal family of the Douluo Empire, naturally had no problem entering and leaving the forest, not to mention that the Zhu family was the strongest duke's residence in the Douluo Empire. As the carriage slowly stopped, there was a voice from outside, "Miss Third, we are here." ZHUQING opened the car curtain and looked at the tall wall not far away and the heavy diamond gate. Sure enough, as long as the place is connected with the royal family, the aura should not be underestimated. Miss San, please slow down. ZHUQING jumped off the carriage, and the two guards expressed concern as if they were afraid. ZHUQING had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth, but fortunately he was still young, they couldn't observe his emotional changes at all. The two guards, one behind the other, closely protected ZHUQING and came to the royal guard. The guard captain immediately stretched out his hand to block the three people's way, and said sternly, "Who are they? I wonder if this is the royal forest." The three of ZHUQING stopped walking, and the captain of the guard saw that the three of them were dressed in unusual clothes, especially the clothes on ZHUQING, which were either rich or expensive. ZHUQING took out the token unhurriedly, without any airs of a young lady, and handed the token to the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard looked at the little girl in front of him, and then at the luxurious carriage not far away. Suddenly, the decoration on the carriage made his heart tremble. A big ZHU character on the lantern on the right side of the carriage caught the eye. Immediately afterwards, it turned out that the token in ZHUQING's hand was exclusive to the royal family. The captain of the guard swallowed, and knew who the little girl in front of him belonged to without guessing. The captain of the guard, who was still arrogant just now, presented the token with both hands, and changed his previous attitude with a smile on his face. ZHUQING took back the token, and the guard captain turned around and said sternly, "What are you looking at? Open the door." The guards quickly opened the iron gate, and ZHUQING and the others walked into the royal forest. The captain of the guard looked at the backs of ZHUQING and the three of them, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He clearly remembered that the previous captain had offended ZHUQING and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. After entering the royal forest, ZHUQING and the others walked towards the depths of the forest, when suddenly ZHUQING heard footsteps. The guard behind asked puzzledly, "Miss San, what's the matter?" ZHUQING turned around and stared at the guard with an extremely complicated look. But it made him feel terrified. The guards in front also stopped when they heard the movement behind, and walked back. ZHUQING looked left and right. "Yunbing. Zhao Sheng. What benefits did my eldest sister give you?" "A lot of support, thanks." End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Your choice determines life and death. Chapter 3, Your choice determines life and death. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng were stunned for a few seconds at the same time, and the eyes looking at each other were already caught in ZHUQING's eyes. No detail could escape ZHUQING's perception at this moment. The two of them smiled at the same time and looked at ZHUQING very friendly. The corner of Yunbing's mouth twitched slightly, and then she pretended to be stupid and said in a daze, "Miss San, we don't understand what you mean." ZHUQING's figure flashed and landed on a dry tree trunk, looking down at the two of them from a high position. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were raised, as if he had seen through everything, staring at the two people quietly. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng were suddenly stared at by ZHUQING, and they couldn't help feeling frightened. They both raised their heads and looked at the 6-year-old ZHUQING in front of them. Seeing this, ZHUQING slowly said, "Who and where did you go after you left your father last night?" ZHUQING sat down while pointing out what happened last night. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng looked slightly pale. What happened last night? After the two glanced at ZHUQING, they suddenly gave each other a wink. "Miss Third, we didn't go anywhere. We went back to our room to rest." Seeing the two of them, they still showed the attitude of a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water and refuses to admit it. ZHUQING sighed meaningfully, as if he was telling the two of them something. Sure enough, when the two of them noticed ZHUQING's frown, they also murmured in their hearts. After all, how could a third person know what happened last night? They also avoided the crowd and went to ZHUQING's small courtyard after receiving some hints from ZHUQING. It stands to reason that no one will find them. But now they could tell from ZHUQING's tone that she was probably aware of what happened last night. "Miss San, it's getting late. It's important that we hurry up to hunt for spirit rings. If something happens too late, the subordinates can't afford it. Yun Bing urged ZHUQING, and seeing the two of them pretending to be stupid in his reminder, ZHUQING couldn't help but burst into anger. The small face was full of anger, and the tone became a bit domineering. Do you really think that you can gain benefits by working for her? Don't forget, there is a huge difference between Miss Ben and her talent. Do you think that if something happens to Miss Ben, will my father let you go? Zhu Ziyun to shirk responsibility, can you and your family survive? Zhu Zhuqing's words were like a thorn deeply pierced into the hearts of the two of them. The more they spoke, the more ugly their expressions became. Zhu Zhuqing's expression became increasingly gloomy. Seeing this, he knew that the two of them were already struggling in their hearts. They don't think about themselves, they also have to think about their family members, and they are also thinking about every word Zhu Zhuqing said. You can do unfavorable things for the immediate benefit, but you must be clear. If someone uses you as pawns again, useless pawns will be discarded at will. Yun Bing and Zhao Sheng listened to Zhu Zhuqing's words, looked at each other, and looked at each other. They fell to their knees with a plop. At this moment, they knew in their hearts that completing the task would harm their families, and failing to complete the task would also harm their families. Since Zhu Zhuqing already knew about it and brought it up before it happened, maybe she has a solution. The two kowtowed in unison, and Yun Bing said, Miss San, please help us. Zhu Zhuqing knew that if he didn't have a good solution, it wouldn't work. No matter what kind of talent he had, he was too weak now. He was vulnerable in front of the two soul masters. If he didn't want to sleep here forever, he had to find a way. In fact, this method was thought of last night, and now Zhu Zhuqing was just thinking about whether he could persuade them. Seeing that the two of them were persuaded by him, Zhu Zhuqing hooked his fingers and motioned for the two to come forward. Although the two were puzzled, they could only obediently step forward to listen to Zhu Zhuqing's words. Zhu Zhuqing whispered in their ears for a while, and their expressions slowly turned from gloomy to joyful. In the end, he showed a smile full of joy, and then he knelt down in front of Zhu Zhuqing and said in unison, everything will be done according to the instructions of the third lady. If our brothers are useful in the future, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. There is no need to go through fire and water, as long as you are safe and sound. Zhu Zhuqing stood up, patted the dust on his clothes, and signaled the two of them to stand up. During the brief contact during the crisis, Zhu Zhuqing did not really trust the two of them. People who can be ruthless for a little benefit are not worthy of trust. Zhu Zhuqing knew this very well in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing clapped his hands, okay, now we can hunt for soul rings. Yun Bing and Zhao Sheng both raised their hands and saluted, yes, Miss Third. The two of them continued to protect Zhu Zhuqing one after another, passing through some places, but none of them satisfied Zhu Zhuqing. It wasn't until he encountered a 500-year-old armor-piercing beast that Zhu Zhuqing stopped. But Yun Bing and Zhao Sheng looked at Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment. It was a 500-year-old soul beast, which already exceeded the absorption limit of the first soul ring. If anyone is not careful, his body will explode and die. The two of them looked at Zhu Zhuqing questioningly. At the same time, I expressed my inner doubts, Miss San, that is a 500-year-old armor-piercing beast. This. I want it, why don't you tell me that you two can't beat it? The two soul masters are naturally able to win the 500-year soul beast, Yun Bing confirmed to Zhu Zhuqing again. Miss Third, are you sure you want it to be your first soul ring? Isn't this a death sentence? You just solved the problem, now you are on the pole to die? Zhu Zhuqing saw the worry of the two, smiled and said, if I absorbed the spirit ring and died, wouldn't you all have completed the task? At the same time, you don't need to take any responsibility, right? After Zhu Zhuqing said this, both of them felt a little bit in their hearts, but on the surface they were still worried about Zhu Zhuqing. Come on, let's do it. Seeing that they could not defeat ZHUQING, Yunbing and Zhao Sheng both released their martial spirits and attacked the armor-piercing beast. ZHUQING stood on a big tree and quietly observed the two martial spirits. Not long after, with the joint efforts of the two, the armor-piercing beast was brought to ZHUQING as he was dying. Without saying a word, ZHUQING took out the dagger and plunged it into the armor-piercing beast's life gate. At the same time, ZHUQING's hand movements were completed without Yunbing and Zhao Sheng being alert. The yellow soul ring rose slowly. ZHUQING sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the soul ring. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng looked at ZHUQING in front of them and glanced at each other. But at this moment, the two of them found that they could not move, their eyes were wide open, and they could not move even half an inch. Time passed slowly, and ZHUQING showed a painful expression at first, but fortunately, he succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the armor-piercing beast. ZHUQING briefly recovered some soul power, and then slowly stood up, but the sunset was already slowly setting. ZHUQING stood up and looked at the two of them with a smile while walking towards them. Now that the deal was done, they had no reason to take action. ZHUQING passed by the two of them, and they were able to move again. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng looked at ZHUQING, who had walked away with a look of astonishment at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Star Luo Royal Academy. Chapter 4 Star Luo Royal Academy. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng watched ZHUQING's small figure getting bigger and bigger under the sunset, but their hearts trembled. The two of them withdrew their gazes at the same time and looked at each other in surprise. At the moment when ZHUQING absorbed the soul ring, their bodies were out of control and unable to move at the same time. But just now, after ZHUQING passed by the two of them, his body miraculously regained his ability to move. The two of them swallowed, with shock written on their faces. How on earth did she do it? While the two of them were shocked, ZHUQING turned around and smiled at them with a harmless look. What? Do you still plan to let me drive the carriage back in person? Hearing ZHUQING's words, the two came back to their senses and ran up quickly. In the corridor of the same gate in the Duke's mansion, a familiar figure was leaning on a pillar, looking up at the darkening sky. The corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. At the same time, the carriage stopped peacefully outside the door, and the horse's neighing also caused a response from the man in the corridor. Miss San, we're here. Yunbing bowed respectfully and said to ZHUQING in the carriage. ZHUQING walked out of the carriage, stretched, and said something very politely. Thank you for your hard work. Don't dare. Yunbing and Zhao Sheng lowered their heads at the same time, and bowed in response to ZHUQING. ZHUQING nodded with satisfaction, got off the carriage, and was about to step through the door. A familiar figure stood in front of ZHUQING, but ZHUQING had no choice but to retract his step. Sister, are you here to welcome me? ZHUQING looked at ZHUQING, who had a full beard and tail, standing in front of her at this moment. His expression of being determined to win just now was immediately replaced by a face full of doubts. But soon ZHUQING's face showed a smile again, and his tone was quite concerned. Yeah, it's so late, and the eldest sister is afraid that something will happen to you. She is going to take someone out to find you. Thank you, big sister. ZHUQING was still very innocent, without any doubts about what ZHUQING said. ZHUQING felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart as he listened to the words ZHUQING said. ZHUQING naturally knew that what he just said was false, and naturally felt a little embarrassed when he heard ZHUQING say thank you to her. It's good to see that you're fine, otherwise my father will definitely scold me when he comes back. ZHUQING still maintained the disposition of a child, with a look of innocence on his face. Come here, haven't you seen the third lady come back? ZHUQING has been tired all day, why don't you hurry up and take good care of her? ZHUQING vented all his resentment on the maid of the Duke's mansion. The maid, who was reprimanded by ZHUQING, loudly lowered her head in fear, and quickly ran to ZHUQING's side. Thank you, eldest sister. I'll go back to the hospital first. Go. After ZHUQING passed by ZHUQING, a strange smile appeared on the corner of ZHUQING's mouth. On the other hand, Zhu Ziyun revealed her originally fierce eyes, and when ZHUQING had just walked not far away, she rushed towards the backyard. Seeing this, the corner of ZHUQING's mouth hooked up even more. Our duel has really begun. Half a month later, Zhu Yuntian returned from inspecting the border with the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Ziyun had been feeling uneasy. Wherever ZHUQING appeared, she would be there. It seemed that she was very afraid that ZHUQING would say something. ZHUQING took over the soul guide from Zhu Yuntian. As the direct daughter of the Zhu family, she would receive the soul guide as a reward after getting the first soul ring. This is definitely a luxury compared to ordinary families on the mainland, after ZHUQING put on the soul guide. Thank you, father. Zhu Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, looking at the talented daughter in front of him. Zhu Yuntian couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart. Among the three daughters, Zhu Yuntian obviously put more attention on ZHUQING, although no matter who among the three daughters gets the last place in the competition, there is actually no substantive change for the Zhu family. But he even hoped that ZHUQING would win the final victory. After all, he was a genius that could only be seen in a century. If he wins, it is not impossible for him to be titled Douluo. ZHUQING, in a few days it will be the start of school at Xingluo Royal Academy. My father will personally send you there when the time comes. Before ZHUQING could answer, Zhu Ziyun had already spoken first. Back then, Zhu Ziyun didn't get such treatment when she was in school, but now seeing Zhu Yuntian's attitude towards ZHUQING, the jealousy in Zhu Ziyun's heart took over her whole. Father. Ziyun, what's wrong? Zhu Yuntian couldn't imagine Zhu Ziyun's inner thoughts. In his impression, although there is competition between the three sisters, it is not as fierce as the three princes. Obviously Zhu Yuntian underestimated the competition between the three sisters, especially as the eldest sister Zhu Ziyun did not allow anyone to surpass her. Threatened her position. Father, why does my father need to go personally for the third sister to enroll? If the father sends the third sister there in person, I'm afraid it will cause panic in the academy. After all, the three princes of His Majesty went to the school by themselves. Naturally, ZHUQING could tell that the purpose of Zhu Ziyun moving out of the emperor was very clear. It's just that ZHUQING obviously underestimated Zhu Ziyun. This was just a purpose. Father, I have been in the academy for a few years, so let me take my third sister with me. I will definitely take care of my third sister. What's more, my father bears the safety of the imperial capital on his shoulders, and His Majesty will discuss important matters with him from time to time. Not only did she not believe this, but Zhu Yuntian didn't believe it either. Not to mention ZHUQING, although the second sister didn't say it, she could still see the way Zhu Ziyun treated her. Father, eldest sister is right. If you go and His Majesty cannot find you, wouldn't it be your daughter's fault? Zhu Yuntian felt very comforted when he saw that ZHUQING was so well behaved and sensible. Okay. Zhu Yuntian turned to look at Zhu Ziyun, and then said, Ziyun, then you will take ZHUQING to the academy to report. Remember, make arrangements. The last few words were spoken from Zhu Yuntian's mouth, but the momentum was different from before. Zhu Ziyun's heart trembled. Yes, father. Zhu Yuntian then explained the situation of Xingluo Royal Academy to ZHUQING. The Star Luo Royal Academy is different from the Tiandu Royal Academy. As the Star Luo Empire is founded on military force, naturally the systems adopted by the best academies are also different. Xingluo Royal Academy is naturally the same as Tiandu Royal Academy. Only children of nobles are eligible to enter and study. The difference is that Star Luo Royal Academy adopts an elimination system, and a small number of students are eliminated from the academy every year. Eliminated students will be regarded as useless when they return to their families, or they will be sent to the frontier to defend the empire as ordinary soldiers. Either he becomes the laughingstock of the family and lives a submissive life, not to mention being unqualified to enjoy family resources. This significantly slowed down the progress of his training, and he was finally reduced to an ordinary soul master. There is an assessment for new students when they enter school, and those who fail the assessment will be sent back to the family. After passing the assessment, there will be another assessment every 3 years. Until the remaining people are all elites. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Sitting in the carriage, ZHUQING recalled everything that Zhu Yuntian had said about the Xingluo Royal Academy, and frowned slightly. It seemed that the military strength of the Xingluo Empire was not unreasonable. Eldest Miss, Third Miss, we are here. The carriage stopped steadily, and the driver whispered outside. Zhu Ziyun and ZHUQING got off the carriage one after another. ZHUQING looked up and looked at the 6 golden characters engraved on the huge plaque, Xingluo Royal Academy. The gates of the academy are so impressive, it's no wonder that countless nobles send their children in. Miss. Zhu Ziyun glanced at the coachman coldly, and said in a cold commanding tone, "Okay, you can go back." ZHUQING could see that the coachman was a little embarrassed. It seemed that Zhu Yuntian had told him something. If he just went back like this, it might be difficult to deal with business. Seeing the driver's embarrassed expression, Zhu Ziyun didn't move to leave. His face immediately darkened, he stared at the coachman fiercely, and said sternly, "What? Didn't you hear what I said? With me here, are you still afraid that third sister will be bullied? I will personally take third sister to report, you can go back and reply to father with peace of mind." Apparently Zhu Ziyun also saw the driver's embarrassment. Zhu Ziyun said this, although he could do business, he still had Zhu Yuntian's instructions in his mind. "Go back, eldest sister will take me to report." With ZHUQING's words, the coachman felt relieved, bowed and saluted before driving the carriage away. Seeing the shadow of the coachman driving away in the carriage, Zhu Ziyun's gloomy face became more and more gloomy. "Cynicism is inevitable, third sister, it seems that your words are more effective than mine." ZHUQING twitched the corners of his mouth, still looking heartless. "How can there be? Not the best? Okay, I'll take you to the Academic Affairs Office to report now." After Zhu Ziyun finished speaking, he strode into the academy without looking back, completely ignoring that ZHUQING was small and needed to trot to keep up with her pace. ZHUQING followed Zhu Ziyun to the Academic Affairs Office of the college, leaving ZHUQING alone outside the door, saying that she was the one who went to find someone first. Not long after, the door of the Academic Affairs Office opened again, and Zhu Ziyun changed his previous attitude and walked out with a smile on his face. "Third sister, this is the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. He will arrange which class to go to. Sister has something else to do, so I'll leave first." Zhu Ziyun turned around and left without waiting for ZHUQING's reaction. ZHUQING politely thanked Zhu Ziyun in the direction where Zhu Ziyun was about to disappear. Zhu Ziyun didn't know whether he heard it or not, so he left quickly on his own. When Zhu Ziyun's back completely disappeared, ZHUQING showed a look of longing for him and turned around with a little loss. Seeing this situation, the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office coughed lightly, and ZHUQING looked up at him. The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office waved his hand, and a person behind him came over with a school uniform and a key on it. "Welcome to the Royal Academy. Here is your school uniform and dormitory keys. From today onwards, you are a student in class, grade of the Royal Academy." ZHUQING took the school uniform and keys from the assistant, bowed, and then the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office sent someone to take ZHUQING away. Looking at ZHUQING's small body, the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office let out a long sigh and looked down at the paper in his hand. That was ZHUQING's introduction. The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office sighed again and shook his head helplessly. "Pity." The assistant brought ZHUQING to the freshman dormitory. It had to be said that the treatment at Royal Academy was good. The dormitory for 2 people is also quite elegantly decorated. When ZHUQING changed into her school uniform, her assistant took her to class, grade. At this moment, there are already more than 20 students in classroom. The teacher on the podium was introduced by the assistant, and ZHUQING also stepped into the classroom. Looking at the teacher on the podium, ZHUQING couldn't help feeling the majesty of the teacher, but what happened next was unexpected for ZHUQING. The teacher on the podium cleared his throat, glanced around, and finally fixed his eyes on ZHUQING for a few seconds. She introduced herself first, then turned around and wrote her name on the blackboard, Yang Yun. Now, you all introduce yourself one by one. The format is as follows: name, martial soul, soul power, what do you want to do? The first person to get up was a little boy. My name is Lu Chuan, I have a martial soul pattern wolf, my soul power is level 7, I want to be a general in the future. As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom burst into laughter. Yang Yun's face was gloomy, and the ruler slammed heavily on the desk. Suddenly quiet down. Next. Until ZHUQING stood up, without any nervousness, she spoke about her martial spirit very calmly, but she only mentioned one martial spirit, and that was the martial spirit she was using now. When ZHUQING revealed his 12th level soul power, the whole classroom seemed to enter absolute silence. How is this possible? Yes, shouldn't level soul power be in the same class? Some students who were 1 or 2 years older who knew the reason spoke surprisingly. ZHUQING frowned slightly when he heard these words, and immediately remembered everything in the academic affairs office just now in his mind. It turned out that she was playing tricks on all of this. Unexpectedly, this happened just after entering school. Yang Yun also couldn't believe it. When she heard that ZHUQING was the third miss of the Zhu family in the Duke's mansion of the imperial capital, she thought ZHUQING was a waste. I didn't expect her soul power to be so high. No need to think too much, this is only possible with full innate soul power. After all, he is only 6 years old, not 7 or 8 years old like some other students. After everyone's introductions were finished, Yang Yun said something briefly and then left school. Only ZHUQING was left alone. Although ZHUQING was puzzled, seeing Yang Yun, ZHUQING felt an inexplicable sympathy in his heart, as if he was also a person who had fallen into the world. Yang Yun walked slowly to ZHUQING's side, motioning for ZHUQING to sit down, and she moved a chair to sit opposite ZHUQING. Teacher. Are you from the Zhu family in the Duke's mansion? ZHUQING didn't deny it, but nodded. She didn't know why Yang Yun would ask such a question. Do you know that class 6 is the worst class in the first grade? Facing Yang Yun's question, perhaps ZHUQING did not know before coming here. When she heard the self-introductions of the classmates in the class, ZHUQING understood. After all, the worst spirit power is only level 5, and even 8-year-old children have just broken through level 10. This is. Seeing that ZHUQING neither nodded nor shook his head, Yang Yun had some guesses in his heart. Since you are from the Duke's palace, you naturally know some of the rules of the Royal Academy. More than half of the people in the worst class are eliminated every year, and at the same time, the worst class also gets the least resources from the academy. Hearing what Yang Yun said, ZHUQING understood more clearly that fewer resources meant that his cultivation progress would slow down, and ZHUQING sighed in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Freshman Competition. Chapter 6 Freshman Competition. Yang Yun looked at the young ZHUQING in front of him with a calm expression and a preoccupied look, and knew that ZHUQING was definitely not someone who would be ruled by fate. At the same time, it seemed that ZHUQING was a little worried because of what Yang Yun said just now. However, there are special cases. As soon as Yang Yun finished speaking, ZHU's clear eyes looked at Yang Yun quietly, for fear of missing any details. This made Yang Yun more certain in her heart that ZHUQING was worthy of her bet. ZHUQING was still waiting for Yang Yun to say a special example and looked directly at Yang Yun. Yang Yun smiled and said, "You must also know about the freshman competition." Seeing ZHUQING nodding slightly, Yang Yun continued, the top 3 in the freshman competition can get the best resources of the college until the 20th level spirit power enters the intermediate class. ZHUQING's eyes lit up immediately, and a smile gradually appeared on his frowning face. Really? ZHUQING wanted to make sure again. After all, it was related to his own growth. Of course, although I don't know why you entered class 6, I believe you will not stop here. There was a very firm belief in Yang Yun's eyes, which made ZHUQING a little curious. Even though he had outstanding talent, according to Yang Yun's introduction, most nobles would still wait to send their children to the 10th level. Or better. In this case, there is no shortage of opponents among the freshmen, but Yang Yun seems to be full of confidence in ZHUQING. Teacher Yang. Before ZHUQING could ask what was on his mind, he was interrupted by Yang Yun. I know what you want to say. But I just want to bet once. I believe that you and I are the same kind of people, and you don't want to be ordinary people. Yang Yun's words aroused ZHUQING's curiosity even more, but Yang Yun didn't want to say more. After briefly instructing ZHUQING to do some things, he left. Even though ZHUQING had some unsolved mysteries in his heart, he had no choice but to shelve them for the time being. Right now, it is still based on the freshman game. Yang Yun looked at the receding figure and looked up at the sky. There was sadness in her eyes, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. 3 days later, all the freshmen came to the square. As the worst class in the first grade, they could only be placed in the corner. As the vice principal of the junior school district, it is also rare to attend the opening ceremony of the freshman competition today. ZHUQING is familiar with the host on the high platform at the moment. Isn't that the deputy director of the academic affairs office who was arranged by him to enter the 6th class when he entered the college? ZHUQING's eyes couldn't help flashing a chill, but it disappeared soon. But even if it was a very subtle movement, Yang Yun still noticed it. When she read the chill from ZHUQING's eyes, and then looked at the people on the high platform, she had some guesses in her heart. Welcome to the Royal Academy. Naturally, it started with some useless opening remarks from the deputy director of the academic affairs office. The freshman competition is the Royal Academy's first assessment for you. According to the past practice, the top 3 students in the freshman competition can get the best resources of the academy. Compared with the natural ranking, the 5 students who rank last will be kicked out of the academy. Listening to the words of the deputy director of the academic affairs office, there is no way. This is the Douluo Empire, a country founded on martial arts. Everything here is based on strength, and the children of every family have been indoctrinated with this kind of thinking since childhood. Even the ZHU family, which has close ties with the royal family, also uses competition to obtain family resources for cultivation. The first round is the knockout round. There is a wooden box with a number plate inside, and each student is a number. A one-day duel will be held according to the number that is counted. The 32 people who won will enter the next round of competition. Most of the people in the 6th class are like eggplants beaten by frost. For some of them, maybe they only have this chance to set foot in the Royal Academy this time in their life. Start drawing numbers now. As the deputy director of the academic affairs office finished speaking, he still followed the order of the class and went to the high platform to draw his own number plate. For class 6, they had fewer choices, perhaps no choice at all. ZHUQING looked at the number 97 written in his hand, without any emotional change, and walked back to where class 6 was. After the number plates were drawn, the deputy director of the academic affairs office cleared his throat, stood on the high platform, and pointed to several platforms behind the square. In order to conduct the knockout competition as soon as possible, we will conduct 5 groups of competitions at the same time. Whoever reads the number, please come on stage to compete. All the students turned around and looked at the platforms behind them. On each platform, there was a referee teacher waiting for both sides of the competition. Number 25 in Class 1 versus No in Class 2. Number 37 of Class versus No of Class. There was no accident in the first group, and all Class 1. ZHUQING keenly discovered that every class student who took the stage had a minimum soul power of level, and they were all only 7 years old. In the second group, number 97 from class will fight No from class. Number 38 from class versus No from class. When the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office read out the battle number plate, the whole square boiled. According to past experience, Class 6 would not fight against Class 1, because in Class 1's view, Class 6 was not worth their while. Although the number plates are in random order, the last 20 number plates are usually at the bottom of the box. This is also the rule under the subtle influence of the college. Immediately, some discussions from class or even class reached ZHUQING's ears. Hey, why didn't I play against the people from Class 6, so that I can survive until the second round? Yes, I really envy the good luck of this class. Such an unbearable voice reached ZHUQING's ears like waves in the sea. At first Yang Yun was worried that this would affect ZHUQING's state of mind, but when she was about to say something to comfort her, she found that ZHUQING didn't seem to hear it. There was no expression change on his face as he slowly walked onto the competition platform. Yang Yun's heart was dull at first, and then a touch of joy welled up in her heart. I didn't expect to be so open-minded at such a young age, just in time to let those blind guys see it. ZHUQING stepped onto the platform slowly, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office on the high platform opposite. Sure enough, he saw something that ZHUQING guessed on his face. All of this is being manipulated secretly. As soon as ZHUQING came on stage, a boy from class mocked, "Class, you'd better give in quickly, or I won't make you cry later." Looking at the arrogance of the group opposite, ZHUQING was not angry, but just looked at him coldly, as if he had no interest in his faithful words. Seeing that ZHUQING didn't say a word, and didn't intend to step down, the faces of the boys in Class 1 sank slightly. "I said I don't hit girls, you'd better go down." But as soon as he finished speaking, ZHUQING gave him a blank look and said, "It's not certain who will go down. Are you so confident that you can win?" End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Shocked. Chapter 7 Shocked. ZHUQING's words caused the opponent to laugh wildly, as if they were making fun of ZHUQING's ignorance. "Have you laughed enough? Wait, just like you said when Che is crying, I don't know how to coax people." ZHUQING's eyes were downcast, and a cold air emanated from his body, making his opponents feel chilled. I have never seen a member of class with such backbone. In the past, if class met class, it would have been fine if they didn't cry. It can be said that there are many people who directly surrender and admit defeat. Even when the students of the 6th class are aware of ZHUQING's soul power, they are not optimistic that ZHUQING will win. This may be a kind of unconfident inheritance. Student No of class, Martial Soul Blood Wolf, Level Battle Soul Master. Student No released his martial spirit while introducing himself. It is not bad for a student who is less than 8 years old to reach the 14th level of spirit power. It seems that in order to allow their children to study better in the Royal Academy, the nobles would not send their martial souls to the academy after awakening their martial souls. ZHUQING took a step unhurriedly, and on his right hand a Wuhan spinning like a crescent moon appeared. Student number 97 of class, grade, Martial Soul Dark Moon Blade, Level Battle Soul Master, please advise. As soon as ZHUQING finished speaking, Student No had a surprised expression all over his face, and it took him a while to ask questions with uncertain words. Do you have 12th level soul power? Not only Student No was surprised, but also many students in the audience including the teacher. Even the deputy dean in charge of the junior school district who was sitting on the high platform was equally surprised, even muttering ZHUQING's number plate. He also gave the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office a look that seemed to be asking for confirmation. The deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office awkwardly avoided the sight of the vice dean. At this moment, the vice dean seemed to understand something. According to ZHUQING's soul power, even if he couldn't be in the first class, he would be in the second class at worst. But now they appear in class 6, which is the class with the least resources allocated, so wouldn't such talents be buried? The deputy dean looked at the deputy director of the academic affairs office with sharper eyes, and the deputy director of the academic affairs office at the moment wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. What? Will the people in class 1 be afraid too? ZHUQING's cold words made student No blush and hurt. ZHUQING, right? I remember you. I'll show you what a class is. After saying this, student No attacked ZHUQING without any clue, as if he was going crazy. Regarding this kind of thoughtless attack, ZHUQING suddenly laughed. What kind of family cultivated such a fighting style? It's a pity for this baby's talent. Student No was possessed by a blood wolf, and the attack was very fierce, but just as the wolf claws he raised were about to fall, he found a cold sword against his throat. As long as it is 1 minute deeper, student No's throat will be completely cut open, and everyone has not reacted yet. The competition seemed to be over. ZHUQING's legs were bent, his upper body was parallel to the platform, and the spirit on his right hand was touching the throat of student No. The black and golden dark moon blade was like a sharp blade in hell, and the blood wolf spirit of student No slowly dissipated. His pupils dilated, and he looked at ZHUQING with a surprised expression. Are you still fighting? ZHUQING's 3 simple words are the most terrifying sound that student No has heard in these years. Student No swallowed, feeling unwilling but helpless, and nodded. I lost. Only then did ZHUQING withdraw his martial spirit, and pushed student No away with his palm. The referee teacher didn't even see clearly how ZHUQING struck, and actually subdued his opponent with one move. ZHUQING glanced at the referee teacher at the side, and said softly, "Teacher, shouldn't it be time to announce the result?" Only then did the referee teacher come to his senses. It was too fast. After all, the previous game still had to go through a few moves, or the fight was back and forth. This was good, he won with one move. The referee teacher withdrew his surprised expression and said loudly, "Number 97 of Class 6 wins." ZHUQING still walked off the platform very calmly, as if defeating the enemy with one move did not make her proud. Student No stood there dumbfounded, and his initial mockery only resulted in his own failure. The expression of the deputy director of the academic affairs office can be described as extremely ugly. I didn't expect everything he arranged to be broken so easily. On the other hand, the vice dean on the high platform smiled. Although others couldn't understand it just now, he saw it. At the moment when student No of class launched an attack on ZHUQING, a cold light suddenly emitted from ZHUQING's hand. It's so small and thin that you can't see it clearly at all. Student No's forward legs obviously slowed down, and at the same time, ZHUQING attacked him as fast as possible. Interesting. ZHUQING stepped off the platform, and the students in class treated her like a god. In all these years, no student from class has ever defeated a student from class. ZHUQING did it today. Not only has it been done, but it has been done to the extreme. Yang Yun is also quite happy. The students and teachers in other classes couldn't believe it. After all, the opponent's soul power was 2 levels higher. How could they be defeated by one move? Unable to find the reason, they finally had to blame it on student No, who underestimated the enemy. Yang Yun pulled ZHUQING aside and looked around to make sure that others could not hear their conversation. Only then did he ask, "Did you use any special means just now?" "I saw a cold light hit the leg of student No." ZHUQING was very surprised. He didn't expect that the referee teacher didn't notice the little moves he made, but his mentor did. "Teacher Yang, what are you talking about? I don't understand." ZHUQING pretended to be stupid when he came, and didn't admit it at all. Yang Yun glanced at the vice president at the rostrum, only to find that the vice president was also looking at them. While avoiding the vice president's sight, Yang Yun also noticed the smile on the vice president's face. Yang Yun knew that she could see it, and the vice president could do it too. I know that may be some of your trump cards, but you also know it. I can see it, teacher, and so can others. Yang Yun's gaze shifted to the vice president, who was not looking at them at the moment. ZHUQING followed Yang Yun's gaze, and his heart sank. Yes, Teacher Yang can tell that as the vice president, his strength is naturally higher than Teacher Yang. At the beginning, I only had one thought in my head, and that was how to solve the opponent in the fastest time and use it to frighten other people. Without even considering that his technique would be exposed, ZHUQING's palms broke out in cold sweat unconsciously. She was still too careless. Yang Yun guessed a bit when she saw ZHUQING's expression at the moment. ZHUQING, if you can use this kind of method in the future, other teachers can't see clearly. But, faced with Yang Yun's kind reminder, ZHUQING was deeply moved and bowed deeply to Yang Yun. Teacher Yang, I know. Okay, but don't worry, no matter what happens, the teacher will always stand behind you. Seeing ZHUQING being so well behaved and sensible, Yang Yun felt a strong special emotion in her heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 The Only Survivor. Chapter 8 The Only Survivor. With the end of the knockout round, only one person from the 6 classes entered the top 32 list. This is also unprecedented. The deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office looked at ZHUQING with a serious expression, and then returned to his mean smile when he looked at the others. Congratulations to all the students who entered the top 32. Tomorrow will be the top competition. Please take it seriously. Today's competition is over, everyone have a good rest. As the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office finished speaking, the students who entered the top 32 were naturally happy. It is exactly the same as the sentence, some people are happy, some people are sad, and the faces of the bottom-ranked people in the 6th class are full of loneliness. There may be only one chance to meet their fate, but the requirement to reach level 10 soul power at the age of 8 is actually an insurmountable threshold for these losers, and they are destined to be abandoned by their families. ZHUQING looked at the lonely figures of several people, without hesitation. This is the law of survival of the fittest, and no one can change it. If he is not strong enough, he will be eliminated in the first round. In a vague way, ZHUQING turned his head to look at a tall building. She always felt that a pair of eyes were staring at her, but when she looked at the tall buildings, they disappeared again. ZHUQING didn't doubt whether he was too sensitive. Yang Yun came to ZHUQING's side, he was too scared to fight ZHUQING in the second round, and directly gave up and conceded defeat. At this moment, Yang Yun followed ZHUQING's line of sight and looked at the tall buildings in the distance, then lowered her head and looked at ZHUQING. That is the dividing building between the primary area and the intermediate area. You will pass there when your soul power reaches level boundary building. After ZHUQING heard Yang Yun's explanation, he slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Yun with doubt. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled slightly, and said, "Don't worry, you will be able to pass there soon with your talent." ZHUQING did not respond to Yang Yun, but once again looked at the boundary building. For a long time, ZHUQING shook his head like a little adult and sighed. Yang Yun looked at it and shook her head helplessly. This was really completely different from the children she had seen. "Okay, go back to the dormitory and have a good rest. There will be a game tomorrow." Yang Yun reminded ZHUQING. ZHUQING stretched his brows slightly, and said with a smile, "Yes, Teacher Yang." ZHUQING turned around and left the square. When Yang Yun looked at ZHUQING's back, she turned and looked at the podium. Today's game was too strange. Yang Yun's smiling face also turned gloomy. "It seems that some people don't want to make it easier for you." Yang Yun said this inexplicably, turned around and left. At this moment, 2 figures appeared on the dividing floor, and the male voice was obviously a little unhappy. "Is this the plan you said?" It was obvious that the boy was not satisfied with everything arranged by the man behind him, and there was a bit of reproach in his tone. The person hiding behind slowly walked out. It was none other than Zhu Ziyun. At this moment, Zhu Ziyun's face was extremely ugly, and the power brought by the man gave her a sense of oppression. Your Highness Wei, how could I have known that Wang Sheng was so vulnerable that he was defeated with one move? Zhu Ziyun was obviously afraid of the man in front of him. After listening to Zhu Ziyun's words, the man sighed deeply and turned to look at Zhu Ziyun, who had just grown up. With eyes full of love, he reached out and gently touched Zhu Ziyun's delicate face. Zhu Ziyun's face was filled with a happy smile. The man's tone was obviously much softer. Ziyun, I don't blame you. You also know, when you said that she is a twin martial soul with innate soul power, do you know how I felt? Zhu Ziyun let the man caress his face, looking shy. Hearing what the man said, Zhu Ziyun nodded desperately and responded, I know. The man is none other than Davis, the eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire. Davis dropped his hands, turned to look at the junior area, and sighed meaningfully. Zhu Ziyun walked forward with great distress, gently held Davis's hand, and was about to speak to comfort him. Just listen to Davis talking as if talking to himself. My two younger brothers are not weaker than me in talent, so the chances of winning against them are not high. Fortunately, with you, together with you, I have been able to suppress them all these years, but now, ugh. Davis' heavy sigh immediately aroused Zhu Ziyun's concern. I know. Ziyun, so no matter what, she can't go further in the next competition. It's hard to arrange her in class, so she will get less resources and the progress of her training will be slowed down. Accidents must not be allowed to happen, otherwise, that position will be denied to me, and you will receive the same treatment. Davis looked at Zhu Ziyun affectionately, and at the same time, the fierceness in his eyes made Zhu Ziyun feel chilly. But what Davis said in the last sentence also hit Zhu Ziyun's arms. Yes, if Davis fails, then his future will be ruined. Thinking of this, the hatred flashed in Zhu Ziyun's deep eyes made Davis very satisfied. Temple. Davis stretched out his hand to shut up, and said in an even gentler voice, Your Highness, I still like you to call me Brother Wei. How can any girl withstand such tenderness, especially a girl who is just in love? Zhu Ziyun was completely smitten. He lowered his head shyly and nodded. Ziyun, next you go and send a message to Deputy Director Wang. Okay, I'll go right now. Zhu Ziyun walked down the boundary building very obediently, and his figure quickly disappeared downstairs. Davis looked at Zhu Ziyun's figure, with fierceness flashing in his eyes, and punched the railing hard. He spat out a few words, Dai Mu Bai, you are really lucky. I didn't expect your future wife to have such abilities. However, her luck is not good. Because of you, she must disappear from this academy. Don't blame me for being cruel. After Davis said these words, he left the boundary building without looking back. ZHUQING returned to the dormitory, and the girl who shared the dormitory with her was packing up and bowing. Before ZHUQING could get acquainted with her, she was about to leave. Hearing ZHUQING's footsteps, the girl got up and turned her head to see that it was the hero of Class 6. There was a smile on the girl's lonely expression, which was a feeling of joy and bitterness. You are. ZHUQING pointed to the things that had been packed up and saluted, although he had some suspicions in his heart, but ZHUQING was also a little sad. The girl looked back at her salute, then turned around and smiled. I was eliminated, but I didn't expect that you would be the one sharing the same dormitory with me. You have to work hard and be a good face for class. The girl's voice became lower and lower, until finally it seemed that only she could hear clearly what she was saying. Before they could get to know each other, they had to separate. ZHUQING walked forward, not knowing what to say. ZHUQING also knew what the girl would face if she was dropped out of school and returned to her family. Seeing ZHUQING hesitate to speak, the girl smiled, Don't worry, I'm fine, I will come back. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 People Don and number 039, T offend me, I don and number 039, T offend anyone. Chapter 9 People don't offend me, I don't offend anyone. Although the girl was young, ZHUQING could feel the determination revealed in her eyes. I believe. Just 3 words made the girl feel incredible. It was just the first time they met, and the 2 little girls actually felt connected. ZHUQING admired the girl's spirit of not admitting defeat. Given time, she would definitely be extraordinary. And ZHUQING's 3 words I believe are injected into the girl's heart like a shot in the arm. I have more confidence in my heart. Thank you, by the way, my name is Song Yu. The girl walked to the door with excitement, turned around suddenly and said to ZHUQING with an innocent smile. ZHUQING smiled back and said softly, my name is ZHUQING. Song Yu turned and left with a smile on his face. ZHUQING looked at her back, how determined it was. ZHUQING also believed that she would definitely come back at this moment. The next day, on the second competition day, the students who failed to advance sat around the competition stage. Compared to the noisy square yesterday, there were only 32 students at this moment. As the only existence in Class 6, ZHUQING was particularly conspicuous, but in the face of such a situation, ZHUQING did not have any timidity, but instead had a calm demeanor, not like a 6-year-old doll. The deputy dean looked at ZHUQING's appearance, and stroked the sparse beard on his chin, like a loving grandfather. The deputy director of the academic affairs office also glanced at ZHUQING, remembering what Zhu Ziyun told him about Davis yesterday. He couldn't help but swallowed, smiled awkwardly at the vice president, and then walked forward. Congratulations on coming to the promotion competition. The promotion competition will determine your next opponent based on the Academy's lottery. The deputy director of the academic affairs office paused a bit when he said this, and his eyes stopped on a student from class for a few seconds. This did not arouse ZHUQING's concern, since the decision was not made by drawing lots, the possibility of being arranged by others is very high. Thinking of yesterday's game, ZHUQING knew that there might be a behind-the-scenes pusher behind this, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence, just fight against the people who have been drawn by themselves. This is also a decision made by the Academy to ensure fairness and justice. Without further ado, the competition has officially begun. The students who read the numbers below are invited to come on stage. Number 35 against No. Number 97 versus No. Invite 5 groups of students to come on stage. The student who was read to No was still a member of the first class. When he read the confrontation with ZHUQING, he took a look at ZHUQING before going on stage, and then he showed a wicked smile. Yang Yun leaned over and whispered softly, "Don't have any psychological burden, you have already proved yourself. Just play to a normal level and that's fine." "Teacher Yang, I remember." ZHUQING turned around and walked slowly towards the competition stage. The vice president sitting on the podium became interested. Only Yang Yun, after seeing ZHUQING on the stage, turned to look at the rostrum, cursing in her heart, "These old things are really good." Student No of class had already stepped onto the competition stage. Seeing ZHUQING's small body, he could not imagine how he could defeat Wang Sheng in one move. Although Wang Sheng was not eliminated from the academy in the end, his status in Class 1 was gone. Sitting in the corner watching the battle at the moment, his eyes were full of hostility towards ZHUQING. Maybe it wasn't ZHUQING, he would still be the strongest group of students in the first class, but it's a pity that he is now treated as a joke by the other students in the first class. Although student No really wanted to know the reason, the arrogance engraved in his bones could not be changed. As the most gifted genius in the family, he has reached the 16th level of soul power at the age of 8, and the family's expectations for him are also very high. The referee teacher saw that both sides were on the stage, and asked, "Are you ready?" Seeing both sides nodding slightly at the same time, he suddenly said, "The game begins." Student No in class. Martial Soul Li Yanghu, Level Battle Soul Master. Please advise. Student number 97 of class, Martial Soul Dark Moon Blade, 12th Level Battle Soul Master. After No student Li Yanghu possessed his body, a halo of light formed on his body, which was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. ZHUQING's eyes were blurred, almost becoming a thin line. He didn't expect the opponent's martial spirit to be so strange, but powerful. The moment ZHUQING narrowed his eyes and blocked his vision, Student No quickly attacked ZHUQING. The palm of the hand became extremely sharp in the form of tiger claws, wrapped in a strong wind whistling from left to right. ZHUQING reacted quickly, using the force of the ground on his toes to slide backwards. ZHUQING could clearly feel the momentum of a huge force passing across his chest. Student No saw that he missed a single hit, and the tiger's claws scratched several marks on the ground. He glanced at ZHUQING beside him. Student No screamed inwardly, and a waning moon weapon powered by soul power quickly attacked him. Student No came and rolled sideways, and at the same time raised his right hand, and under the operation of the soul power, the martial soul blocked the flying dark moon blade with its tiger claws. It's just that he underestimated the energy impact of the dark moon blade too much. The non-stop rotating dark moon blade forced Student No to retreat a few meters abruptly, but under the action of Student No's hands, ZHUQING's simple blow was resolved. Student No was terrified. In a round of confrontation, he seemed to have the upper hand at the beginning, but he didn't expect that a simple blow from his opponent would make him so embarrassed. The martial spirit that he was proud of seemed to be much inferior in ZHUQING's hands. At first, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office was overjoyed when he saw that Student No had seized the opportunity and successfully launched an attack. But when he saw that ZHUQING had successfully forced Student No back, his overjoyed expression immediately turned cloudy. The vice principal's mind came up with ZHUQING's information after yesterday's game, and after reading it, he was shocked. It clearly stated that she was the third lady of Zhu's family in the Duke's mansion of the imperial capital, but her martial soul was not the family's inherited martial soul, the nether civet. Especially when he saw the 6-year-old 12th level soul power, the vice president's face turned into an unbelievable expression. This was innately full of soul power, but he couldn't figure it out. Regardless of whether she was born full of soul power or not, just because ZHUQING was the third lady of the Zhu family in the Duke's mansion of the imperial capital, she shouldn't have qualified for the 6th class. Thinking of the embarrassment of the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office when he handed over the materials, the deputy dean had some guesses in his mind. When he saw the person facing off against ZHUQING, the vice dean did not deliberately refute him. Perhaps in his heart, he wanted to believe that ZHUQING would pass the promotion round. Just as the deputy principal was thinking about it, ZHUQING on the competition stage fought a few more rounds with Student No. Every attack could not be easily resolved by ZHUQING, and Student No obviously consumed more soul power than ZHUQING. The vice president's face showed a look of relief, and he murmured to himself, "I didn't expect that a 6-year-old child would have such a mature mind." Seeing that ZHUQING was just dodging and looking for a space to attack Student No, Yang Yun also showed a smile. She understood that this was the simplest and most effective method. In the face of powerful enemies, you can't fight recklessly, outsmarting is the best policy. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. ZHUQING fought with Student No for several more rounds, but neither side took advantage of the slightest bit. The fight on the stage was inextricable, and the audience was very lively. The students in Class 1 cheered for Student No like a tsunami. Naturally, class is not far behind. ZHUQING has pinned the hopes of everyone in class. Although there are many fewer students in the class, the momentum has not dropped. The sound of cheering resounded throughout the stadium, which can be said to be like a rainbow. ZHUQING, who was half a head short, forced Student No back again, and the two sides returned to their original positions. The shaking of Student No's arm surprised him, and the soul power in his body was consumed a lot, but when he saw ZHUQING's calm and composed appearance, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Now he seemed to understand why Wang Sheng couldn't defeat ZHUQING. Her fighting skills were nothing like those of someone who had just awakened her martial spirit. The atmosphere on the stage was suffocating, the two sides were like two clay sculptures, even their breathing was clearly audible. You are indeed very powerful, but let's see how you block my soul skills. ZHUQING didn't change his expression about this, only a slight arc flashed in his eyes. The first soul skill, the tiger roars in the forest. A tiger jumped out from behind student No. Raised its head and roared towards the sky. It does have the aura of the overlord in the forest. The first soul skill, the power of the moon god. The martial spirit in ZHUQING's right hand has strengthened several times, and at the same time, the dark moon blade martial spirit has also become larger, and its momentum is not inferior to the opponent's martial spirit at all. As the two sides shot at the same time, the tiger roared and rushed towards ZHUQING, and ZHUQING pushed out the dark moon blade. The speed of rotation is already difficult to grasp with the naked eye, so there is no need to think about it. This is the blow that determines the outcome of both sides. It's just that the moment ZHUQING's martial spirit made a move, the sky darkened a lot. It was clearly still a clear sky, but the sun lost its radiance at this moment. The moment the two soul skills came into contact, a big storm blew up on the competition platform, and the rising dust flooded the entire competition platform, and the two sides disappeared in the dust. People outside can only feel the energy impact and fluctuations caused by the collision of soul skills. With the weakening of energy fluctuations, the game came to an end, and everyone was looking forward to the final result of both sides. The dust slowly drifted away, and the situation on the competition stage also appeared. Everyone in the stands held their breath, wanting to know the final result of the competition. Especially the students from classes and, each of them were very energetic and stared at the competition stage, for fear of missing the wonderful scene. The smoke and dust dissipated, and everyone who was eager to get an answer found something incredible and found it difficult to accept such a result. Student No looked at the dark moon blade hovering in front of his forehead in horror. Beads of sweat had already soaked his entire body, and a gust of wind blew through him, making him even more chilly. ZHUQING stood sideways on the competition stage, with his right hand raised flat, controlling the dark moon blade, and looked at the result that happened now with cold eyes. For a long time, Student No was like a deflated rubber ball, with his hands hanging down and his head drooping, looking like he had lost his energy. Slowly said, "I lost." When these three words came from the mouth of Student No, ZHUQING withdrew his martial spirit, like a god descending to earth, enjoying the deafening cheers that erupted from class at this moment. Good. The pride of Class 6. All kinds of words of praise spread into ZHUQING's ears, and Student No slumped on the ground like a pile of mud. Other students couldn't see what happened just now, but he felt it clearly. ZHUQING's martial soul directly cut his martial soul in half. They were not of the same magnitude at all, and he had never seen that kind of terrifying oppressive feeling. The referee teacher also announced the result of the match when he heard Student No admitting defeat. The students in class were all stunned. Student No was the second strongest fighter in their class, but he was also defeated. They were initially arrogant and realized the power of ZHUQING. As soon as ZHUQING stepped off the competition stage, his body slowly fell down. Yang Yun quickly picked up ZHUQING with sharp eyes and hands. Although there is reproach in the mouth, it is also concerned. "You child, you are really worrying." ZHUQING, who was in a coma, clearly heard Yang Yun's words, but did not make any move. Yang Yun took ZHUQING and quickly left the arena. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Yun gently put ZHUQING down. "It's time to wake up." Only then did ZHUQING slowly open his eyes. Seeing Yang Yun looking at him seriously, ZHUQING grinned and smiled foolishly. Sitting up from the bed, he looked up at Yang Yun, who was in a serious position, feeling a little embarrassed. "Teacher Yang, how do you know?" Yang Yun moved a stool and sat down, poking ZHUQING's forehead with her hand. "When I hugged you, I didn't find anything unusual about you. I also checked your soul power with my soul power. Although it consumed a lot, it wasn't enough to make you unconscious. I thought there must be a reason for you, so I didn't expose you. How about it?" Can you tell the teacher why you did this now? ZHUQING smiled slightly. That's right, although she still doesn't know Yang Yun's strength, but as a teacher of the Royal Academy, her strength should be pretty good. ZHUQING explained, but she didn't say the most important point. That was the most important reason why ZHUQING pretended to be in a coma. From the moment she stepped into the academy, ZHUQING sensitively found that she was being targeted everywhere. Then a person with this strength knows who it is without guessing. In this case, it is better to show the enemy's weakness. As for why they lost the opponent with one move in the knockout round, ZHUQING originally planned to give them a piece of advice, but it was a pity that the opponent obviously didn't intend to accept it. After listening to ZHUQING's explanation, Yang Yun became more determined. She had accepted ZHUQING as a student. No one can understand that a 6-year-old child is so mature, and his comprehensive thinking is even stronger than some adults. If you are such a genius, let yourself make an exception and teach her well. After today's competition, I think there is no problem for you to be the first freshman. In that case, during the free time of the competition, teacher and I will be responsible for special training for you. Special training? Yes, since you are so strong, of course you have to bear more things than others. So are you ready? Yang Yun didn't give ZHUQING any chance to consider or refuse at all. This was a direct notice to tell ZHUQING clearly that you had to accept it. Why? Still unwilling? You know. Before Yang Yun finished speaking, ZHUQING got off the bed, stood in front of Yang Yun and saluted respectfully. Said in a very formal tone, "Student ZHUQING is willing and ready." It is not easy to meet a teacher who treats oneself sincerely and is willing to devote energy to teaching oneself. ZHUQING was not an idiot. She could tell that although Yang Yun was the teacher of the elementary class, but she just glanced at the teachers of the other classes. The teachers of the other classes immediately shut up. This is impossible without strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Advice or Timidity. Chapter 11 Advice or Timidity. The next competition went extremely smoothly, and ZHUQING entered the semi-finals without any surprise. This meant that the person who received the least resources from the academy would immediately become the one who received the most resources. For the game without any suspense, ZHUQING won easily, but such a situation made ZHUQING feel uneasy. In the past 2 days, the opponents he met had similar spirit power to his own, and were not particularly powerful martial spirits. Although he was full of doubts, ZHUQING had no choice but to think that they had given up because he couldn't find any clues. Now that ZHUQING has truly become the hero of Class 6, it is even more legendary. The students in Class 6 are more excited to see ZHUQING enter the semi-finals than they are entering the semi-finals. Yang Yun was also very happy to see that the atmosphere of the 6th class had reached an unprecedented unity. Because there will be 3 days of rest in the middle of the next match, Yang Yun also took this opportunity to conduct special training for ZHUQING. ZHUQING likes Yang Yun's special training method very much. It's not just about learning about physical fitness or martial arts, but more about adopting a battle mode, and. Tomorrow is the match day for whether you can enter the final, so go back and rest early. Looking at ZHUQING's hard training these past few days, Yang Yun felt very comforted, and today also deliberately ended the training early. One is to reward ZHUQING for his hard-working spirit in training, and the other is because tomorrow will be a key match to advance to the finals. Yang Yun hopes that ZHUQING can compete in good condition. ZHUQING bowed. Yes, teacher. ZHUQING didn't add Yang Yun's surname because she believed that Yang Yun was her teacher in this life. A soul master has only one teacher in his life, but he can have many mentors. There is a big difference between a teacher and a mentor. Yang Yun's mouth was gratified. She admitted that she was her teacher, and Yang Yun was very happy. Okay, let's go. ZHUQING walked towards the dormitory while thinking about the problems he encountered during the special training in his mind. Suddenly a boy taller than ZHUQING by a head appeared on the green road, blocking ZHUQING's way. ZHUQING stopped, watched the passerby vigilantly, and slowly took a step back with his right foot, always ready to deal with the unknown danger in front of him. ZHUQING looked at the boy in front of him who was silent, and the doubts in his heart became even worse, so he slowly asked, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The boy moved a few steps towards ZHUQING, but ZHUQING stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this situation, the boy stopped in his tracks. "You are Miss Zhu Jiasan." Facing the boy's question, ZHUQING knew that the other party knew some basic information about him, so he became more guarded. In this academy, there are not many people who know him, except for the two older sisters at home. Maybe he is the only one. But he was a few years older than himself, so he definitely wouldn't be so short. "Who are you?" ZHUQING asked again. The boy let out a long sigh of relief, took out something from the soul tool and threw it towards ZHUQING. ZHUQING stretched out his hand to catch the object thrown by the boy. While still being vigilant, he lowered his head and turned over the token in his hand. ZHUQING was horrified. The texture and shape of this token was similar to the token that Zhu Yuntian gave her to enter the royal forest. "It's just that there is one more word on the token in my hand, Dai. Are you from the royal family?" ZHUQING held the token in his hand and looked up at the boy opposite. The boy nodded slightly, and after receiving a positive answer, ZHUQING threw the token back. Then he asked, "Why are you blocking the way?" The boy put the token away and his eyes never left ZHUQING's body. "In order to make you give up tomorrow's game." The boy's words were like a thunderbolt, and ZHUQING suddenly became unhappy. He had finally reached this point, and the treatment of the top three and the fourth was very different. How could ZHUQING give up the game so easily? With puzzled and angry eyes, ZHUQING said, Let me give up the game." The boy nodded slightly, giving an affirmative answer, but ZHUQING sneered coldly, "Just rely on your words? Don't you people in the royal family think highly of yourself?" A trace of sadness flashed in the boy's eyes, although it was short. ZHUQING still caught it. "Davis sent you here." When Davis was mentioned, the boy's expression really changed. His eyes drifted away, as if there was a fear in his heart. ZHUQING was only thinking of blowing up the opponent, but he didn't expect that he really had something to do with Davis. But he didn't seem to have any hostility towards him, and there was even a bit of emotion in his eyes that ZHUQING couldn't figure out. Seeing that the boy neither spoke nor retreated, ZHUQING was a little puzzled. "What is this man trying to do?" ZHUQING withdrew her right foot. She knew that the other party didn't mean to hurt her, so she didn't need to do that. Now ZHUQING wanted to figure out one thing: why the boy opposite said those words. "You asked me to give up the game. Is there a way to say it? We have never met each other. I can't just waste the hard work these days just because of a stranger's words, right?" Seeing that ZHUQING's attitude had softened, the boy continued, "I'm doing it for your own good, if you don't give up the game." The boy suddenly stopped talking again, with a look of embarrassment on his face, as if he had something to say but didn't know whether to say it or not. "Are there any consequences if I don't give up?" "I don't know the consequences. I only know that he will deal with you at any cost. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it when the time comes." ZHUQING's brows were low. She was not stupid, he could guess the one in her mouth, but why did the person in front of him tell him this? Isn't he also a member of the royal family? Could it be that the second sister asked him to come? ZHUQING stared at the other party, trying to find the answer from him, but still couldn't guess. "Is he Davis you are talking about? Then who are you? You are also a member of the royal family, why would you kindly warn me? I just kindly remind you that after all we..." Hearing the boy say the word "we," ZHUQING's eyes lit up and he stared at the other person. "I had some answers in my heart, so 5 characters appeared in my mind. Scumbag Dai Mubai. You are the prince who is married to me Dai Mubai." ZHUQING then realized that there were actually 2 small characters on the token just now, but he was too vigilant at the time and forgot to read it. Apart from him, I'm afraid there is no one else who cares so much about him and has never been masked. ZHUQING was slightly surprised. He didn't expect ZHUQING to guess who he was. Seeing that ZHUQING didn't deny or admit it, ZHUQING became more determined in his heart that the boy in front of him was ZHUQING. Remarks: the setting here is that ZHUQING doesn't know ZHUQING, so please go away. It's just that ZHUQING is really just like in the original work. In order to protect himself in the Douluo Empire, he was a timid and fearful person. Sure enough, he didn't let himself down. ZHUQING smiled coldly. It's fine if he doesn't help himself, and he ran out to hinder himself. It's a bit ridiculous. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Distress. Chapter 12 Distress. Facing ZHUQING's childish face, ZHUQING neither denied nor admitted. But his behavior has actually confirmed ZHUQING's inner guess. You know that from the moment I stepped into the Royal Academy, the actions against me have already started. You should know that with my family background, it is impossible to be assigned to Class 6. Do you think I should give up being a yes person? ZHUQING's words were sonorous, powerful, and resounding, which shocked ZHUQING deep in his heart. He has been pursuing such a strategy all along, and his arrival is also to let ZHUQING stop here, so as not to suffer greater targeting. Apparently ZHUQING underestimated ZHUQING's determination to become stronger. In ZHUQING's heart, only being stronger is the best protection for him. Blindly submissive and submissive, all he gets in the end is charity from others. This is what ZHUQING is most disappointed with ZHUQING. ZHUQING, what you want to do is your business, what I do is my own business. Since we have different opinions, we don't want to conspire with each other. From now on, you don't care about my affairs. No matter what they do, they will do something inappropriate. No matter what, it has nothing to do with you. ZHUQING saw ZHUQING standing there dumbfounded, then took a step. When passing by ZHUQING, ZHUQING stopped, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes revealed a bit of contempt. Before ZHUQING opened his mouth to respond, ZHUQING had already left. Looking at ZHUQING's small figure, ZHUQING looked solemn. Every word ZHUQING said just now was deeply engraved in his heart. After a day of special training, ZHUQING dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. Just about to rest, ZHUQING, who was absolutely vigilant about the surrounding environment, sat up abruptly. Who's outside the door? Although the footsteps in the corridor were very light, they still couldn't escape ZHUQING's perception. The door of the dormitory was forcibly opened by a force. ZHUQING leaned his back against the table, staring vigilantly at the person who walked into the room. Judging from his age, he was about 12 or 13 years old, and in terms of body shape, it was obvious that the three ZHUQINGs could not compare to the person in front of him. Who are you? ZHUQING knew that the visitor was not friendly, so he also made a defensive posture. The visitor looked serious, and after carefully observing the dormitory, he finally stopped his gaze on ZHUQING. Are you the dark horse of this freshman class? ZHUQING frowned slightly, holding a chair with his right hand behind his back. Are you all right? Of course I came to discuss with you. Sparring. ZHUQING said inwardly, it's weird for me to believe you. How can your posture be anything like a sparring? Do you really think I am a child who is easy to coax? Yes, I can't stand the dark horse. As soon as the words finished, the visitor roared at ZHUQING and punched him. ZHUQING turned sideways slightly, picked up the chair behind him and punched it. The person who attacked ZHUQING hit the chair with his fist, which immediately shattered the chair into pieces and scattered in all directions. The blow was missed, and the visitor was punching ZHUQING. Having seen the power of this big fist, ZHUQING jumped up and jumped onto the table. The visitor hit the edge of the table with his fist. There was no way that a 6-year-old child was so short, and the visitor reacted very quickly. Aiming at ZHUQING and wrapping his arms around him, trying to pin ZHUQING to death, ZHUQING took advantage of the situation and pressed the visitor's arms and launched a 360-degree mid-air roll over the visitor's head. ZHUQING landed steadily, and behind him was the door of the dormitory. As long as he ran out, he would attract the attention of the freshmen. The moment ZHUQING turned his head and glanced towards the door of the dormitory, the visitor also understood ZHUQING's inner thoughts. But he was not afraid of ZHUQING running out. Instead, he looked at ZHUQING with a half-smile, a bit of teasing in his expression. What happened? He had opened a certain distance just now, and he had enough time to run out by himself, but he seemed to have a plan in mind. Could it be outside? ZHUQING couldn't help but glance outside the door, feeling deeply uneasy in his heart. The visitor's lips curled up, as if to say, "Yes, it's exactly what you thought." ZHUQING slowly put away her defensive posture and had already made many countermeasures in her mind, but the situation seemed to be beyond her control. The visitor stopped joking and his expression became a bit serious again. At the same time, the martial soul behind him and the soul ring on his body all appeared at this moment. You guessed it right, the person who came was a great soul master, but the martial soul was rare and ordinary. But after all, it is a great soul master, it is very difficult to win, unless... The visitor beat his chest and let out a howl. The howl resounded throughout the dormitory area, but it was surprisingly quiet outside the door, which confirmed ZHUQING's thoughts just now. The visitor attacked ZHUQING again with the martial spirit in his body. ZHUQING bent down to dodge the opponent's fist skillfully. ZHUQING only felt a burning pain on his cheek. The body slid along the attacking route of the visitor, and just turned around. The visitor, relying on the martial spirit, possessed his body, and started working left and right with powerful fists. ZHUQING kept backing away. The table in the dormitory was shattered with one punch, but no freshman appeared outside the dormitory door despite such a loud noise. Not even the freshmen from class appeared outside the dormitory door. ZHUQING's doubts in his heart were even worse. If he hadn't reacted quickly and avoided the fist just now, he might have collapsed to the ground by now. Seeing the broken pieces of wood scattered on the floor in the dormitory, ZHUQING knew that he could not go on like this and the only way was to escape. ZHUQING saw that the door could not be opened. Oh, and there were windows. Class lived on the first floor, so there was no harm at all. As soon as he said it, ZHUQING's own martial spirit also appeared in his right hand. The visitor watched ZHUQING use the martial spirit, and a successful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Didn't he know that ZHUQING's next actions were beyond his imagination? He saw that wherever ZHUQING's eyes went, the martial soul was sacrificed, and the window was vulnerable to the attack of the martial soul. The sound of glass shattering sounded, and ZHUQING jumped out of the room. The visitor was shocked. Only then did he come to his senses, and jumped out of the window following ZHUQING. At the same time, he used the soul skill towards ZHUQING, who was running away. ZHUQING observed while fleeing, and saw a dark round rotating disc with a golden halo attacking towards him. ZHUQING didn't have time to think about it, turned around immediately, and sacrificed the dark moon blade. The two martial souls collided. Although ZHUQING's martial soul was strong enough, but the other party used soul skills after all. The dark moon blade only slowed down and weakened the power of the opponent's soul skill. ZHUQING was actually hit on the right arm by the opponent's soul skill. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it wouldn't have been a simple injury to his right arm. Blood oozes from his right arm. ZHUQING glared angrily at this moment. He was just afraid of exposing too many whole cards. If he tried his best to fight, he might not be able to defeat the opponent. ZHUQING just glanced at the injury on his right arm and did not want to deal with the injury at all. At this moment, ZHUQING's heart was violent. Staring at the visitor, the anger in his eyes turned into a cold murderous intent. Since you don't want me to have an easy time, I won't let you have your way either. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Rescue. Chapter 13 Rescue. Watching the blood on ZHUQING's right arm slip down drop by drop along the fingertips, the ground suddenly bloomed like plum blossoms in the cold winter. It's just that it's bright red and looks more vibrant. The visitor tilted his mouth and said in a very sarcastic tone, "The new dark horse is nothing more than that." ZHUQING didn't care about the injury on his arm at all. Instead, he was calm and terrifying. staring at the person with a pair of cold eyes. "Don't look at me like that. This is the law of survival. Who made you offend someone you shouldn't offend?" No one in the freshman dormitory noticed such an explosion. ZHUQING smiled wryly. All this seemed to be arranged. ZHUQING slowly clenched his fists, the anger deep in his heart reaching the extreme. Just when someone was about to attack ZHUQING again, a spear dropped from the sky and aimed at the person who attacked ZHUQING. As the soil rolled on the ground, people arrived before they arrived, and the soft voice was chilling. "Roll." The person who came was blown away by the shock wave of the spear, fell to the ground, got up and spit out the mud in his mouth. He knew that he was not an opponent at all, so he had no choice but to leave in despair. ZHUQING also understood that with the power of the spear and its suddenness, it would be very easy to kill the opponent. It seemed that the person who was helping him didn't want to kill him. ZHUQING slowly turned his head and saw Yang Yun walking over with a serious expression. He quickly walked to ZHUQING's side and frowned slightly when he saw the injury on ZHUQING's right arm. Pulling ZHUQING away quickly, ZHUQING let Yang Yun pull him, and soon came to Yang Yun's residence. Yang Yun carefully treated ZHUQING's wound, and handed the 2 bottles to ZHUQING. After handling everything, Yang Yun still looked serious with a bit of anger in her eyes. "If something happens to you today, I will kill him on the spot without mercy." Facing Yang Yun's domineering leak, ZHUQING's heart felt warm. It was better to have a teacher who protects the calf than to be alone. Yang Yun turned around, looked at ZHUQING's appearance, and sighed again. The two looked at each other. Yang Yun seemed to be waiting for ZHUQING to give her an answer, but ZHUQING did not want to involve Yang Yun. After all, this was considered a family matter and she could only handle it by herself. ZHUQING bowed deeply to Yang Yun, and said softly, "Thank you, teacher. I am your teacher, and I should protect you. It's just that the teacher doesn't understand something." "Teacher, it's not that the students don't want to tell you, it's just..." Yang Yun looked at the young ZHUQING, but he was very thoughtful. "Since you don't want to tell, the teacher doesn't ask. But you have to remember, you are my student, Yang Yun." ZHUQING's eyes suddenly became moist. To be honest, she felt a different kind of care from Yang Yun. Different from the family's expectation that she would be strong, Yang Yun gave ZHUQING a kind of sincere love. A reassuring care without any purpose. "Thank you, teacher." Yang Yun looked at ZHUQING's right arm again, and asked with a worried expression, "Why don't you give up tomorrow's match? Your injury is important." But ZHUQING shook his head, his eyes showed no hesitation, full of incomparable determination. "Teacher, I will not give up on tomorrow's game." Yang Yun sighed. Although she hadn't been in contact for long, she understood that although ZHUQING was young, she would not change the decision she made, not to mention she also admired ZHUQING's perseverance. Therefore, Yang Yun did not continue to persuade ZHUQING to give up the idea of the competition. "Okay, the teacher believes in you, and I will stay with the teacher today to rest." After Yang Yun finished speaking, she walked out of the bedroom without giving ZHUQING any chance to refute. ZHUQING looked at Yang Yun's smile at her the moment she left the bedroom and closed the door. ZHUQING understood that Yang Yun was afraid that someone would harm her. ZHUQING lowered his eyebrows and looked at the injury on his right arm. ZHUQING also guessed the purpose of that man's coming. He really did everything he could to stop his progress. ZHUQING went to the window and looked up at the clouds outside the window. His thoughts slowly traveled far away with the drift of the clouds. That night ZHUQING slept soundly. In the dream there was a woman sitting beside his bed looking at him with eyes full of love. The next day, ZHU got up early in the morning, ate some breakfast and came to the competition field. Now the remaining 4 people are the strongest representatives of this freshman class. The vice dean pulled away the deputy director of the academic affairs office who was about to speak. He stood on the podium and glanced at the 4 freshman students under the stage. Finally, his eyes rested on ZHUQING. The scene of Yang Yun rushing out of his office yesterday in a fit of rage emerged in his mind. saying that ZHUQING was attacked and injured, which might affect today's game. The deputy dean also looked shocked when he learned about this. He had read ZHUQING's file. After thinking for a while, the vice dean handed ZHUQING's file to Yang Yun. After seeing ZHUQING's introduction clearly, Yang Yun looked at the vice president in disbelief, who nodded slightly. Yang Yun closed the file and took a deep breath. She also knew why this happened. That kid. Vice President, don't worry, she has already chosen to play in tomorrow's competition. She knows it better than anyone else, and I think she will take this opportunity to prove it to those who hinder her progress. The vice dean nodded slightly, finally showing a hint of relief. That's good. The vice president, who is now standing on the rostrum, is very relieved to see that ZHUQING is in high spirits and has not been affected by yesterday's incident. With the sound of the vice president, the competition started, and the four of them were divided into two groups to take the stage. The one facing ZHUQING was a boy with level spirit power. Different from the anxiety in the previous competition, ZHUQING defeated him in the shortest time, letting go of the anger in his heart. The people present saw that ZHUQING defeated the opponent in less than 5 minutes. Some of them dropped their jaws in shock, and some of them broke out like a mountain roaring in a tsunami. Seeing the opponent lying on the stage clutching his stomach and struggling in pain, ZHUQING left the stage without looking back. It's just that her eyes were looking at the boundary building. It was a provocative look, as if she said, "Wait, one day, I will let you lie at my feet." The other group of competitions has also ended, and the final opponent has also been announced. The vice president nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to the two for entering the final. The final will be held in 3 days. I hope that the two students can show their best form then. Obviously there was something else in the vice dean's words, especially when he looked behind him at the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office after saying this. The deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office quickly lowered his head to avoid the deputy dean's sight. The winners of this final will have additional rewards. Please prepare carefully for the two students. Yes, Vice President. ZHUQING bowed at the same time as the man. The moment he stood up, the man glanced at ZHUQING beside him, which was both a provocation and a challenge to a strong man. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 My Reading I Decide. Chapter 14 My Reading I Decide. Davis held the railing with both hands. His face was extremely ugly, and ZHUQING beside him also had a serious expression. Davis slowly let go of his hands, leaving fingerprints of his hands on the railing. What's going on? Didn't you say you were injured? Look at it, does it look like you were injured? Davis glared at the trembling man in front of him with an angry expression. The person who bent down and bowed, wishing he could bury his head on his chest, was none other than the person who attacked ZHUQING the day before. Facing Davis' anger at this moment, he was naturally not as arrogant as he was when dealing with ZHUQING. Rather like an obedient pug. Your Highness, I don't know why, but I obviously seriously injured her. Her arm was bleeding profusely. How could this happen? Facing the furious Davis, this kind of humble answer obviously did not satisfy Davis. What's more, in today's game, how could ZHUQING's strength show more than half a point of damage? ZHUQING stretched out his hand cautiously to hold Davis' arm, first glanced at the man, then turned his head and smiled slightly. Your Highness, what he said cannot be false. I think there may be other reasons for it. Davis turned his head and saw ZHUQING winking at him. The sullenness in his heart was still there, but his tone was much calmer. But seeing his subordinates so unsatisfactory, Davis couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. Fortunately, ZHUQING was there to comfort him. Okay, I know you are faithful, go down. Hearing what Davis said, the man felt amnesty, thanked him quickly, and left this frightening place in a hurry. When the man left, Davis said angrily, if it weren't for his family's power, he would not have been allowed to leave so easily today. ZHUQING said provocatively while smoothing Davis's heaving chest with his jade hands. Brother Wei, I don't think he should be blamed. If I were to blame, it would be Yang Yun. If she hadn't been a hindrance, how could ZHUQING leave so easily? When Davis heard Yang Yun mentioned in Zhu Ziyun's mouth, he showed cannibalistic eyes. He even turned around and punched the railing, and the railing that had been marked by him earlier turned into pieces and collapsed in a large piece. This frightened Zhu Ziyun quite a bit, and he looked at Davis with a look of astonishment. She had never seen such a violent Davis, but since the moment ZHUQING stepped into the academy, it seemed that everything was changing. Yang Yun, okay, very good. Davis said Yang Yun's name, and hatred arose spontaneously. 2 days later, ZHUQING was practicing in the house, when there was a knock on the door. ZHUQING slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly became vigilant. Slowly opening the door, he saw a face that made ZHUQING feel unhappy. But he still forced a smile. Sister? Why are you here? Seeing ZHUQING grinning without any intention, Zhu Ziyun prepared many kinds of excuses in her heart at the beginning, but it was useless. Zhu Ziyun also had a smile on his face. The moment he saw ZHUQING, he walked forward and pulled ZHUQING around in a circle. ZHUQING didn't resist at all, and let Zhu Ziyun play around. Third sister, I heard that you were injured? Where is the injury? Zhu Ziyun deliberately pressed ZHUQING's right arm hard, and ZHUQING opened his mouth in pain. Make a sizzling sound of pain. Hesitating, Zhu Ziyun deliberately increased the force. The scab wound was once again covered with blood. Zhu Ziyun's face was pale, as if he didn't know. He quickly let go of ZHUQING's right arm. In just a moment, Zhu Ziyun grabbed ZHUQING's blood-oozing right arm and rolled up his sleeve. A striking wound suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Ziyun. Third sister, how did you get hurt? Who hurt you? Tell eldest sister. Eldest sister will vent your anger on you. Seeing the nervousness on Zhu Ziyun's face, ZHUQING wanted to slap her ugly face. Apart from the person who attacked him and Yang Yun, he knew that his right arm was injured. If anyone else knew about it, it would be the mastermind behind the attack. Zhu Ziyun's unintentionally funny scene made ZHUQING doubt her IQ. After all, he has never been injured in a game. ZHUQING just quietly stared at Zhu Ziyun, who was performing impromptu, without saying anything. And after finding a reasonable excuse, ZHUQING said calmly, it was just an accidental injury during the competition. It's nothing serious. What's more, teacher Yang Yun treated my wound and it's almost healed. Zhu Ziyun looked at ZHUQING with a serious face, and said nonsense in a serious manner. What's wrong with this? Come, it happens that the elder sister has medicine here, and the elder sister will apply it for you. Zhu Ziyun let go of ZHUQING, took out something from the soul guide, pulled ZHUQING and walked into the house, not caring about the injury on ZHUQING's right arm. Seeing that Zhu Ziyun was about to start taking medicine, ZHUQING stopped him. Zhu Ziyun raised his head and looked at ZHUQING in confusion, and asked doubtfully, what's the matter? Third sister. Sister, teacher Yang has already given me medicine. What does that have to do with it? Look at this, isn't it good? It means her medicine is useless in treating your injuries. It's better to use the medicine brought by the eldest sister. ZHUQING looked at Zhu Ziyun's shameless face and smiled bitterly in his heart. If it weren't for your deliberately rough action just now, would my wounds burst again? Really, you have to be more serious about acting. No need, teacher Yang said that different medicines will have a repulsive effect. I will use teacher Yang's medicine first. If it is not good, I will use elder sister's medicine. ZHUQING shook off Zhu Ziyun's hand, got up and went to the cabinet, took out Yang Yun's medicine and put it on himself. Zhu Ziyun's face turned gloomy instantly, and he even said coldly, now that I have a teacher, I don't believe in eldest sister anymore. Third sister, you really make eldest sister feel chilled. ZHUQING replied while applying the medicine, sister, what are you talking about? You are my eldest sister, we are relatives. How about this, eldest sister, leave the medicine and I will try it tonight. ZHUQING had already applied the medicine and rewrapped the bandage, and Zhu Ziyun knew it well. All right, the third sister will have a competition tomorrow, so the elder sister won't bother you. I hope you will achieve better results tomorrow. Zhu Ziyun didn't leave the medicine behind and left in a hurry. Seeing Zhu Ziyun's somewhat angry and embarrassed figure, ZHUQING's mouth hooked up. Facing Zhu Ziyun's sudden visit and leaving in a hurry, ZHUQING heaved a long sigh. Why bother? ZHUQING knew what Zhu Ziyun wanted to do from seeing her. It's been a few days since I was attacked. She didn't come, she came on the eve of the finals. Her purpose is self-evident. If this is the case, she can't let her small plan succeed. The next day, the freshman finals came as scheduled. As the two strongest freshmen, today they will decide who is the strongest freshman this year. It also means who will get the most training resources from the academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 1 is mine. Chapter 15. The number 1 is mine. Participants, please come on stage. ZHUQING took the stage with a group of advanced students at the same time, and the two first gave each other a friendly salute. As the referee teacher said, the game begins. The final was just about to begin, and the students in Class 1 were much louder, as if they had confidence in their class leader. Come on, squad leader, defeat her. Squad leader, you are the best, beat her. All kinds of harsh tones filled the entire arena. Although the finals for freshmen were not as exciting as the selections in the academy for the 5-year Mainland Seoul Master Selection competition, they were still enough to inspire the academy. Compared with the harsh remarks of class was surprisingly quiet. Yang Yun sat in the auditorium expressionlessly, holding Erlang's legs, revealing a pair of straight long legs, which made all the male teachers present excited. Yang Yun just gave ZHUQING a wink, and ZHUQING nodded slightly as a response. Group Wu Hao, Martial Soul Fiery Spear, Level Battle Soul Master. Please. As the final school, there is no regulation to hide the personal information of the students. In fact, after entering the top, hiding has no effect, and the investigation has long been clear. ZHUQING took a small step forward with his left foot without any expression. ZHUQING from the 6th class, Wuhan Dark Moon Blade, 12th level Battle Soul Master, please. Wu Hao was holding a fire gun in his right hand. Compared with those who initially played against ZHUQING, Wu Hao was obviously less arrogant, but he expressed his inner admiration for ZHUQING's ability to enter the finals. I've watched your game, and you are an opponent worthy of respect. But today I must beat you, not for anything else, but for a class of honor. Thank you, I think the same as you. Very good, watch it. Wu Hao charged towards ZHUQING with a fiery gun in his hand. ZHUQING held the Dark Moon Blade in his right hand, but his eyes kept watching Wu Hao's every move. When Wu Hao approached ZHUQING, the fire gun completed a 360-degree rotation in his hand, sweeping through thousands of troops and coming with flames from left to right. Seeing this, ZHUQING lowered her waist, and the fire spear passed through her body, and the moment she stood up, Wu Hao changed the attack direction. This time the fiery spear hit ZHUQING from top to bottom. A momentary change made ZHUQING realize that the opponent in front of him was not the reckless opponent he encountered a few days ago. He had his own attack methods and fighting skills. ZHUQING hurriedly jumped and slid back for a certain distance quickly. When he looked again, the place where he was standing just now was shaken by the musketeer to open a crack. If he was hit, it would be unbearable, not to mention that Wu Hao relied on his own strength and didn't use much soul power, so he would have enough soul power to deal with the unknown. ZHUQING decided to fight back. He couldn't be chased and beaten all the time. Just when Wu Hao shook his spear and stabbed ZHUQING horizontally, ZHUQING's spinning body quickly approached Wu Hao. Passing by the fiery gun handed out by Wu Hao, he swung the Dark Moon Blade in his right hand and slashed towards Wu Hao's neck. Wu Hao calmly withdrew the fire spear. Before ZHUQING's attack could reach him, the body of the fire spear collided with the Dark Moon Blade, causing sparks to fly. Each automatically used their soul power to strengthen their attacks. Following the generation of energy fluctuations, both sides took a few steps back. Wu Hao held the fiery gun in both hands, and his hands were shaking violently. The strength just now made him feel that ZHUQING could not use common sense to judge her strength. With his right hand behind his back, ZHUQING also trembled a bit, but he didn't expect that the opponent in front of him was completely different. If you want to attack, you have to attack, and if you want to defend, you have to defend. Compared with those stupid kids who only know how to fight, Wu Hao is the strongest among his peers. Seeing that ZHUQING had been suppressed, the first class took a step back than Wu Hao just now, and everyone shouted loudly. "Come on, Monitor! Monitor, you are the best!" Some of the girls in Class 1 were even more crazy, they all turned into cheerleaders, cheering louder and louder. The students in class all looked serious, which should not appear on their faces at all. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were able to witness class reach the finals with their own eyes. This was the first time in the entire history of the Royal Academy. "Don't touch it, my palms are all sweaty." "Me too." This is the most true portrayal of the students in class. Perhaps their strength ranks at the bottom, but now one person is standing on the stage of the finals, which is enough for them to be proud of. Sure enough, it's very difficult to win against you. Yes, it's hard to beat you, but I believe I can beat you. ZHUQING's every word was sonorous and forceful, it didn't look like the words of a 6-year-old child. Wu Hao launched an attack on ZHUQING again, and the two fought back and forth on the stage for dozens of rounds. The vice principal stroked his beards and smiled all over his face. The explosive power and fighting skills shown by these two children were beyond their age. Deputy Director Song, who do you think will win the final victory? The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office kept staring at the competition stage, looking serious for a while and smiling happily for a while. At this moment, he didn't hear the Deputy Dean's question at all. If it weren't for the reminder from the teacher on the side, he would still be immersed in it. "Ah, Vice President, what did you just say?" Facing the rudeness of the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office, the Deputy Dean did not show any displeasure. Instead, he asked with a smile, "I just said who do you think will win?" In fact, judging from the duel on the stage at this moment, ZHUQING was somewhat at a disadvantage. Anyone who is not blind seems to be able to tell who loses and who wins. The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office was no exception. He vowed and said with great confidence, "Of course it's Wu Hao from class." He completely suppressed the other party. The Vice President stroked his beard and smiled. The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office didn't understand what the Vice President meant by this smile. "Master Vice President, do you have another answer?" "Yes, the Vice Principal is more interested in the students of Class 6. The Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office just showed an unflattering smile, and even sneered at the words of the Deputy Dean in his heart. "How about we make a bet?" "Bet?" "Yes." "What bet?" "Just bet on whoever loses and who wins." "What's the stake?" "If the class of your choice wins, how about I make a recommendation to the Academy to make you the director of the junior district?" The bet given by the Deputy Dean really moved the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. After all, the director is more comfortable than the Deputy Director, and he has more power. It is good. But if the students from class win, you don't need to be the Deputy Director. Hearing such a bet, the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office's face became much more gloomy. ZHUQING had defeated opponents with higher soul power than her several times in previous matches, and now she might not be unable to win. I don't know that ZHUQING heard clearly the bet between the Vice President and the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. At this moment, she is on the verge of losing. Looking at the current situation, the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office was overjoyed, with a happy smile on his face. "Okay, it's a deal." As if fishing for a fish, the vice president replied with certainty, "It's a deal." End of this chapter. Chapter 16 No One Can Stop Miss Ben. Chapter 16 No One Can Stop Miss Ben. The fight on the stage was inextricable, and the audience was equally lively. Here, the vice president and the deputy director of the academic affairs office just finished their bet. Then the head teacher of class 1 looked at Yang Yun with a very mocking look, but Yang Yun didn't pay him any attention at all. This made him so upset. How could he miss Yang Yun after finally overwhelming him? He walked to sit down next to Yang Yun and said in a very provocative tone, "Yang Yun, it seems that this dark horse will eventually fall." Yang Yun glanced at the head teacher of class, but only glanced at him. "Really? I don't think so. Besides, are you too free? If you are too free, why don't we have a game after the competition is over?" The class teacher showed an embarrassing expression, waved his hands repeatedly, and said, "No, no, no." "Then why don't you leave?" The face of the class teacher became extremely embarrassed. With so many students, Yang Yun's voice was not low. Although he looked at Yang Yun angrily, he ultimately did not agree to the duel proposed by Yang Yun and crawled back to his class dejectedly. Yang Yun rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, "Useless guy." On the competition stage, ZHUQING and Wu Hao both retreated to their original positions at this moment, and the consumption caused by the fighting was extremely high, even though both sides were intending to preserve their strength. Wu Hao held the firearm sideways. Obviously he underestimated the younger girl in front of him. Her understanding of combat was no worse than his own. As the heir of Earl Enyun's mansion, Wu Hao was trained by special training since he was a child, and was sent to the academy when his soul power reached level 16. Every nobleman has his own plans, and he also knows what changes will be brought about by winning the top in the Royal Academy freshman competition. Not to mention number 1 in the freshman competition, it will be trained by the Royal Academy, and all kinds of resources will be fully allocated. Under such temptation, some powerful families will enroll before the Royal Academy stipulates that they are 8 years old. In this way, you will have 2 years to cultivate, and when the time comes, you will have a greater chance of winning in the freshman competition. Wu Hao is obviously one of them, and the strongest one. It's just that the opponent he faces today is different from others, let alone the opponents he met before. By the way, he used soul skills to advance to the finals, and other times he simply won. You are very strong, it seems that you cannot be defeated without using soul skills. ZHUQING did not speak. She only had Wu Hao in her eyes, and everything else was unimportant. Wu Hao brandished the flame spear, and shouted, "The first soul skill, fire 100 cuts." The flames of the fire gun in Wu Hao's hand became even more intense, threatening to burn everything. What? The fiery gun turned into a blazing flame, and the tip of the gun was like a tiger coming out of its cage, attacking ZHUQING with domineering arrogance. ZHUQING's face darkened, and a waning moon similar to her martial spirit appeared in her eyes at the same time. The first soul skill, the power of the moon god. When the soul skill was activated, the sky darkened, the blazing sun seemed to have lost its luster, and the entire world lost its color, leaving only black. While Wu Hao was attacking ZHUQING, he looked up in surprise at the suddenly darkening sky. Compared to the first time ZHUQING used the soul skill, the sky was even darker, and ZHUQING's body was also surrounded by a layer of faint black air. The black energy slowly gathered along the body, and finally poured into the martial soul. Thick black energy emitted from the dark moon blade, and the golden lines on the dark moon blade were particularly dazzling in the black energy. With an indifferent expression, ZHUQING gently pushed Wu Hun towards Wu Hao's attacking route. The teacher in class 1 stood up in an instant, with a worried look on his face and nervously looking at the competition stage, feeling uneasy. Boom! With a loud noise, the two soul skills collided together, and the energy impact generated was not the energy released by the century-old soul ring. The students were blown backward by the huge force, and lost their eyes. Yang Yun also looked serious. which will determine who is number one. It is also the offensive ability of the two of them in the future. At this moment, they may not have the strength to fight anymore. Smoke and dust billowed on the competition stage. After a long time, the sky gradually became clear, and the scorching sun shone on the ground again. Everyone in the audience just saw the two of them standing very close to each other. At the same time, they also saw clearly the many cracks that appeared on the competition stage, so they didn't need to think that they were just punched out by soul skills. The entire competition ground fell into absolute silence. No one spoke, and everyone could hear each other's heartbeats. Everyone even stared at the two on the competition stage intently. Suddenly, a blind student asked softly, "Who won?" "It doesn't matter if you don't say it," but after saying this, everyone's eyes turned to him, and the student buried his head in his chest in fright. Wu Hao's martial spirit disappeared, his face was covered with dust, he was not reconciled, but he had a smile on his face. "You won." The voice was hoarse, but it was enough for everyone present to hear. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Seeing Wu Hao fall, ZHUQING was still standing on the stage. After a brief silence, the students from Class 6 took the lead in bursting out like a mountain roar in a tsunami. Students in other classes also applauded under the leadership of the class teacher, expressing their admiration to ZHUQING. The applause was like thunder. The head teacher of the first class looked incredulous and murmured to himself, "How is this possible?" Yang Yun showed a gratified smile. The first class Yang Yun entered the academy was to teach ZHUQING's fighting skills, which was also the result of the special training during this period. The students in class were the most excited, all shouting, "We won!" This was even more exciting than they won the first place. ZHUQING looked at Wu Hao, who was lying on the ground, and heaved a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. Looking up at the sky, enjoying the rare results, bathed in warm eyes. As the referee teacher said, student number 97 from class won the first place in this freshman competition. Yang Yun hurried up to the stage, knelt down and checked ZHUQING's body, and was relieved when she realized that there was no major problem. "Teacher, I did it." Yang Yun pulled ZHUQING into her arms, eyes filled with tears, and stroked ZHUQING's head. "Teacher, I know you can do it." So many years of grievance were finally released at this moment. "Teacher, I'm almost out of breath." Yang Yun then let go of ZHUQING and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. Seeing this, ZHUQING asked carefully, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Yang Yun smiled happily, held ZHUQING's shoulders with both hands and said, "Teacher is okay, the teacher is too excited." In fact, what ZHUQING didn't know was that she had been under tremendous pressure from both the family and the academy these years. Otherwise, with Yang Yun's strength, it would be impossible to be the teacher of the elementary district class. At this moment, the suffocation that had been suppressing Yang Yun for many years was relieved, and she was still the proud daughter of heaven 10 years ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Yang Yun and number 039, S departure. Chapter 17, Yang Yun's departure. The deputy dean got up and patted his body like a clay sculpture. He didn't move the shoulder of the deputy director of the academic affairs office, and the joy hanging on his face was completely exposed. Deputy Director Song, remember the bet. The deputy dean was ready to leave with a smile on his face, only then did the deputy director of the academic affairs office react. With a plop, he knelt down directly, his eyes lost color at the same time, hugged the deputy dean's leg, and said in a trembling voice, "Deputy Dean, no, don't, I climbed to the current position with great difficulty, I don't want to lose, no." The vice dean's smile instantly froze, and he looked down at the funny deputy director kneeling on the ground with a sullen face. In the past, the vice dean might have let him go, but what he did went too far and almost caused a genius to perish. This was unacceptable to the vice president. The vice president kicked deputy director Song away and looked at him with disgust. The tone is also full of extreme dissatisfaction. "Song Kai, you know that the person I hate the most in this life is a deceitful person. You were not too much before, and I could turn a blind eye to it. Now you want to make the empire the future path of geniuses is blocked. You are self-inflicted, and it is my kindness to you that I did not expel you from the academy. The vice president's words have long been dissatisfied with this deputy director's song, and now he will not let go of such an opportunity. The deputy dean didn't look at the poor deputy director's song again, turned around and left the rostrum, and all the teachers who followed behind were ashamed of the behavior of deputy director's song. Deputy director's song sat helplessly on the ground. For a long time, a pair of eyes full of hatred stared at ZHUQING on the podium. His teeth were almost broken, and he murmured, "You caused all this, and I will make you pay the price." Upstairs at the boundary, Davis couldn't control his emotions for a long time. Compared with Deputy Director Song's hostility, Davis might as well give way. After smashing the items in the room to pieces, ZHUQING on the side didn't dare to breathe. After venting his oppression in his chest, Davis looked fiercely at his slowly clenched palm. "Very good, third child, you are really lucky. We'll see." Davis walked away, and ZHUQING breathed a sigh of relief and chased after him. Since he came back yesterday, ZHUQING has not said that the medicine he sent was not used. He also lied, saying that he saw ZHUQING smeared on the wound with his own eyes, but in the situation of today's game, Davis's cannibal eyes scared ZHUQING away again and again. In the end, all the blame was placed on Yang Yun. ZHUQING was with Yang Yun all the time these days, and even mentioned the medicine Yang Yun used. In another place that was secret after all, Daimyo Bai looked gloomy. She had really done it. ZHUQING, who received the full resources support of the academy, also reached level soul power 3 years later without any surprise. At the age of just 9 years old, ZHUQING reached level soul power and became a legend in the academy. Compared with the small body at the age of 6, he has grown significantly taller in 3 years. ZHUQING rushed into Yang Yun's room excitedly. She wanted to share this joy with Yang Yun immediately. As the teacher who taught ZHUQING for 3 years, Yang Yun also watched ZHUQING grow up little by little. But it was rare for her to see ZHUQING be so excited, so she asked, "What happened today? Are you so happy?" After 3 years of getting along, ZHUQING had already regarded Yang Yun as the closest person to him. "Teacher, I have broken through to level spirit power." Yang Yun's eyes widened when she heard this, as if she couldn't believe it. "Really? Teacher, how could I lie to you?" Yang Yun proudly took ZHUQING into her arms. She was so happy that she didn't know how to express her current emotions. She could only hug ZHUQING and keep saying, "Okay, okay, okay." No other emotion could express her inner happiness. ZHUQING didn't break free from Yang Yun's embrace, and let Yang Yun hold her, which was really warm. After a long time, Yang Yun finally let go of ZHUQING as if reluctant to bear it, and wiped away the tears that fell out of excitement. "You know what? You are the most outstanding student I have ever seen, and you are the teacher's pride." Seeing Yang Yun, who was even more excited than myself, I felt very relieved. "Teacher." ZHUQING noticed that Yang Yun got up and walked to the window. The expression on her face was something she had never seen before. ZHUQING, who was a little worried about Yang Yun, shouted in a low voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing Yang Yun's thoughts. Yang Yun wiped the tears from her cheeks, and turned her head with a charming smile. "I'm fine. Now that ZHUQING sees you growing up, the teacher is really happy for you. Now the teacher has taught you everything that the teacher can teach you, and the rest of the road is all up to you to go. The Royal Academy has strict regulations. If a teacher in each division wants to be promoted, she must not only look at her own strength, but also the students she brings out." But Yang Yun offended some people. Even if she brought out an outstanding student like ZHUQING in 3 years, it was far from reaching the standard for being promoted to an intermediate district teacher. This also means that ZHUQING, who entered the intermediate zone, will no longer be taught by Yang Yun as a teacher. Teacher, I can apply to the college. I only need the teacher to teach me. ZHUQING was very emotional, and at the same time, she also recognized Yang Yun very much. ZHUQING would not have been able to achieve the growth of these 3 years without Yang Yun. Yang Yun smiled and shook her head, reaching out to caress ZHUQING's cheek. Actually, if it weren't for you, I would have left long ago. I can witness your growth in the past 3 years. The teacher is satisfied, and it is time to leave here. Hearing that Yang Yun was leaving, ZHUQING froze. What's going on? Seeing that Yang Yun didn't look like she was telling lies, she looked serious. ZHUQING actually wanted to cry. After 3 years of companionship and meticulous care, ZHUQING regarded Yang Yun as a relative, even more important than a relative. Teacher, do you want to leave? Yang Yun nodded slightly, with the smile still on her face. Yes, maybe this place has never belonged to me, and I should go back to the place that belongs to me. I haven't gone back for so many years. I wonder if they are okay. ZHUQING naturally didn't understand what Yang Yun said about them, but she knew that Yang Yun must have something hidden in his heart. Okay, it's not life and death, and there will be opportunities to meet in the future. But at that time, it's not certain whether you, a little one, remember the teacher or not. As soon as Yang Yun finished speaking, ZHUQING said firmly, Teacher, the students will never forget you in this life. You will always be ZHUQING's teacher. Seeing the sensible and well-behaved ZHUQING, Yang Yun smiled, with a happy smile on his face. Okay, the teacher knows you are filial. Yang Yun gently embraced ZHUQING into her arms, like a mother loving her daughter. The two of them slowly became intoxicated in such a warm atmosphere. At this moment, both of them are happy, and it is also the warmest moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Power is the Devil. Chapter 18 Power is the Devil. When ZHUQING returned to Douluo City, he heard some breaking news, and his young heart was once again hurt by points. When ZHUQING first heard the breaking news, his head was buzzing. Although he already knew the result, when the day actually came, it was still hard to accept. ZHUQING hurried back to the Duke's mansion. Now what she was thinking about was the second sister. How should she deal with the current misfortune? The voices of the maids behind her greeting her were like a breeze. There was no possibility of ZHUQING stopping. When ZHUQING pushed open the door of the second sister's room, he usually had the best time playing with himself, and the playful second sister sat on the stool in front of the dressing table like a wooden stake. The sound of opening the door didn't make the second sister turn back. ZHUQING cautiously approached the second sister until she stood beside the second sister, and found that the second sister's expression was dull at the moment, and the light in her eyes lost its light. The second sister just stared out of the window blankly. A gust of cool wind blew by, and the blue hair rose up with the wind, blurring her eyes, which made ZHUQING feel very distressed. ZHUQING gently took the second sister's hand, and the second sister just tilted her head slightly and looked at ZHUQING dully, losing her former lively temperament. Second sister. Tears welled up in ZHUQING's eyes. Who was ZHUQING closest to in the Duke's mansion? It was the second sister who had lost her soul in front of him. Third sister, you are back. Second sister, I have heard about the second prince. You can think wildly. ZHUQING choked up for a moment and didn't know how to comfort his second sister. Hearing ZHUQING mention the second prince, the corners of the second sister's mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to say something but she never spoke. He just turned his head slowly again, like a clay sculpture, which made ZHUQING's heart feel like a knife. I'm afraid the former second sister will never come back. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family who is married to the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, where will her future be now that the second prince has passed away? Second sister, don't do this. ZHUQING held the second sister's hand, feeling sorry for the injustice of fate. At the same time, ZHUQING really hated this method of marriage. The legitimate daughter of the Zhu family has no choice. Her fate is destined when she is born. In this power struggle, only the one who wins in the end can live. As for the loser, they have no choice but to die. According to the information ZHUQING got, the second prince was killed by a spirit beast while hunting for the third spirit ring. But ZHUQING understood that this was simply impossible. In the Royal Academy, although he didn't care much about things other than himself, but she still has some understanding of the marriage partner of the second sister. In terms of talent, the second prince is the strongest among the three princes. Although he was a few years younger than Davis, his cultivation speed was far superior to that of Davis, and his soul power was even close to that of Davis. As a contender for imperial power, the second prince obviously had a better chance of winning. Obviously, some people don't want opponents stronger than themselves to appear, especially those who are more talented than themselves. Today, the battle for imperial power has not ended because of the death of the second prince. It's just that there is one less person to participate in the competition. It's just that the biggest victim now is indeed the daughter of the ZHU family in the room. ZHUQING slowly closed the door and walked absent-mindedly in the Duke's mansion. Another unexpected news in his mind hit ZHUQING's head. The third prince Dai Mubai fled the Xingluo Empire and disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing the news, ZHUQING shook his head with a bitter smile. I originally thought that he would make changes after seeing his strength, but I didn't expect that he would still be as incompetent as the original. Abandoning himself and running away, he didn't even think about the danger ZHUQING would face if he stayed in the Star Luo Empire alone. When seeing Dai Mubai for the last time, ZHUQING could still remember it clearly, but he didn't expect him to run away a few months ago. It turned out that he came to say goodbye to him that time. ZHUQING stopped and looked up at the cloudy sky. Who will be next? The corners of her mouth raised slightly and she smiled bitterly. At this moment, she felt lonely and helpless. With the death of the second prince, the status of the second sister in the ZHU family has plummeted. Even Zhu Yuntian rarely cares about him. For such a family, how much affection does ZHUQING still have for him? The three daughters are just the guarantee for Zhu Yuntian to gain permanent power. As for who wins in the end, it has no impact on the ZHU family. As for the loser, how can they care? The next day, ZHUQING came to Zhu Yuntian's study. When he learned that ZHUQING's soul power had reached level, Zhu Yuntian was shocked at first, and then burst out laughing. Gently patted ZHUQING's shoulder with his hand. Although Zhu Yuntian's attitude towards the second sister made ZHUQING a little annoyed, but now he can at least use the ZHU family to do some useful things for himself. For example, when hunting for soul rings, it is better to have someone to help than no one to help. This is why ZHUQING did not fall out because of the change in the ZHU family's attitude towards his second sister. ZHUQING, you are truly a good daughter to my father. Your talent is one of the best in the entire Star Luo Empire. Zhu Yuntian's joy was beyond words, and the laughter could almost be heard outside the gate of the mansion. Zhu Yuntian noticed that ZHUQING didn't seem happy at all, so he asked, ZHUQING, why do you look sad? What's wrong? Someone bullied you? Father, second sister, she. Before ZHUQING finished speaking, Zhu Yuntian's originally smiling face turned gloomy in an instant. It's not your business to ask. But second sister, she. ZHUQING, what you should be concerned about now is how to improve yourself. As for your second sister, your father knows how to do it. Do you understand? Looking at Zhu Yuntian's displeased face, ZHUQING finally swallowed a lot of words that came to his lips. ZHUQING was very disappointed in his heart, lowered his head, and said softly, understood, father. Zhu Yuntian let out a long sigh, turned around and walked to ZHUQING's side, bent down, and when he saw ZHUQING's unhappy look, he comforted him. Don't worry, I will take good care of your second sister. Now you also need a second soul ring. I will arrange for a few people to follow you to hunt for the soul ring. ZHUQING nodded when he heard this. In order to ensure that no accidents occurred, ZHUQING made a request. Upon hearing ZHUQING's request, Zhu Yuntian agreed without thinking. Thank you, father. Okay, let's rest at home for 2 days. I'll let you know when I've arranged the manpower. Yes. Go, have a good rest. Zhu ZHUQING didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned and left Zhu Yuntian's study. 2 days later, a gorgeous carriage stopped outside the Duke's palace. When several guards saw Zhu ZHUQING coming out, they immediately bowed down. I met Miss San. See your lord. It was also rare for Zhu Yuntian to personally escort Zhu ZHUQING out. Before getting on the carriage, Zhu ZHUQING looked back at his second sister who was standing next to Zhu Yuntian. Second sister, take care of yourself and don't forget the agreement between us sisters. After hearing Zhu ZHUQING's words, the second sister finally showed her long-lost smile and nodded with a smile, which was a response to Zhu ZHUQING. Zhu ZHUQING then boarded the carriage and kept waving goodbye before leaving. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 What should come will always come. Chapter 19 What should come will always come. This time, the forest Zhu ZHUQING chose to hunt for spirit rings was not the royal forest. She wanted to avoid some things. The group traveled for 2 days and came to Baishan Forest in the northwest of the Douluo Empire. This is an ownerless forest, and every soul master is free to enter it to hunt and kill soul beasts. Miss San, we are here. Moore, the leader of the guards, stood behind Zhu ZHUQING respectfully and said. After 2 days of getting along, Zhu ZHUQING knew the strength of the 5 people Zhu Yuntian assigned to him. Moore was a level 45 soul master, and the other 4 were soul masters. Including control-type soul masters, there are also healing types. It seems that Zhu Yuntian attaches great importance to hunting soul beasts this time. Zhu ZHUQING nodded slightly, then pointed to the town in front of him. Let's stay here tonight, and go into the forest tomorrow to hunt spirit beasts. Yes, Miss San. Nothing happened overnight, and in fact no one dared to cause trouble. Some people who had seen the world saw the carriage Zhu ZHUQING was riding in, especially the flag on it. They knew that Zhu ZHUQING and his party were not someone they could provoke. Before entering the forest, Moore told the shopkeeper to take care of the carriage and other items. Seeing Zhu ZHUQING leading a few people away, some unreasonable people asked, "Who are these people?" SHH. What's wrong? Didn't you see the flag on the carriage? That's the flag of the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire. The Zhu family? Is that the strongest duke's mansion? Hearing the insider's nod, the person who asked was stunned, and subconsciously covered his mouth. Zhu ZHUQING was not in the mood to take care of them. Her goal now was to enter the forest as soon as possible to find a suitable soul ring. The 5 people protected Zhu ZHUQING in the middle. After entering the forest, Zhu ZHUQING didn't even look down on some spirit beasts when they encountered them. Half a day has passed, and going deep into the forest hinterland is no joke. Although it is not as dangerous as in the Stardo Great Forest, there are still 10,000-year spirit beasts. As far as this team met the 10,000-year soul beast, they basically confessed, and the more went in, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. Miss San, the 600-year-old snow leopard in front is fine. Before encountering a 600-year-old soul beast, Zhu ZHUQING directly ignored it. What Zhu ZHUQING said next shocked Moore. I want a 1,000-year soul beast. Although it is suitable, I don't want it. As soon as these words came out, the 5 people were shocked. Is this third lady not crazy? 1,000-year soul beast, isn't that a 1,000-year soul ring? This has already exceeded the maximum age limit of the second soul ring. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. Moore swallowed his saliva. Miss San, I heard you right. Did you just say the 1,000-year-old soul beast? Zhu ZHUQING replied sonorously and forcefully as he moved forward. You heard it right, it's a 1,000-year soul beast. Can. No buts. Zhu ZHUQING understood that he was not strong enough and would end up worse than his second sister. In this case, he might as well give it a try. Zhu ZHUQING stopped, and the 5 of them also stopped. Zhu ZHUQING looked at Moyer. Don't worry, I told my father. Hearing this, Moore stopped talking even if he wanted to persuade him. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the distant forest. ZHUQING made a SHH gesture, and everyone fell silent. ZHUQING carefully pushed through the grass. A 1,000-year-old bloodthirsty tiger was chasing a 10-year-old rabbit. ZHUQING was overjoyed and let it go. ZHUQING gave Moore a wink, signaling that he wanted it. Moore sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and the other four immediately dispersed. Soon after, Moore was the first to rush out. When the bloodthirsty tiger saw someone blocking the way, it raised its head and roared, and ran away after seeing the prey in its mouth. The bloodthirsty tiger intended to spread all its grievances on Moore, roaring and rushing towards Moore. Moore unhurriedly activated his martial spirit. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings surrounded Moore's body. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty tiger stopped abruptly, turned around and was about to run, but it didn't know that its retreat had been blocked by someone. The 4 guards activated their martial souls at the same time and surrounded him from 4 directions, especially the master who controlled the soul and had already activated his soul skills. The 4 legs of the bloodthirsty tiger were entangled by vines, and the rest of them rushed up when they saw this, and the roar of the bloodthirsty tiger spread far away. The limbs that had been bound by the vines just now had broken free, and his body was wrapped in a layer of blood mist. Moore was shocked and said, "Everyone, be careful, this beast has aroused its instinct." Standing on a big tree, ZHUQING saw that the bloodthirsty tiger's aura was not inferior to that of Moore's. It seemed that although it was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, its strength might exceed that of 1,000 years. Fortunately, these people were selected by ZHUQING, and they were also outstanding among the guards of the Duke's mansion. After a fight, the bloodthirsty tiger finally fell, but several people were panting from exhaustion. "Miss San, it's done." Only then did ZHUQING jump down from the big tree, and ZHUQING greatly appreciated the performance of Moore and the others. "Miss San, let's start quickly. The smell of blood will attract soul beasts." Without further ado, ZHUQING took out the dagger and aimed it at the bloodthirsty tiger's life gate and stabbed it down. The body of the bloodthirsty tiger twitched a few times, but after all, there was no breath. The purple soul ring slowly appeared on the body of the bloodthirsty tiger. ZHUQING sat cross-legged and guided the purple soul ring produced by the bloodthirsty tiger to start absorbing it. When Moore and the others were preparing to rest and guard the surrounding area, more than a dozen people in black surrounded ZHUQING and the others. Moore and the others looked at the man in black vigilantly, and finally turned their attention to the man in black veil who was dressed in strong clothes. "Who are you?" Moore and the others protected ZHUQING in the center. ZHUQING had just absorbed the spirit ring, and it was a leapfrog absorption. Any mistake at this time would cause ZHUQING to die. If something happened to ZHUQING, they could hardly absolve themselves of the blame, and death was considered light for them. It would even harm the family. Seeing that the man in black did not speak, Moore asked again. "Who are you guys? We know that we are from the ZHU family of the Duke's mansion in the imperial capital. If you..." Before Moore finished speaking, although the leader deliberately pretended to be a male voice, he could still hear the voice of a woman. "We are looking for the ZHU family." Hearing the other party's explanation of their purpose, Moore immediately understood that their goal was Miss ZHU's third. From the corner of his eye, Moore glanced at ZHUQING who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing the spirit ring. "Aren't you afraid that the Lord will blame you? You know, in the Star Luo Empire, no one dares to offend the Lord." The leading woman smiled softly. Her voice was hoarse, but her eyes rested on ZHUQING. "Now I give you 2 ways." "What way?" "First, if you get out of the way, I can let you live. Second, kill you first and then deal with her. You make your own choice." "There is no choice here," ZHUQING told Moore before leaving that if something happens to ZHUQING, they don't have to go back to see ZHUQING alive. This is clearly a choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Expose Identity. Chapter 20 Expose Identity. The noisy sound had penetrated into ZHUQING's heart, and beads of sweat oozed out like soybeans. Seeing this, Moore was afraid that something serious would happen if it went on like this. The black-veiled woman looked at ZHUQING with such a painful expression on her face, with a bit of satisfaction in her brows. But when she saw that Moore and the others were still guarding ZHUQING, her expression changed drastically. It was a bit like a magic trick. The veiled woman lowered her eyebrows and looked down at Moore, with a murderous look in her eyes. The tone became sharp. It seems that you have chosen the first path. Moore was awe-inspiring, raised his head and glared angrily, and said to him, "Your Excellency, do you really want to be an enemy of the Duke's mansion? That's right, if you escape back to the truth, you will expose some clues. It seems that I am too kind. Thank you for reminding me, otherwise I haven't thought of this level." Moore was terrified. Their target needed to be guarded to the death no matter what. The woman in black gauze slightly hooked her right index finger, her eyes were filled with disdain, and her tone was domineering. "Not a single one." The order from the black-veiled woman was issued, and more than a dozen men in black around them opened their soul rings together. Among them were 4 soul sects, and the others were also soul masters. "Brothers, we must protect Miss San's safety no matter what. We will fight with them." Moore and others also activated their spirits, and a scuffle was inevitable. Moore and the others were few in number, and in addition, they had to separate their minds to guard ZHUQING, so their combat power was greatly reduced. Fortunately, Moore and others had more refined training and cooperation, but the siege of more than 10 people did not break through the defensive formation formed by Moore in a short time. This made the woman in black yarn a little anxious. After all, there are still some free spirit masters haunting Baishan Forest, in case someone doesn't have eyes and bumps in. Or if the fight is too fierce and powerful soul beasts are attracted, let alone the mission cannot be completed, even the people brought by oneself will lose a lot. What's even more annoying is that the only soul king in the team led 3 soul sects to lure away a terrible person. Thinking of this, the face of the woman in black gauze became extremely ugly. The black-veiled woman shouted, "I'll attack the little girl who absorbed the spirit ring." Seeing that the people she brought didn't take the initiative to attack ZHUQING, the black-veiled woman relieved the defensive pressure of Moore and others. The attackers immediately understood what the black-veiled woman said, and devoted all their energy to attacking ZHUQING. The defensive pressure of Moore and the others doubled, and indeed a flaw was soon revealed. The woman in black gauze seized the opportunity, made a sudden attack, and came towards ZHUQING's attack. Seeing this, the healing soul master closest to ZHUQING took the initiative to block the attacking route of the black-veiled woman. The woman in black gauze was so angry that she didn't even pretend to have that hoarse voice and said sternly, "Get out of here." The black veil woman's attack really hit the healing soul master, who flew backwards, broke a tree in the middle, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Before he could stand up, another man in black stepped forward to end his life. His pupils dilated, and his body slowly fell down. Seeing the death of his companion, Moore was suddenly filled with grief and became furious. He punched the former soul master away. As the men in black changed their tactics, Moore and the others were already unable to do what they wanted, and after a while, everyone except Moore stayed on this land forever. Moore was seriously injured, and slowly stood up again, protecting ZHUQING behind him. His whole body was covered in blood, and he couldn't look human at all. The Haisha girl also died 2 people and injured 3 people after the fight, and the remaining people approached ZHUQING step by step. "You are very good, but unfortunately you followed the wrong master." Maul burst out laughing. After glancing around, his eyes finally rested on the woman in black gauze. "What can a person like you know? I don't understand, and I don't need to understand. I only know that you can't protect your master. And you will die yourself." Hearing the black-veiled woman's threatening words, Moore laughed out loud again. It was a hearty laugh that disregarded life and death. "Maybe. But I have a clear conscience. Miss, how about you? You actually shot your own sister. Do people like you deserve to be called human? Listening to Moore's words, the woman in black veil took off her veil without concealment, hooked the veil lightly with her fingers, shook it lightly, and the veil flew away with the wind. How do you know it's mine? Moore wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Zhu Ziyun with a villainous expression. Your voice has given you away. The eldest lady must have forgotten me. I was the eldest lady's bodyguard a few years ago, but I followed you for a few years. Only then did Zhu Ziyun scrutinize more carefully, and there was a bit of sophistication in his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing stood up from behind Moore, and said softly, how could she remember you? I'm afraid that in her heart other than power, other people and things are not important. When Moore heard Zhu Zuqing's crisp voice, he turned his head in disbelief, and he was relieved to see that Zhu Zuqing was safe and sound. Miss San, have you succeeded? Zhu Zuqing looked at the few people lying on the ground who lost their lives because of protecting him. The anger in his eyes reached the extreme. Maul's excitement touched the wounds on his body, and he grinned in pain. Thank you for your hard work. I will avenge their revenge for them. When Moore saw that Zhu Zuqing wanted to take revenge, he quickly stopped in front of Zhu Zuqing and protected Zhu Zuqing behind him again. Moore turned his head and said, Miss San, it is enough for you to have this kind of heart, even if we die, it is worth it. But you are not their opponent right now, I will hold them back, you leave quickly. Moore's voice was very low, but it still reached the other party's ears. At that time, the remaining men in black surrounded Moore and Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing looked at the situation around him and said calmly, do you think they will let me go? Zhu Zuqing walked out from behind Moore, and met Zhu Ziyun's eyes, cold eyes intertwined with heat. Can Zhu Ziyun rest assured that I will leave? Although the family's competition with its children is allowed, this kind of secretly hurting people is still not allowed to happen. If Zhu Zuqing went back alive, how could Zhu Ziyun be good? At worst, he might be expelled from the Zhu family, but at worst, he might destroy his cultivation. Are you right, sister? Zhu Zuqing gritted his teeth and said, big sister to you, especially the kind of hateful ones. You're right, none of you can leave today. Zhu Ziyun seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, his eyes were blood red, and he wished he could slap Zhu Zuqing to death. Zhu Ziyun took a step back slowly, and the other men in black seemed to be instructed. They launched their final attacks towards Zhu Zuqing and Moore. At this moment, outside the Baishan forest, a woman in green clothes blocked the way of the four people. There was extreme anger in his eyes, more like he was forcibly suppressing his inner anger. Who are you? Where are the others? The leader turned his head to look at the other three, and spread his hands to express that he didn't know what the woman in the blue shirt was talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about. We brothers came to the forest to hunt soul beasts, but you chased them along the way. As for the others you mentioned, there are only 4 of us, how can there be others? End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. When the woman in green shirt heard this answer, she was obviously dissatisfied and became furious. Since you don't want to say it, then I'll call you to say it. As soon as the voice fell, the woman in the green shirt lit up her soul ring. The best soul ring configuration of 2 yellows, 2 purples and 2 blacks also indicated that the young woman in the blue shirt was a soul emperor. When the 4 of them saw the soul ring displayed by the woman in blue, it was obvious that everyone's face was full of horror. Forced by helplessness, the 4 of them had no choice but to light up their soul rings, knowing that they could not escape. 1 soul king and 3 soul sects. The 2 sides started a battle at this moment. Tens of miles away, Zhu Zuqing's body was thrown high. Moer saw that Zhu Zuqing could not evacuate. He had no choice but to turn the remaining soul power into martial soul and push Zhu Zuqing out. Miss San, we have no complaints or regrets. Zhu Zuqing was thrown high and watched as Moore rushed towards the crowd. When Zhu Zuqing landed steadily, it was already 100 meters away, and Moore's figure was also submerged in the black-clothed crowd. It was too late for ZHUQING to be sad. Moore and the others used their lives to create hope for her life. ZHUQING didn't stop, turned his head and shed hot tears, and ran towards the distance. In order to absorb the leapfrog soul ring just now, a lot of soul power and physical strength were consumed, and now I can only take one step at a time. Zhu Ziyun would not easily let ZHUQING go, and immediately led a few people to catch up. ZHUQING turned his head and saw a few black spots not far behind that were approaching him quickly. ZHUQING tried hard to suppress the sadness in her heart, and ran forward madly, with only one thought, that is to live. Only by living can she get justice for those who sacrificed their lives to protect her. But hesitantly, his physical strength was exhausted, and Zhu Ziyun's figure was getting closer and closer. ZHUQING fled while looking back to observe the situation, not paying attention to the situation ahead. A cliff appeared in front of him, and ZHUQING stopped. When he turned back, it was already too late. Zhu Ziyun and his men had already caught up. ZHUQING glanced at the cliff behind him. He didn't know the depth, he couldn't see the bottom at all. Zhu Ziyun's figure stopped and stood not far from ZHUQING. There is a bit of playfulness in the eyes. Run, why don't you run? ZHUQING knew that there was no way out, and all he could do now was to hold someone on his back before he died, and that person was Zhu Ziyun. Since you don't care about sisterhood, let's go to hell together. Zhu Ziyun, do you think you have won? Zhu Ziyun looked at the current favorable situation and stared at ZHUQING contemptuously. Is not it? Maybe, but before I die, I will let you experience what the final madness is. ZHUQING suddenly accelerated and sprinted. Her goal was very clear. Zhu Ziyun's eyes widened. Before she could react, ZHUQING was already in front of her. Immediately, she fell backwards in fright, and because of this, ZHUQING grabbed an empty space with both hands. After being stunned for 2 seconds, the other men in black came to their senses and all attacked ZHUQING. ZHUQING looked helplessly at Zhu Ziyun, who fell on the ground. He waved his hand to block the fists coming from all directions, forcing ZHUQING to retreat again and again. After Zhu Ziyun was stunned for a moment, she stood up again. Seeing ZHUQING being forced to the edge of the cliff again, she smiled. ZHUQING, don't be cruel, big sister. If you want to blame it, blame you for being born in Zhu's family. Complacent, Zhu Ziyun saw that the man in black didn't make a move and said angrily, "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you make a move?" Zhu Ziyun was terrified. ZHUQING's speed was too fast just now. As a sole master of the agility attack department, she was amazed at ZHUQING's speed. What made Zhu Ziyun even more disgusted was that she saw ZHUQING's shaking purple soul ring, which was obviously only level, yet there was always a purple soul ring. There is a saying that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention that ZHUQING's soul power is not as good as the people he is fighting against. Although he has the blessing of the talent field, he is still powerless. At this time, several black shadows came towards the edge of the cliff quickly, and Zhu Ziyun could see who was coming. "You are here." It is quite powerful for Moyer to be able to contain him for so long. Now Zhu Ziyun has more people. At the same time, 2 soul sects were added. Zhu Ziyun pointed at ZHUQING, who was under siege and had not been completely defeated. Resolve the objective as soon as possible. End the mission. This was an order from Zhu Ziyun. The 2 soul sects did not say a word. They activated their martial souls and released their soul skills at the same time. The 2 soul sects used the 4th soul skill on ZHUQING at the same time, and ZHUQING was able to react in the crowd's siege. This reaction speed made Zhu Ziyun feel lingering fear. ZHUQING also used the new soul skills without reservation, but faced the combined attack of the 2 soul sects and was immature in using the soul skills. ZHUQING was defeated, and his body fell out. A burst of rocks fell from the cliff, and ZHUQING felt as if his chest was churning. Unable to bear it, he knelt on the ground with one knee and propped his right hand on the ground. His face was pale, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood, which stained the ground in front of him red. ZHUQING resisted the tumbling anger in his chest, and slowly stood up, not like a 9-year-old child. Zhu Ziyun was completely frightened by ZHUQING's aura, especially the way ZHUQING stared at her, which was a threat of death. "What are you doing in a daze? Kill her for me." A soul master got instructions from Zhu Ziyun and saw that ZHUQING was seriously injured, so he relaxed his vigilance. ZHUQING looked at Soul Lord who was slowly approaching, then looked back at the bottomless cliff, grinning. Lowering his head, it seemed that he was compromising with his fate. When the Soul Lord approached and raised the butcher knife in his hand, ZHUQING raised his head and smiled at the Soul Lord. Before Hunzun understood, ZHUQING hugged Hunzun and pushed Hunzun towards the cliff. Just like that, ZHUQING fell off the cliff together with the Soul Master, and everyone rushed to the edge of the cliff. Seeing the cloud-shrouded cliff, "You look at me, I look at you, no one makes a sound." Zhu Ziyun pushed aside the crowd and saw the situation on the cliff. He didn't know whether he was happy or sad for a moment, but his expression suddenly became serious. On the edge of the cliff, Zhu Ziyun gently picked up ZHUQING's headdress, stood on the cliff, muttering to himself. "ZHUQING, don't blame me. If you want to blame all this, you are too good. If you are as good as the second sister, at least she is still alive." Everyone was sure that it was impossible to survive falling off such a cliff, so they left. A few days later, Zhu Yuntian did not hear from ZHUQING in the mansion, and the people sent out only found the carriage that ZHUQING was riding in when he left in the small town outside Baishan Forest. Feeling apprehensive, Zhu Ziyun walked into the study and placed ZHUQING's hair accessories in front of Zhu Yuntian. He also told that the bodyguards who went to look for ZHUQING had returned and brought back the bodies of more and others, only ZHUQING hadn't been seen. But only ZHUQING's hair ornament was found on the cliff. Zhu Yuntian looked at the hair ornament in his palm and slumped on the chair. He couldn't believe that something would happen to ZHUQING. She was the most talented daughter of the Zhu family. Why did she just disappear like this? End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Yang Yun and number 039, S Life Experience. Chapter 22 Yang Yun's Life Experience. "Father, take care of your health. No one would have expected that something like this would happen to third sister." Zhu Yuntian waved his hand, choked up and said, "I'm fine, you go out, I want to be alone for my father." Zhu Ziyun felt unwilling and even showed displeasure on his face, but he still tactfully withdrew. It's just that at the moment the door was closed, Zhu Ziyun looked up at the sky viciously. "Why can you, ZHUQING, be treated like this, but I can't?" But at the thought that ZHUQING would never come back again, Zhu Ziyun inexplicably felt a lot better, took a look at the study room, and left without looking back. The other person who was hiding outside the study, when she heard the news of ZHUQING's death, she froze in place like a fool, and soon, hot tears flowed down like a floodgate. Biting his lower lip desperately, even though it was dripping with blood, he didn't feel any pain at all. "Ah!" ZHUQING woke up from the pain. "You're awake." A gentle and familiar voice echoed in ZHUQING's ears. ZHUQING tried hard to open his eyes, and the blurred vision gradually became clear. What came into view was a familiar face with a distressed but charming smile. While ZHUQING struggled to get up, he endured the pain in his body and said, "Teacher." ZHUQING was also inexplicably excited when he saw Yang Yun. At the same time, he looked at Yang Yun with a puzzled face. He remembered that Yang Yun had said that he was leaving before he returned home from the academy. But now that he appeared in front of him, ZHUQING looked at him like a mummy. "Okay, don't move, you were injured too badly, but luckily you saved your life." Yang Yun motioned ZHUQING to lie down, looked at the surrounding environment. It seemed that he was still in the forest. ZHUQING lay down obediently, and a soft voice sounded, "Teacher, why are you here?" Yang Yun poked the fire aside, and the flames burned more vigorously, which also gave some warmth to ZHUQING who was still extremely weak. Yang Yun looked at the seriously injured ZHUQING and felt heartbroken. She sighed and told why she came here, and also told some people and things she encountered. Later, I went to the cliff and found traces of fighting. I decided that you might have fallen off the cliff. Then I found you at the bottom of the cliff, but fortunately, you still have breath, but the person next to you is not. Your luck. Thank you, teacher. Silly girl, why are you being polite to me? If I had known this would happen, I should have accompanied you to hunt for the soul ring before leaving. You don't know, when I found the traces left by you releasing the martial soul on the cliff, I was blaming myself. Why don't I come with you? ZHUQING could feel Yang Yun's feeling of regret, and those eyes of self-blame fully revealed Yang Yun's inner guilt. ZHUQING felt warm in her heart at this moment, and slowly raised her hand to pull Yang Yun. Seeing this, Yang Yun gently held ZHUQING's hand with both hands. ZHUQING smiled sweetly. Teacher, am I okay? Yang Yun knew that ZHUQING was comforting her, but seeing that she was seriously injured and wrapped in gauze, Yang Yun couldn't help but reveal some emotion in her heart. In order not to worry ZHUQING, Yang Yun still endured her grief. By the way, do you know who attacked you? ZHUQING listened to Yang Yun's words, and his thoughts returned to the scene before falling from the cliff. The pain in his heart surged out all of a sudden, but ZHUQING, who was always trying to be strong, still suppressed it. After a long time, Yang Yun opened her mouth to answer, shook her head slightly and said, I don't know. Seeing that Yang Yun didn't believe it, ZHUQING smiled slightly, maybe I met a robber. Robbers, who would believe these words? Even if they were robbers, there was no need to hurt people's lives, not to mention who in the Star Luo Empire didn't know about the Zhu family of the Duke's palace. Which robber without eyes would dare to be so bold? Isn't that seeking death? Yang Yun's thoughts also returned to the people who intercepted her. Although the Soul King among them had escaped, Yang Yun would never forget his face in her life. There are not many people who can make him take action, not to mention that ZHUQING doesn't have much enmity with him, so it's unlikely that he will make a ruthless hand just because of a bet. Since ZHUQING was unwilling to answer, Yang Yun didn't want to delve into it too much. She believed that ZHUQING had her own ideas, and she was more willing to believe that ZHUQING had her own judgment. Okay, let's put these things aside for now. Your injury is very serious. When you get better, I'll take you to a place and heal you completely. There will be no hidden dangers. ZHUQING suddenly became curious. Could it be that the reason Yang Yun said to leave was to go back to that place? But why does it look like Yang Yun doesn't want to go back to the place she mentioned? How is this going? ZHUQING looked at Yang Yun curiously, but Yang Yun just smiled lightly. Half a month later, ZHUQING was able to walk independently, and a carriage galloped on the road. Teacher, how long is it? It's almost there. It'll be there in another day. When the carriage came to a complete stop, Yang Yun looked at the words on the gate with a serious expression, but at the same time a bit sad. ZHUQING heard that there was no movement outside, opened the curtain of the car, and followed Yang Yun's line of sight. His eyes widened immediately, he looked at the plaque on the gate in surprise, and then looked at Yang Yun in surprise. Looking back, Yang Yun happened to meet ZHUQING's surprised expression, and grinned. We have arrived. ZHUQING would never have thought that Yang Yun came from this place, after all, he had never seen Yang Yun use a martial soul. But this was beyond ZHUQING's expectation. He stood on the carriage for a long time, like a clay sculpture. Yang Yun thought that ZHUQING was following behind her, but found that there were no footsteps, so she turned around and found that ZHUQING was still in place. Come on down, we're here. Only then did ZHUQING recover from his surprise, jumped off the carriage, and followed Yang Yun. Yang Yun lightly knocked on the iron ring on the door, and after a while, the door suddenly opened, and the person who came also looked unbelievable. Looking at Yang Yun, but after a short while, the man ran away at a gallop, shouting while running, Patriarch, the eldest lady is back. In a student residence in the high-end area of the Douluo City Royal Academy, Davis twisted the teacup on the table. His expression was a little serious, and he glanced at the person beside him while raising his glass. That is to say, if you don't see people alive, you don't see dead bodies. Return to your highness. Yes, yes. Obviously he stuttered a little, oppressed by Davis' majesty. This is the result of your work? How do you know she must be dead? The man had no choice but to look at the person behind Davis as if asking for help. Zhu Ziyun sighed slightly. Your Highness, we went down to investigate the cliff, and there was nothing but blood. Even the bodies of those who were dragged into the cliff by her were not found, only some bones and pieces of meat. Hearing this, Davis glanced at Zhu Ziyun out of the corner of his eye, his expression still serious. Okay, I will remember your contributions, don't worry, when I officially become the Crown Prince, I will definitely not forget you. Go down. Thank you, Your Highness. After a few people bowed and saluted, they left. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 The Broken Clan. The two tribesmen bowed to Yang Yun and saluted, Miss. Only now did ZHUQING understand that Yang Yun was a member of the Broken Clan, and seeing everyone's attitude towards Yang Yun along the way, saying Miss one by one, the suspicion in ZHUQING's eyes became more serious. But Yang Yun just gave ZHUQING a smile, said nothing, and just led ZHUQING towards the house. But just when Yang Yun and ZHUQING stepped into the threshold of the hall, before all the people entered, a serious and solemn voice came out. You still know how to come back. ZHUQING was suppressed by this momentum. Fortunately, Yang Yun seemed to be fine. The next operation was something ZHUQING never expected, and he saw Yang Yun walking forward without fear at all. He said in a coquettish tone, Brother, why are you so fierce? I haven't been home for a long time, why are you still so fierce? This is completely different from the Yang Yun he met in the academy. ZHUQING was completely stunned. What is the situation? ZHUQING just stayed there stupidly for a moment, unable to figure out the reason. Yang Wudi remained serious, but his tone softened a bit. You have been gone for 10 years, and there has been no news for 10 years. Hearing Yang Wudi's words, Yang Yun changed her playful smile just now, and imitated Yang Wudi's appearance and sat on a chair beside her. Brother, you insisted on letting me learn how to refine elixirs, but you knew I didn't like playing with them. I had no choice but to run away from home. ZHUQING curled his lips. Good fellow, did you run away from home just because of this? Isn't this a bit outrageous? But ZHUQING thought about it again. That's right, he has the right to choose what he likes to do. If he insists on doing something he doesn't like, in the end there may be nothing left but resentment. But our Po clan is no longer what it was decades ago. If we hadn't relied on the skills passed down by our ancestors, we would have been living on the streets begging for a living. Yang Wudi's words softened a bit again. ZHUQING looked at Yang Wudi, grey hair had already appeared on his temples. The Po clan can be regarded as one of the best in terms of pharmacology, but they are enemies of Wuhan Palace due to some factors, and their life is very lonely. At the beginning, many clansmen died at the hands of the Wuhan Palace, all because of the Clear Sky School, but he was completely closed in retreat, and the Broken Clan suffered a lot. To be able to maintain the current situation, Yang Wudi has already tried his best, otherwise he is afraid that the Po clan will no longer exist. Yang Yun also noticed the white hair on Yang Wudi's temples, and felt unhappy. Brother, I know that I was self-willed back then. In order to prove that the Paji clan can live a good life without relying on medicine, now I also understand the efforts you have put in for the family. Brother, I am sorry for you. Yang Yun knelt down in front of Yang Wudi with a plop, and tears fell down patapaptup. Yang Wudi let out a long sigh, stood up and gently helped Yang Yun up, wiping away the tears on Yang Yun's cheeks. Little sister, my brother never blamed you, but you shouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Over the years, my brother has almost traveled all over the Douluo Empire to find you. Elder brother. Yang Yun's voice was choked up, and she threw herself into Yang Wudi's chest and began to cry. ZHUQING, who was on the side, saw that Yang Wudi and Yang Yun had such a good relationship. While his heart was full of envy, he was also happy for them. Perhaps it was because the siblings reunited after a long absence and didn't care that there was another person in the hall, or it might be because the 9-year-old ZHUQING was not tall enough to attract Yang Wudi's attention. It was also with Yang Wudi comforting Yang Yun that he saw ZHUQING standing stunned at the door of the hall. Yang Wudi pointed at ZHUQING, and then Yang Yun remembered that she had brought someone with her back this time. Who is she? Yang Yun wiped the tears on her cheeks, turned around and walked to ZHUQING's side, took ZHUQING's hand and walked back to her original position. Yang Yun laughed through tears, looked at ZHUQING tenderly with lowered eyebrows, and then introduced ZHUQING to Yang Wudi. She is my student, her name is ZHUQING. Don't look at her young age, but she is a second-level soul master. Yang Yun proudly introduced Yang Wudi. ZHUQING was indeed proud of her. Yang Wudi lowered his head and looked at ZHUQING very seriously, and was even more shocked at the same time, because judging from ZHUQING's stature, he would not be very old. But he never thought that he would be a second-level soul master. Such a talent is rare to see. What? Brother, you don't believe it. Yang Yun seemed to know what Yang Wudi was thinking, but it wasn't that Yang Wudi didn't believe it. In fact, how many people would believe it if he told it, I'm afraid except for a few perverts on the mainland. That's not the case, I'm just wondering, how could such a talented person want you to be his teacher? Isn't this a bit of a waste of resources? ZHUQING lowered his head and covered his mouth with his right hand in joy. How could he say such a thing about his sister? Yang Yun rolled her eyes. Brother, I'm not bad, why do you dislike me so much? How come? Isn't this a joke? There are children here, let go. After Yang Yun finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and pulled Yang Wudi's ear. Yang Wudi was very embarrassed. But ZHUQING felt that this scene was very warm, and it felt like a family. ZHUQING was also very happy when he felt the deep affection between the brothers and sisters of the Yang family, and grinned, but this caused internal injuries. Suddenly he coughed loudly. ZHUQING's cough immediately woke Yang Yun up from her current joy. This time, she mainly took ZHUQING home for treatment. Yang Yun hurriedly pulled ZHUQING, looked at Yang Wudi with a sad face. Yang Wudi was very strange. How could this girl make her sister so nervous? Brother, show ZHUQING quickly. ZHUQING was injured for some reason a few days ago. My medical skills are not yet. Yang Yun was talking hesitantly, and at the same time she was a little ashamed. After all, Yang Wudi asked Yang Yun to study hard before, but she refused to listen and ran away from home. Yang Wudi glanced at Yang Yun, and could only sigh heavily. What could he do? If he didn't pamper his sister, who would? But joking is still necessary. Yang Wudi took ZHUQING's pulse while scolding him but feeling sorry for him. Now you know how powerful medical skills are? Hey, when I asked you to learn it, you still found various reasons, and finally just used the disappearing technique. Okay, brother, I know I was wrong. Isn't this coming back to admit my mistake? Yang Wudi shook his head slightly, didn't speak any more, but took ZHUQING's pulse seriously. As time passed by, Yang Wudi never took his hand off ZHUQING's pulse. This made Yang Yun on the side very anxious, because she also saw Yang Wudi frowning for a while, and the dark clouds on his face became heavier. Brother, what's going on? ZHUQING, she. Yang Wudi then released his fingers, his face still heavy. ZHUQING actually understood in his heart that his internal organs had been hurting terribly these days. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 The Meaning of Existence. Chapter 24 The Meaning of Existence. ZHUQING looked up at Yang Yun. Yang Yun's face was full of worry at the moment, and she also looked at herself. Yang Wudi's face darkened, he stood up and walked towards the door of the hall, which made Yang Yun very anxious. He caught up instantly. "Brother, what's going on?" Yang Yun asked anxiously, while glancing at ZHUQING, who was sitting quietly on the chair from time to time. She was very regretful at this moment. If she had studied pharmacology with Yang Wudi before, she would not have had such a bad situation. After determining that ZHUQING was disturbed in the process of absorbing the soul ring, he also received a major attack at that time. The combination of the two is deadly enough. If ZHUQING's vitality was not tenacious, he might have already perished at the bottom of the cliff. Yang Wudi sighed deeply, which made Yang Yun feel as if he had been hit by a bolt from the blue, and his figure almost lost his footing. Yang Wudi quickly supported Yang Yun with quick eyes and hands, looked at Yang Yun seriously and said, "It seems that this child is very important to you." Yang Yun's blurred eyes turned to look at ZHUQING. From the moment she saw ZHUQING, Yang Yun had an inexplicable emotion in her. "Yes, I pin all my hopes on her." Yang Wudi shook his head slightly, and said, "The child's injury is not serious, but fortunately, a certain apprentice of the two swords took care of it in time." Hearing this, Yang Yun didn't take Yang Wudi's teasing that she was a two-handed knife at all. Instead she showed a little joy. "Brother, you mean ZHUQING?" Yang Yun interrupted Yang Wudi. Seeing Yang Yun's attitude towards ZHUQING, Yang Wudi didn't expect that the rebellious sister back then would become so gentle. "Okay, I can cure her injury, but it will be a long process. At the same time, you should also know that medicine is not useless." When Yang Yun heard this, she immediately jumped around happily like a child. "Brother, you are so nice. Don't do this. If you didn't only know the surface, at least this child wouldn't have suffered more. So do you understand what I mean?" "Understood. As long as you cure ZHUQING, I promise to study hard." Yang Wudi nodded fondly on Yang Yun's head, then turned to look at ZHUQING. ZHUQING was very envious when he saw such a harmonious family. At the same time, when ZHUQING noticed that Yang Wudi was looking at him, he got up immediately, which was very cute. Yang Wudi motioned to ZHUQING to come closer, and then he felt like he loved the house and the bird, and he also looked kindly towards ZHUQING. "Little girl, you must have heard what I said to your teacher just now." Yang Wudi saw that ZHUQING was very spiritual, and he actually liked him very much, but he didn't show it on the surface. "This will be a long process, and it will take at least a year to fully recover. During this year, you must follow my instructions, otherwise I will not really heal you." Before ZHUQING could speak, he saw Yang Yun hinting at him wildly, and ZHUQING nodded fiercely. Yang Wudi then stood up, turned around and shouted to the housekeeper outside the door, "Here comes someone. Patriarch! Clear out the room next to the alchemy immediately. I'll be of great use." "Yes, Patriarch." The housekeeper ran away in a flash, and Yang Yun whispered something into Yang Wudi's ear again. ZHUQING couldn't hear what was said even though he tried hard. But she noticed that after Yang Yun finished speaking, Yang Wudi's eyes changed slightly when he looked at her. "Little girl, come with me." Yang Wudi led ZHUQING towards the medicine refining area. Yang Yun didn't like learning pharmacology, but this time she took the initiative to follow him. This made Yang Wudi, who was walking in front, very happy. Stepping into the medicine refining area, a strong medicinal fragrance permeates the air, and people who enter it for the first time will actually feel very uncomfortable. But ZHUQING, who came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life, felt more intimate, as if he was swimming in a sea of medicinal fragrance. ZHUQING's every move and her intoxication with the fragrance of the medicine were all seen by Yang Wudi and remembered in his heart. An idea ignited in Yang Wudi's heart, an idea that should not be spread to outsiders. "Patriarch, pack it up." ZHUQING was rather moved by the butler's ability to act. It has only been so long, and it seems that the Po Ji clan is still very capable. "Okay, here are the medicinal materials I need, you should prepare them too." ZHUQING was even more surprised. Just now she had been wondering why Yang Wudi was writing something while walking. Unexpectedly, he would write down the medicinal materials needed, so as not to waste any time. ZHUQING admired Yang Wudi even more. With such ability, coupled with Yang Wudi's own strength, the Paji clan can almost form a sect by itself. Yes. Yang Wudi led ZHUQING into the room without paying any attention to Yang Yun. ZHUQING walked into the room and saw a large wooden barrel placed in the center of the room, which was taller than himself. In addition, there is only a bed for rest and some simple furniture. ZHUQING suspected that this place might be the place where Yang Wudi took a short break when he was concentrating on refining medicinal materials. You wait here for me, I will come when I go. After Yang Wudi finished speaking, he walked out of the room. After a long time, ZHUQING, who was alone, almost fell asleep. During this time, he really wanted to sleep so much that he didn't have any energy at all. Hearing the noisy footsteps, ZHUQING suddenly got up from the stool. Yang Wudi walked into the room first, followed by several people dressed as maids, led by Yang Yun, walked in with various things. ZHUQING was still a little uncomfortable and watched quietly as everyone added things into the bucket step by step under Yang Wudi's command. The steaming bucket was filled with water. It wasn't until they finished their work that Yang Wudi stretched out his hand to measure the water temperature, and then turned his attention to ZHUQING. Little girl, come here. ZHUQING was not as timid as a child, and walked straight over. He was very calm, with no trace of panic on his face. Yang Yun picked up ZHUQING, which made the calm ZHUQING no longer calm. How could this be vulgar? Yang Yun hugged ZHUQING with an evil smile, and before ZHUQING could speak, he took off ZHUQING's shoes with one hand, and Yang Yun put ZHUQING into the hot wooden barrel. Seeing Yang Yun being so vulgar, Yang Wudi shook his head. As soon as they made contact, ZHUQING was so burned that he almost screamed. The water in the barrel splashed all over Yang Yun. Yang Wudi looked gloating, until he saw ZHUQING almost jumping out of the barrel, then he stepped forward and held ZHUQING's shoulders. Sit down. Yang Wudi's non-negotiable tone was so serious that ZHUQING felt that he was completely different from the Yang Wudi he had seen before. ZHUQING did not resist, because she knew that this was to heal herself, but it was not something that those healing soul masters could compare to. But in the next moment, ZHUQING felt as if 10,000 thorns were attacking every part of his body from somewhere. Yang Wudi said with a serious face, "You cannot use soul power to resist." ZHUQING originally planned to use some soul power to resist the heartbreaking pain. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Double Masters. Chapter 25 Double Masters. ZHUQING had no choice but to withdraw his soul power and use his body to resist the pain. Yang Yun saw ZHUQING biting her lip and looking very uncomfortable, and turned to look at Yang Wudi with distress. Elder brother. Yang Wudi gave Yang Yun a blank look while adding medicinal materials to the barrel again. I know what you want to say, but this is the price you have to pay to recover. If you can't bear it, please forgive me for being helpless. ZHUQING's painful expression forced a smile. Teacher, I'm fine. The already pale face from the pain looked even paler under the action of the water vapor. It's not to blame you for not being good at learning, otherwise it wouldn't be so serious. I'm afraid you are traveling day and night these days. I have to admire Yang Wudi's ability, just simply feel the pulse. Yang Yun didn't even mention that he was in a hurry on the road and didn't have too much rest. Yang Yun looked at the tortured ZHUQING in the barrel, her face suddenly darkened. She also regretted it very much, even though she had only learned the surface, she could still detect the heavy blows ZHUQING had suffered. This is why she wants to rush back to the family as soon as possible. ZHUQING saw that Yang Yun was blaming herself, and instead comforted Yang Yun. Teacher, I'm fine. I can still bear this little pain. Yang Wudi felt a little envious when he heard ZHUQING comforting Yang Yun from the sidelines. Okay, you can either stay and study hard, or go out. Yang Wudi added the last medicinal material into the wooden barrel, and said casually. Yang Yun didn't speak, but still stood there blaming herself, watching Yang Wudi release his martial soul and join his soul power to treat ZHUQING for the first time. The water in the barrel began to boil. ZHUQING gritted his teeth and tried to stay awake. This is what Yang Wudi said, only by staying awake can he heal his injuries better. Time passed by, and when Yang Wudi and Yang Yun walked out of the room, the sky had already darkened. Yang Yun gently closed the door, feeling distressed and guilty at the same time. Yang Wudi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked back at the room, and said earnestly, "I have to say that you are a really good student. Although she is young, her willpower is stronger than that of some adults. Know how she does it." Yang Yun's face was gloomy, as if she was talking to herself, because she is different. "Okay, I'm tired today. I've been sending people to clean your room. Go back and rest early." "No, I'll stay here with her." Yang Yun did not leave, but walked to the stone bench and sat down. Yang Wudi looked inside the room and really didn't know why Yang Yun had changed like this. Yang Wudi is becoming more and more interested in ZHUQING. She was able to make Yang Yun make such a change, naturally not only because of her talent, but also because of other factors. "Well, if that's the case, I won't force it. I'm just curious, how did this little girl make you so gentle and rebellious?" Yang Wudi just sat opposite Yang Yun and said what he wanted to ask but never asked. Yang Yun first turned her head and glanced at the room. At this moment, ZHUQING was lying quietly on the bed, sleeping sweetly. The housekeeper brought some food. Because of Yang Yun's return, this meal was richer than when Yang Wudi was alone in the medicine refining area and didn't go back to his room to sleep. Yang Wudi picked up the food and ate it while waiting for the answer Yang Yun gave him. Yang Yun then narrated all the things she encountered after leaving the family, and in the end she couldn't avoid meeting ZHUQING. When ZHUQING was mentioned, Yang Yun's face would unconsciously be filled with a gratified smile. Yang Wudi listened to Yang Yun's experiences in the past 10 years and the hardships he had endured. The food in his hands became cold and he put it into his mouth without realizing it. He also knew why Yang Yun had special feelings for ZHUQING. It turned out to be the case, and at the same time he was proud of ZHUQING's unyielding character. Unknowingly, the night passed, and the brother and sister sat in the courtyard chatting all night. It wasn't until they were so sleepy that the brother and sister fell asleep lying on the stone table. When Yang Yun woke up, she saw ZHUQING standing in front of her, covering Yang Yun's body with her little clothes. At the same time, she also saw that Yang Wudi also had it, and Yang Yun smiled happily. "ZHUQING, how do you feel?" While taking off her clothes, Yang Yun inquired about ZHUQING's physical condition with concern. Yang Wudi also woke up at this moment. The clothes on his body fell to the ground, which immediately attracted a glare from Yang Yun. Only then did Yang Wudi notice the small clothes that had fallen behind him. Smiling a little embarrassedly, picked up the clothes, walked to ZHUQING's side, and returned the clothes at the same time. He also began to check whether there was any change in ZHUQING's body, and it was not until a slight smile appeared that Yang Yun withdrew his worried expression. "Not bad, it has some effect." "Any effect?" Yang Yun was obviously not satisfied with Yang Wudi's words. "Otherwise, this is the first time, how effective do you think it will be? Besides, I said before that I want to recover for at least a year." Seeing that the brother and sister were about to quarrel over their own affairs, ZHUQING hurried out to smooth things over. "Teacher, I feel much better now. Senior Yang has very good medical skills. I believe it will be cured in less than a year." Yang Wudi didn't hide anything when he heard ZHUQING's praise. After all, he deserved such praise. "It's still a little girl who speaks nicely, not like you." ZHUQING looked at the two brothers and sisters who quarreled from time to time. It was really a bit like thinking about each other even if they didn't meet, and quarreling when they met. A year passed in a flash. The three of them walked out of the room, and Yang Wudi stretched lazily. "Finally healed, otherwise some people will say that I am not good at learning." If it's not that I'm not good at studying, why does it take 1 year? ZHUQING, who has grown a little taller, has seen their brothers and sisters quarrel this year. It is really a kind of quarrel when they meet. But the noise is the noise, the relationship between the siblings is really good. ZHUQING can see this. With this year's healing, ZHUQING also learned some pharmacological skills from Yang Wudi. Little girl, since your injury is healed, and our Paji clan never spread the word about refining medicine, but you have learned a lot in this year, so it's time for you to fulfill your promise. ZHUQING looked at Yang Yun with some embarrassment. In Douluo continent, he could only become his master once in his life. It would be unreasonable to ask Yang Wudi as his teacher again. Seeing that ZHUQING was looking at Yang Yun, Yang Wudi immediately teased, "Leave her alone, I'm in charge." "Yang Wudi, what are you talking about?" "Well, sister, can you put down the knife in your hand? It will be bad if you accidentally wipe my brother's neck." Yang Wudi gently pushed away the knife that Yang Yun had taken out from somewhere. ZHUQING had no choice but to watch the two siblings fight. Anyway, he was used to it. Seeing Yang Yun like this, Yang Wudi shook his head helplessly and sighed, then turned and left. "Stop!" Yang Wudi was overjoyed, and at the same time, the smile on his face was even more obvious, but the moment he turned around in the next second, Yang Wudi looked at Yang Yun again with grievances. Yang Yun raised her forehead, she was speechless to Yang Wudi. She looked down at ZHUQING and said softly, "ZHUQING, let's go." With Yang Yun's response, Yang Wudi was overjoyed. ZHUQING's growth and understanding of pharmacology in this year has exceeded his imagination. Yang Wudi looked at ZHUQING expectantly, and with Yang Yun's confirmation, ZHUQING walked towards Yang Wudi. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, "Teacher." End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Dark Gold Dread Claw Bear. Chapter 26 Dark Gold Dread Claw Bear. Yang Wudi didn't hide the ecstasy in his heart at all. He smiled triumphantly while supporting ZHUQING. Yang Yun's black eyes are almost gone. A year and a half later, under the guidance of the brothers and sisters of the Yang family, ZHUQING not only had a thorough grasp of pharmacology and toxicology, but also helped Yang Wudi improve a lot of elixirs by relying on the knowledge he learned from his family of traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life. ZHUQING was smart and eager to learn, and he affirmed the Paji clan's medicine refining skills, becoming the youngest pharmaceutical master of the Paji clan. In particular, combining the characteristics of the Paji clan's pharmaceuticals, they developed several special pills, which made Yang Wudi a favorite of ZHUQING. She even treated ZHUQING as her own daughter, and spared no effort in imparting her own abilities to ZHUQING. The members of the Paji clan are envious, but every time there are jealous people, Yang Wudi will say that classic line, "If you have half of ZHUQING's ability, let alone all of it, why not just give you the family?" Hearing this, those who said that ZHUQING was not from the Paji clan had to shut up. After all, adults like them have studied medicine since they were young, but they are no better than a teenage doll. It would be embarrassing to say it, so no one mentioned these things again. Everyone can see ZHUQING's diligence, except for the usual medicine, he is rarely seen. For more than 2 years, ZHUQING was either in medicine or in cultivation, and he didn't fail every day. Seeing this situation, Yang Yun felt very distressed. "I persuaded ZHUQING many times not to practice in this way regardless of fatigue, but what ZHUQING said shocked Yang Yun. Yes, although she is not very old, she has a lot of things on her back." When Yang Yun learned that ZHUQING broke through the 12th level of soul power at the age of less than years old, she was completely stunned. Yang Wudi seemed to be expecting ZHUQING to break through the th level of soul power. On the surface, he was not as shocked as Yang Yun, but there was still a huge fluctuation in his heart. Such a talent is probably rare in the entire continent. Even. Yang Wudi looked at ZHUQING dotingly, then looked back at Yang Yun, and said, "Since Xiaoqing is at level, little sister, please take her to get the 3rd soul ring." Yang Wudi originally thought of hunting the soul beast himself to obtain the third soul ring for ZHUQING, but as the patriarch, he had too many things to deal with. Especially recently, the new medicine developed by ZHUQING has been favored by the majority of soul masters, which has increased Yang Wudi's work. Even Yang Wudi didn't believe that other members of the Paji clan could make the elixir developed by ZHUQING well. Yang Yun, who came back to her senses, agreed without saying a word. The next day, Yang Yun personally drove a carriage and took ZHUQING away from the Paji clan, which they had not left for more than 2 years. ZHUQING looked back at the Paji clan's camp, which was getting farther and farther away, and the teacher who had taken good care of him and taught him for more than 2 years, sparing no effort to teach him everything he had learned in his life. ZHUQING's eye sockets are moist after all this farewell. I don't know when we will see each other again. A few days later, Yang Yun and ZHUQING appeared in a forest. Yang Yun led the way cautiously. At the end of the day, there were suitable spirit beasts, but ZHUQING was not willing to use them as spirit rings. The beloved Yang Yun had no choice but to give up and continue on, resting in the forest for another night. Early on, the two masters and apprentices simply ate some dry food and continued on their way. Suddenly there was the sound of fighting in the woods. Yang Yun heard that the sound was not right. She held ZHUQING and used her soul power to jump a few times to a big tree not far from the fighting. It didn't matter. When ZHUQING saw both sides of the fight clearly, his eyes turned green. The besieged soul beast really made ZHUQING jealous. From the corner of Yang Yun's eye, she noticed ZHUQING staring intently at the soul beast in front of him. After looking at the soul beast again, he turned to look at ZHUQING. There was a hint of consternation on her face. This girl is not crazy, she is a soul beast with strong single-target attack, although it is very suitable to be her soul ring, but after all, this soul beast has a lifespan of 3,000 years. This has exceeded the limit too much, not to mention that this soul beast is so powerful, if you are not careful, you may. It was a giant bear with dark golden hair all over its body, more than 3 meters tall, with eyes without any emotion, full of indifference and cruelty. The whole body is covered with dark golden hair. Its arms are particularly thick, and its shoulders are broad and majestic like a city wall. At the front of the two thick arms, there are extremely sharp dark golden giant claws. The length of the giant claws alone is more than 1 meter away. A pair of thick arms spread out, and the sharp claws just followed his body across the air, making a slight hissing sound. This is the top powerhouse among soul beasts, the dark gold terror claw bear. No wonder it was able to single out 3 three-eyed wolves without falling behind, and even a three-eyed wolf whose stomach was directly crushed by its giant claws torn apart. He lay screaming on the ground. When the other 2 5,000-year-old three-eyed wolves saw this, they had no choice but to drop their companions on the ground angrily and run away as if to escape for their lives. As the victor of the battle, the dark gold dread claw bear raised its head and let out a hissing sound, like a king returning from victory. Seeing the end of the battle, ZHUQING's expression was indifferent, yet extremely possessive. Teacher. Yang Yun knew what ZHUQING was going to say. Before ZHUQING finished speaking, she immediately stopped her. ZHUQING, don't you want to use it as your third soul ring? This. Yang Yun looked at ZHUQING with disbelief, but when she was talking, she saw the expectation in ZHUQING's eyes, and she replied, yes, I just want it to be my third soul ring. Teacher. Yang Yun gently held ZHUQING's shoulder, persuading him meaningfully, ZHUQING, do you know that it is a 3,000-year-old soul beast? Seeing ZHUQING nodding, Yang Yun continued, this has exceeded the absorption limit of the third spirit ring too much, and if you are not careful, you will die. ZHUQING knew that Yang Yun was doing it for his own good, but if he was not strong, the road ahead would be difficult. When ZHUQING had the heart to become stronger and the spirit of never farting, she was doomed to struggle with her own destiny. Teacher, I know. You know, so you still choose. Because I know, I have to choose it. I have to work hard to become stronger. It is impossible for me to hide behind the teacher for the rest of my life, let alone hide in the family of the two teachers for the rest of my life. There are some things I have to do, even if in this process, life will be sacrificed at any time, and the students will not hesitate. Zhu Zuqing's firm expression completely moved Yang Yun. How could she not understand that Zhu Zuqing should not only belong to that small land? Yang Yun smiled wryly, shook her head, and then stroked Zhu Zuqing's head in relief. Okay, since you have made a decision. The teacher is not saying anything. You are right. If you want to become a real strong person, you must experience things that ordinary people dare not face. Deep in Yang Yun's heart, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity, so it's not her dream when she was young. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Zhu Zuqing helps Yang Yun. Chapter 27 Zhu Zuqing helps Yang Yun. After receiving Zhu Zuqing's firmest answer, although Yang Yun was worried, she still supported Zhu Zuqing's actions. Yang Yun slightly nodded at Zhu Zuqing, and said in a low voice, "ZHUQING, you hide here first, and I'll meet it. Wait for my signal, and don't come out without a signal." Zhu Zuqing knew that although the dark gold terror claw bear in front of him was only 3,000 years old, its strength was not inferior even to some ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Yang Yun was afraid that Zhu Zuqing's discovery by the dark gold dread claw bear would be bad for her. Even though she was already a level 67 soul emperor, Yang Yun was not fully sure of taking down the dark gold dread claw bear. After getting Zhu Zuqing's affirmative response, Yang Yun stepped out. In order to create a distance, Yang Yun also deliberately led the dark gold terror claw bear away from him. Yang Yun took the soul-breaking gun and aimed it at the dark gold terror claw bear. The dark gold terror claw bear had already noticed Yang Yun's figure, stood up, roared, and swung its giant claws at it. But its giant claw missed nothing, and when the soul-breaking gun was about to touch the giant claw of the dark gold terror claw bear, Yang Yun withdrew back and moved towards the opposite side of Zhu Zuqing's location with the help of soul power. The dark gold dread claw bear saw that it was being teased by humans, and had already chased after it. Zhu Zuqing stood on the branch of a tree, looking at the slowly receding figure. Not long after, a fierce fight broke out in the woods ahead, with explosions caused by the collision of souls, and trees being torn into pieces and flying everywhere. Zhu Zuqing knew that it was Yang Yun who deliberately lured away the dark gold dread claw bear in order to protect himself, so that he could deal with the dark gold dread claw bear with all his heart. It's just that the fight has been going on for a long time, and the positions are constantly changing. Zhu Zuqing looked at the body of the three-eyed wolf lying under the big tree that was still alive. This is not a place to stay for a long time. After observing for a while, Zhu Zuqing looked at the vines on the tree and had an idea in his heart. When Zhu Zuqing showed her figure again, she had already arrived at the place where Yang Yun was fighting the dark gold terror claw bear. Zhu Zuqing looked at the fallen trees around and the huge scratches left on the ground. The strength of this dark gold dread claw bear exceeded Zhu Zuqing's imagination. Yang Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead, held the soul-breaking gun in her hand, and shouted, "Come again." Fourth soul skill, Disease. As soon as Yang Yun finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing saw Yang Yun transforming into an afterimage, constantly changing her figure. Her eyes couldn't keep up with her figure at all. When they said goodbye, the soul-breaking gun hit the dark gold dread claw bear in the stomach with a huge amount of soul power, but it didn't seem to cause any damage at all. The soul-breaking spear in the stomach of the dark gold dread claw bear sparked, but they couldn't get in any more. Then Zhu Zuqing was even more shocked, and almost gave a warning. Because she saw the giant claws of the dark gold dread claw bear attacking Yang Yun standing in front of it with all its strength from top to bottom, Zhu Zuqing raised her throat when the giant claws pressed down. He watched everything that happened intently, praying in his heart that the teacher was okay. Waiting for the dust to disperse, a huge crater appeared in front of the dark gold dread claw bear, which was 2 meters deep. If a person was hit, his bones might be broken. Zhu Zuqing tried his best to look towards the huge pit, looking for Yang Yun's figure. The dark gold dread claw bear moved its claws and found that there was no trace of Yang Yun in the huge pit. It was also looking for Yang Yun. ZHUQING quickly searched around and found Yang Yun parked on a tree, showing a trace of sadness. At this time, Yang Yun also noticed ZHUQING's figure. She was shocked, but she quickly looked away from ZHUQING's body. She was afraid that the dark gold dread claw bear would find ZHUQING. While winking at ZHUQING to let ZHUQING leave, he attacked the dark gold dread claw bear again to divert his attention. "Teacher, I can help you." ZHUQING lowered his voice. Because he was not far away, Yang Yun could hear clearly. The dark gold terror claw bear was being restrained by Yang Yun, but she did not notice ZHUQING's figure. Yang Yun didn't dare to speak. She was just very sad, but she didn't know how ZHUQING should help her. Yang Yun also knew that if she couldn't deal with the dark gold dread claw bear, if she fought for a long time, who knew if it would attract even more powerful spirit beasts, and it would be impossible for her to protect ZHUQING when her own spirit power was depleted. Now Yang Yun has no choice but to pin her hopes on ZHUQING. "Teacher, let's start." Yang Yun didn't understand it yet. But she felt that the soul power she had just consumed was recovering. Not only is his soul power recovering, but his body seems to have a steady stream of energy. Yang Yun looked at ZHUQING in surprise. ZHUQING just nodded slightly. The entire sky also slowly darkened, as if the entire earth lost its color at this moment. 2 waning moons appeared in ZHUQING's eyes. This was her area of talent, bright moon 1,000 miles. Although Yang Yun didn't know how ZHUQING did it, in this situation, Yang Yun knew that ZHUQING, who was not yet strong enough, would not be able to sustain it for long. 4th soul skill, disease. The 6th soul skill, destruction. Yang Yun used 2 soul skills in a row. The 4th soul skill not only quickly approached the dark gold dread claw bear to attack it, but also provided an opportunity for the 6th soul skill to be used. The dark gold terror claw bear's claws blocked Yang Yun's 6th soul skill. ZHUQING has been providing logistical support to Yang Yun. Yang Yun tilted her head and watched the sweat on ZHUQING's forehead rolling down her face like raindrops, feeling angry in her heart. Turning back and roaring, ZHUQING poured more soul power into his hands. ZHUQING saw clearly that the dark gold terror claw bear's defense was being broken down bit by bit. As Yang Yun continued to advance, the dark gold terror claw bear's defense sounded like the sound of shattering glass. "Break." You must know that ZHUQING's ZHUQING Li domain not only restores the soul power, but also increases the attack power and penetrating power of one's own side. In addition, Yang Yun's 6th soul skill, destruction, itself carries an attack enhancement of 270%. Under such an attack, the dark gold terror claw bear can actually resist for such a long time. This proves that the dark gold terror claw bear is not only powerful in attack, but also has amazing defense. If it were placed on an ordinary 3,000-year-old soul beast, Yang Yun's 6th soul skill alone would be enough to kill it. Taking advantage of the dark gold terror claw bear's defense being broken, Yang Yun did not relax at all and aimed a penetration at the dark gold terror claw bear. I saw the soul-breaking gun coming out from the body of the dark gold fear claw bear. Yang Yun stepped out from behind the dark gold fear claw bear and firmly grasped the soul-breaking gun. The huge body of the dark gold dread claw bear swayed, and finally collapsed, with only one breath left. Seeing that the dark gold dread claw bear finally fell down, ZHUQING smiled gratifiedly, but the next second his whole body fell towards the tree. Fortunately, Yang Yun had quick eyes and quick hands to catch the falling ZHUQING. ZHUQING looked at Yang Yun with a pale face. "Teacher, dark gold dread claw bear." Yang Yun glanced at the dark gold dread claw lying on the ground and replied, "It's over." Yang Yun held ZHUQING in one hand and the dark gold terror claw bear in the other and jumped away from the place. Fortunately, ZHUQING's mental power was seriously depleted, and when Yang Yun found a safe place, ZHUQING had already woken up. "ZHUQING, how are you?" Yang Yun's face was full of concern, the kind of love that comes from the bottom of her heart. Teacher, I'm fine. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 One Difficult Step. Chapter 28 A Difficult Step. Yang Yun saw that ZHUQING released his martial spirit, and his body was moving towards the dark gold terror claw bear. ZHUQING, who was still out of strength just now, wanted to absorb the spirit ring at this moment. Yang Yun felt worried. Quickly came to the front of ZHUQING, worry was all over his face. The tone of concern is full of concern. ZHUQING, are you okay? Or you should rest for a while. I just checked and it's safe here. ZHUQING naturally understood what Yang Yun said, but the situation of the dark gold terror claw bear was not optimistic. He would die at any time, and then his work would be in vain. ZHUQING replied firmly, Teacher, I'm fine. ZHUQING also jumped up and down twice, indicating that he was fine and didn't need to worry. After repeated confirmation, Yang Yun allowed ZHUQING to take the life of the dark gold dread claw, but the unwillingness revealed by the dark gold dread claw at the moment of death made Yang Yun feel worried. Due to ZHUQING's insistence, Yang Yun had no choice but to vigilantly protect ZHUQING, while protecting her and exploring the surrounding area. ZHUQING sat cross-legged and guided the dark gold terror claw bear's soul ring to reach him. At first everything went smoothly. After less than a cup of tea, ZHUQING frowned, and beads of sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks like raindrops. The body was also shaking a little at this moment. Yang Yun frowned, and even more anxiously paced back and forth, stopping from time to time to observe the changes in ZHUQING's expression, feeling even more worried in her heart. Yang Yun blamed herself for not stopping ZHUQING's actions. If she lost her life because of this incident, not only would she not be able to forgive herself, but she would also be unable to explain to Yang Wudi. Yang Yun clasped his hands together, looked up at the sky, and prayed for ZHUQING to overcome the difficulties. At this moment, in ZHUQING's consciousness, the scenes that happened in the past once again occupied her mind. Zhu Zuyun's ugly face came to ZHUQING's mind. It was on the cliff. Third sister, why do you say you are doing this? A person behind Zhu Zuyun carried Moore's body and fell heavily in front of ZHUQING, looking at ZHUQING indifferently. ZHUQING clutched his chest. He had been hit in the back during the fight, and now his internal organs felt as if he was being overturned. Looking at the corpses one after another on the ground, ZHUQING's chest became more stuffy. Zhu Zuyun looked at ZHUQING's ugly expression, especially the look with a bit of resentment, and Zhu Zuyun made a tisk, 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 tisk sound. Third sister, why are you looking at me like this? Didn't these people die because of you? Let me tell you, you should hate yourself. That's not me, eldest sister. Seeing the fierce look on Zhu Zuyun's face, ZHUQING couldn't help but want to rush up and beat her up. In a moment of anger, and with his internal organs damaged, a mouthful of blood spurted out. There were like dots of plum blossoms blooming on the ground, but the plum blossoms were too bright, so bright that it made people feel horrified. ZHUQING stared at Zhu Zuyun bitterly, wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and stood up straight again. Zhu Zuyun, you will die badly. They are all loyal and good members of the Zhu family, and they will die at the hands of someone like you. I really don't know how miserable they must be under the 9 springs. ZHUQING's scolding did not anger Zhu Zuyun, but made her laugh wildly. ZHUQING stared at Zhu Zuyun, with the desire to tear her into pieces. So what? Anyone who blocks my way should die. Zhu Zuyun stared viciously at the corpses of Moore and others on the ground, and finally turned to look at ZHUQING. The look of his gnashing teeth was scary. Even you will die, let alone them. But don't worry, you, the master in their hearts, will go down to accompany them soon. Zhu Zuyun waved his finger, with the clear intention of instructing others to be cruel to ZHUQING. ZHUQING, don't be cruel, big sister. If you want to blame you for being born in Zhu's family, and even more blame yourself for why you have such a good talent. ZHUQING finally understood. She had approached Zhu Zuyun when she was in the academy. He said that he didn't like power, and he would not help daimyo by deal with them. But now it seems that she was wrong. As long as they exist, how can they feel at ease? Zhu Zuqing watched more than 10 people attacking him at the same time. Knowing that he was not an opponent, he turned around and ran towards the cliff, with a puzzling smile when he looked back, leaving behind words that made Zhu Zuyun uneasy. Zhu Zuyun, if I don't die, I will pay you back 100 times. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing jumped off the cliff without any waves. At this time, Zhu Zuqing, who was absorbing the spirit ring in the forest, looked pained, accompanied by convulsions, clenching his teeth, and looked extremely painful. This made Yang Yun even more worried. Compared with the symptoms just now, Zhu Zuqing showed a worse side. Yang Yun paced back and forth anxiously, muttering at the corner of her mouth, "What should I do? What should I do now?" In fact, there was no other way. At this time, he could only rely on Zhu Zuqing's strong willpower, and no one else could help. Time passes by every minute and every second. Compared with seeing each other every day, Yang Yun now seems like every second is like 3 autumns. I wish that time would pass faster, so that I might be able to know the final result sooner. Night fell. Although Zhu Zuqing did not explode and died, he still had not absorbed the soul ring. His face was pale and there were still big beads of sweat. If this goes on, the water in the body will be exhausted, and if you don't die, you will die. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing uttered a scream of awe. Yang Yun was completely frightened, and the whole person froze in place, even fell to the ground. She saw Zhu Zuqing rising into the sky, her whole body rising into the sky like a sharp sword. Yang Yun burst into tears. What she worried about still happened, and she felt even more regretful in her sadness. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing, who soared into the sky, fell towards the ground like a sword in its sheath. Yang Yun didn't think much, and wanted to go forward to catch it. But before he could reach it, Zhu Zuqing hit the ground, and Yang Yun was completely stunned. He slowly moved his body towards the place where Zhu Zuqing fell. The smoke dissipated slowly, and in Yang Yun's sight was a huge pit with a diameter of about 10 meters and a depth of 3 meters. Zhu Zuqing didn't know whether he was dead or alive, and his hair was scattered over his shoulders. Yang Yun suppressed the grief in her heart and jumped down into the pit. Her body felt like it was pressed by a huge force, making it difficult to move even half an inch. Coming in front of Zhu Zuqing, and seeing Zhu Zuqing with disheveled hair, Yang Yun completely lost control. He hugged Zhu Zuqing and burst into tears. All his love for Zhu Zuqing was in this cry. Just when Yang Yun was feeling sad, a familiar voice came to her ears. "Teacher." Yang Yun couldn't believe what she heard. She slowly let go of Zhu Zuqing and looked at Zhu Zuqing in surprise. "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Zhu Zuqing's voice again, Yang Yun was overjoyed, and brushed away Zhu Zuqing's hair on her cheeks with her hands. Looking at her with blinking eyes, Yang Yun let out a long sigh of relief, as if the stone on her chest was completely removed, and her chest was greatly released. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Attached Soul Bone. Chapter 29 Attached Soul Bone. Yang Yun looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was foolish and happy, and lightly poked Zhu Zuqing's forehead with her hand. "You dead girl, do you know how worried I am? You are so lucky to laugh." Zhu Zuqing also saw the tear stains on Yang Yun's cheeks, so he naturally knew that Yang Yun was worried about him. In fact, at certain times, Zhu Zuqing regarded Yang Yun as his mother, and at the same time Yang Yun gave Zhu Zuqing love like a mother. Zhu Zuqing raised his hand to wipe away the tears that still remained on Yang Yun's cheeks, but the moment he raised his hand. However, Zhu Zuqing found that something that did not belong to him grew out of his arm, like a diamond claw, shining golden light. Not only the right hand, but also the left hand. Zhu Zuqing was stunned when he saw the Vajra claws on his hands. Yang Yun also noticed Zhu Zuqing's different hands. After observing, Yang Yun thought for a while. Is this a spirit bone? Shouldn't the left and right arm spirit bones appear at the same time? What's going on? Yang Yun was very puzzled. ZHUQING stood up slowly, and felt that the power in his body had increased a lot, and there was a force that was out of control. Teacher, get out of the way. Before Yang Yun knew what was going on, she saw ZHUQING swinging a heavy punch towards her. Yang Yun was shocked, but luckily Yang Yun's spirit power was stronger than ZHUQING's, so she dodged. However, he just managed to get out of the way, and the right hand carrying huge power passed across Yang Yun's cheek, and Yang Yun suddenly felt as if his cheek was on fire. I saw ZHUQING rushing straight to the wall of the huge pit, and smashed it up with his right hand recklessly, kicking up a lot of mud. ZHUQING's head and mouth fell a lot of mud. But when everything became quiet again, Yang Yun walked over. She met ZHUQING's eyes with a look of astonishment. A big hole appeared in the wall of the giant pit. The force was too great. If it hit a person without relying on martial arts to resist, there would be only one result, and that would be to be completely penetrated by this force. ZHUQING swallowed, and slowly withdrew his arm from the big hole. The sharp golden claws like diamond claws were right in front of his eyes. Teacher. ZHUQING looked at Yang Yun with some doubts. Even if she had seen Douluo, it was another matter to be there. If the teacher's guess is correct, this should be an external spirit bone, not a simple left and right arm spirit bone. The moment he heard Yang Yun say that the externally possessed soul bone was still a commotion in ZHUQING's heart. He must know that the externally possessed soul bone was more valuable than the non-external soul bone. No wonder the power is so powerful. With the improvement of the own soul power, the power of the attached soul bone will be even stronger. Teacher, what you said is true. ZHUQING still couldn't hide his inner excitement. After all, there were too few external spirit bones, and he felt an inexplicable excitement when he got it. It should be correct. Otherwise, according to some records, it can only appear on one of the left and right arms, but you have both arms. This is largely due to the external spirit bone. Listening to Yang Yun's explanation, ZHUQING also believed that he should have obtained the external spirit bone. When ZHUQING was still happy, Yang Yun held ZHUQING's shoulders seriously with a straight face. Teacher, what's wrong? ZHUQING, the external spirit bone is an extremely precious spirit bone. When your strength is not strong enough, don't show it in front of others, otherwise it will bring you a fatal disaster. ZHUQING lowered his head. He knew in his head how powerful Yang Yun's words were. That's right, even ordinary spirit bones will attract the covetousness of some powerful people, not to mention the more valuable external spirit bones. Now I am like a walking treasure. Only by applying a layer of camouflage around the treasure can the treasure be better protected. Yang Yun thought that ZHUQING didn't agree with her words, so she said earnestly, ZHUQING, you have to know that not all people in this continent are modest and gentlemen, more people are devils, and they will do anything to become stronger. ZHUQING raised his head, nodded to Yang Yun, and replied, Teacher, I understand. Don't worry, you won't show off unless you meet a student who is alive or dead. Seeing the well-behaved and sensible ZHUQING, Yang Yun felt relieved. Okay, now you try to take them back with your own thoughts. ZHUQING nodded slightly, and sat cross-legged. For the first time that ZHUQING hadn't fully grasped the external spirit bone, it took a lot of time to take it back. In order for ZHUQING to get acquainted with his external spirit bone as soon as possible, and at the same time control it so that it does not pop out at any time, Yang Yun found a secluded place, and spent a month letting ZHUQING get acquainted with her external spirit bone. After reaching the point where he could move freely, Yang Yun led ZHUQING out of the forest. It's just that Yang Yun didn't expect that what ZHUQING said after leaving the forest shocked Yang Yun. Zhu Yuntian sent several waves of people to search for the Zhu family in Xingluo City in Baishan Forest for 2 years, but they still haven't found ZHUQING. Isn't there a saying that you need to see people when you are alive, and you need to see corpses when you die? ZHUQING's body has never been found in the hundreds of miles above and below the cliff. Except for the hair accessories on the cliff, the belt, and the pieces of clothes under the cliff, nothing else was found. Father, why don't you rest so late? Zhu Yuntian turned his head and glanced at Zhu Zuyun, and even turned his head away, but didn't look at Zhu Zuyun more. In terms of talent, Zhu Zuyun was completely crushed by Zhu ZHUQING. In fact, in Zhu Yuntian's heart, he was more optimistic about Zhu ZHUQING's victory in this battle. But now of the 3 daughters, one is missing, probably she was really killed. One was underage, and her fiancé had already been killed in this power struggle. The only thing left was the eldest daughter in front of him. Zhu Yuntian sighed helplessly. Zuyun, tell Dad the truth. Was your third sister really killed by a spirit beast attack? Zhu Yuntian has actually been to the cliff, although the traces of the fight are still there, but as the head of the Zhu family, he knows some things too well. It was clearly mixed with traces of fighting with people. Zhu Zuyun was surprised. This was the first time Zhu Yuntian asked her like this. Zhu Zuyun quickly searched in his mind until Zhu Yuntian looked at her and said meaningfully, "Is it difficult to answer?" Zhu Zuyun's expression did not change, and he replied with a smile, "Father, it was indeed the case at the time of the inspection. As for whether it is my daughter or not, I also heard what the guards in the mansion said." "Father, what's the matter?" Seeing that Zhu Yuntian's expression was a little strange, Zhu Zuyun asked cautiously. "It's okay, it's getting late, go and rest." Although Zhu Zuyun had many questions in his mind, he had no choice but to leave. Zhu Yuntian looked at Zhu Zuyun's leaving back, sighed, and took out a hair ornament from his arms, which was left on the cliff by Zhu ZHUQING during the fight. Zhu Yuntian looked up at the night sky. Maybe his daughter Zhu ZHUQING was really gone. At this moment, Zhu Yuntian, as a father, felt sad in his heart. Even though the Zhu family treated the daughters of the prostitutes as if they were raising gu, it would still be heartbreaking if they really lost it. After all, the Zhu family is not an imperial family, so there is no need to lose their lives in the battle, but unfortunately. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. My name is Zhu ZHUQING. Chapter 30. My name is Zhu ZHUQING. A carriage stopped slowly on the road leading to the Paji clan, and Yang Yun, who was driving the carriage, was stunned when he heard what Zhu ZHUQING said just now. But she could tell from Zhu ZHUQING's determined eyes that what Zhu ZHUQING said just now was not a joke. "ZHUQING, why are you leaving?" Yang Yun really couldn't think of the reason for Zhu ZHUQING's departure. The people of the Poji clan also took good care of her, plus the 2 brothers and sisters taught her. There is really no reason to leave. "Teacher, listen to me." Zhu ZHUQING poured out all the thoughts in his mind, and said the last sentence, "Teacher, Zhu Qing dare not forget the kindness between you and teacher Yang Wudi. It is not easy for the Po family to gain a foothold in Xingluo. It cannot be done again because of me. Take a hit." Zhu ZHUQING's face was gloomy. He lowered his head, his voice was very low, and his tone was full of guilt towards Yang Yun. At the same time, Zhu ZHUQING also told another reason, which was what she had to do. An unforgivable person. He cannot be allowed to live a peaceful life of drunkenness and dreams. They also avoid intrigue, concentrate on cultivation, and are not afraid of being exposed. After all, no matter how courageous they are, they dare not go to Tiandu to find trouble. Since you've made up your mind, I'm reluctant to part with you, but you're right. The mainland is huge, so it's right to go out and have a look. But, ZHUQING, remember, whenever you come back, we welcome you. Zhu ZHUQING's heart felt sour, and his eyes immediately became moist. Yang Yun wanted to hug her. Zhu ZHUQING slipped into Yang Yun's embrace without any hesitation. Especially after hearing Yang Yun's last words, Zhu ZHUQING's memory hidden deep in his heart was completely inspired. "Teacher, don't worry. No matter where I go, I will always be your student. Good boy, I know. If you are wronged, remember to write a letter. Then the teacher will definitely seek justice for you." "Thank you, teacher." Zhu ZHUQING was a bit crying, but he couldn't help but shed tears. Zhu ZHUQING watched the carriage drift away, and bowed deeply towards the direction the carriage was going away. He muttered, "Teacher, take care." A month later, ZHUQING moved forward according to the location he found out in Suotuo City. These days, besides traveling, he was practicing, so it was easy. Fortunately, he had a good personal survival ability in his previous life, and he was able to do things by himself since he was a child, which laid a good foundation for this solo journey. ZHUQING unscrewed the kettle and drank heavily, without the slightest image of a lady, which made the passers-by admire her. This is called doing as the Romans do. ZHUQING himself was a little embarrassed, but he also heard good news. "Mom, the Shrek Academy is ahead." ZHUQING curled his lips, but he had finally arrived. After walking a long distance, he saw a somewhat random admissions booth. A middle-aged man who seemed to be in good spirits sat there like an old man. He tapped the table with one hand and checked the pulse of the person who came to enroll with the other hand. Not suitable. ZHUQING didn't even look at the student for the simple 3 words. ZHUQING rolled his eyes. Known as an inappropriate parent, he looked at the middle-aged man with pleading eyes. "My son has just turned 13 years old, not to mention that the first soul ring is still 100 years old. He is also somewhat talented, isn't he? You." Before the student's parents could finish speaking, the middle-aged man stood up, stretched and yawned. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing an earthquake that made his body unstable. Then 6 soul rings lit up on his body, but only the 6th soul ring was 10,000 years old, but even so, it was enough to shock everyone present. 6-ring soul emperor. The student's parents were stunned and swallowed. It is true that even in Suotuo City, it is rare to see a soul emperor. The middle-aged man ignored him and sat down naturally again. The parents of the students knew that they couldn't afford to offend them, so they had no choice but to stop forcing their children to enroll in Shrek Academy. Instead, ask the middle-aged man for the registration fee. The registration fee, once given, is non-refundable. You must know that 10 gold soul coins is an astronomical figure for ordinary families, and some ordinary families do not have this figure in a year's consumption. Even some ordinary families may be able to live on for a few years, but they still don't refund the money if they don't get into school. This makes the parents very angry. It may be the money they have saved for half their life. "No, we must retreat." At this time, he was not afraid at all that the middle-aged man was a soul emperor, and ZHUQING just felt helpless. This uniform will have to change sooner or later. "No? Someone in Mubai wants the registration fee. You can handle it." ZHUQING heard the familiar name and didn't expect to meet him so soon. At that time, a man jumped out of the tree. He was wearing gorgeous white clothes and looked very rich. Dai Mubai pinched his wrist and walked towards the registration office while releasing his martial spirit. 3 spirit rings slowly surrounded his body. Dai Mubai walked not far from the parents who asked for money, pointed at him, motioned him to stand over. He even said in an arrogant tone, "If you beat me, all tuition fees will be refunded." The students' parents saw that Dai Mubai had lost hope in the eyes of the Sanhuan Hunzun, so they could only turn around resentfully, take his child and leave. "If I had known that Shrek Academy was like this, I shouldn't have come." He could only drop these words and leave. ZHUQING looked at the disappointed father and son, and secretly made a decision in his heart. Dai Mubai keenly spotted ZHUQING from the crowd, but a few years later, ZHUQING was no longer the little girl she was. Although it is not slim now, it still has a sense of beauty. Dai Mubai stared at ZHUQING. ZHUQING didn't dodge at all, and returned his gaze. The middle-aged man got up again and looked at a few students who signed up and said, "You should understand before coming to Shrek Academy. Our academy has regulations that no one who is over 12 years old and whose soul power is below level is not allowed. You must know the meaning of Shrek Academy. Shrek means monster, which also means that our academy only recruits monsters." People in the queue chose to leave after hearing Li Yuzong's words. After all, the golden soul coins thrown into the registration box would not be returned. Dai Mubai finally retreated and stood under the tree, glancing at ZHUQING from time to time. Soon it was ZHUQING's turn, and Li Yuzong was listless at first. He said some strange words. It seems that this year's monsters are only the 3 we collected yesterday. I'm afraid we won't meet them again on this last day. ZHUQING ignored Li Yuzong's words, just took out 10 gold soul coins and threw them into the box, and put his left hand on the table. Li Yuzong didn't hold out hope, but just put it on ZHUQING's wrist to explore it as if something was wrong. In the next second, Li Yuzong became energetic and jumped up from his chair. Check ZHUQING's pulse very carefully. The more you check, the bigger the smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay. I didn't expect that there would be a more perverted monster on the last day, which is great. What's your name? ZHUQING's eyes fell on Dai Mubai, and he replied with a smile that Dai Mubai couldn't see through, ZHUQING. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Shocked. Chapter 31 Shocked. Hearing the name ZHUQING reported, Dai Mubai was completely dumbfounded, and straightened his body straight from the tree trunk. He looked at ZHUQING with an expression of disbelief. How could it be written all over his face? Li Yuzong had no intention of observing the changes in Dai Mubai's expression. He just understood that another monster from Shrek had entered school. Okay, very good. Compared to the 3 monsters yesterday, you, the monster, might as well give in a little more. Li Yuzong's joy beyond words turned to look at the stupid Dai Mubai and said, Mubai, take her in. Looking at Dai Mubai, his eyes were a little confused and seemed careless, but he could not hide his inner excitement. Walking to ZHUQING's side, pretending to be deep, come with me. ZHUQING didn't speak, the corners of his mouth just raised slightly, which made Dai Mubai's heart skip a beat. From time to time, he turned back and glanced at ZHUQING, who was not far behind him. Dai Mubai led ZHUQING to the first soul power test point. ZHUQING nodded slightly, walked up, and picked up the test crystal ball from the table. Out of the corner of his eyes, he was staring at Dai Mubai, with that weird smile. Dai Mubai felt very creepy when he saw it. He turned his head quickly, not daring to look into ZHUQING's eyes. With the soul power tested by the crystal ball, the teacher in charge of the test seemed to have seen something incredible. He stood up stupidly and looked at the crystal ball in ZHUQING's hand with his mouth open. Some students who participated in the test were stunned and couldn't believe the values they saw with their eyes. How is it possible? Level 32. As old as me, this. Then with a smile on his face and an excited tone, here, are you really only 12 years old? ZHUQING gently put down the crystal ball and did not answer the teacher's question. After all, such questions were superfluous. Anyone over 12 years old would be rejected in the first round of registration. The test teacher was not angry because ZHUQING didn't respond to him, on the contrary he was even happier. Mubai, there is no need to test next, just go to the last level. Yes, Teacher Xiao. Dai Mubai was also stunned by ZHUQING's test results. He only came back to his senses after Mrs. Xiao shouted several times. Yesterday he met 3 eccentric talents who entered the academy more than him. Today's familiar name, did not expect her to be it's the weirdest one. Dai Mubai was obviously much more peaceful than when he was brought into the academy. ZHUQING could understand that he was just pretending. While leading the way, Dai Mubai glanced back at ZHUQING. His face was full of doubts, but he didn't ask. The corners of ZHUQING's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Senior, just ask if you have anything to say. Why are you acting so coquettishly? It's not like a man. When Dai Mubai saw ZHUQING again, especially when he heard ZHUQING say his name, he was full of doubts. Hearing what ZHUQING said at this moment, Dai Mubai stopped, as if mustering up a lot of courage. Finally asked. You? Me? Me what? What's wrong with me? Dai Mubai swallowed. ZHUQING was delighted to see Dai Mubai's embarrassment. Are you from the Star Luo Empire? Why do you ask? Dai Mubai didn't dare to look into ZHUQING's eyes at all. because ZHUQING always had a kind of smile that he didn't know if it was a good smile or a smile with other intentions. Seeing that Dai Muebai's heart was trembling, his tone became hesitant. You and I are in the Douluo Empire. A what? A friend with the exact same name, I thought. You thought I was her, right? Hearing ZHUQING's words, Dai Muebai's eyes that were full of hope at the beginning suddenly dimmed. After all, what ZHUQING said meant very clearly. Dai Muebai turned around and walked forward in a daze, not caring at all whether ZHUQING followed him or not. ZHUQING deliberately stopped where he was, looking at Dai Muebai as he walked around in confusion. Almost out of sight, Dai Muebai realized that ZHUQING hadn't followed, so he turned back again. Come with me. ZHUQING found it ridiculous. A person who was eating, drinking, and having fun in the Tiandu Empire would actually think of his fiancée who was far away in the Douluo Empire. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Dai Muebai's good show has just begun, I hope you can bear it. ZHUQING lowered his brows and smiled slightly, which made Dai Muebai feel uneasy and sweat profusely. At the last level, ZHUQING saw Zhao Wuji, who was like a pig's head. Dai Muebai walked forward and saluted, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes, his cheeks were still swollen, seeing it made ZHUQING happy, and asked you to fill the cup. Okay, let's mess with the boss. Zhao Wuji looked at ZHUQING, and he was in a good mood. Another monster came today. Yes, she is also exempt from the first 3 tests. Dai Muebai didn't dare to look at ZHUQING directly, and could only glance at him from the corner of his eye. ZHUQING saluted Zhao Wuji very politely, Mr. Zhao is good. Well, not bad. Muebai, today I don't feel well, so she will ask you to test the last level. Dai Muebai was stunned for a moment, and Zhao Wuji frowned, Muebai. Only then did Dai Muebai come back to his senses, he didn't hear what Zhao Wuji said just now. Mr. Zhao, what did you just say? Zhao Wuji was bullied last night, seeing Dai Muebai's distraught appearance today, he was inevitably a little angry. I said, I'm not feeling well today, let you test the last level. Zhao Wuji's voice was so loud that the birds on the tree were shaken away. Dai Muebai nodded, slightly embarrassed. ZHUQING looked at this scene with a surprised look on his face, maybe because he felt happy at the joke. Dai Muebai turned around and looked at ZHUQING again, his appearance had changed quite a bit. There is a saying called the 18th change of the female university, but after all, he hadn't seen each other for several years. What's more, there is a big difference between children and 12-year-old girls. Dai Muebai coughed lightly, and introduced the rules of the last level. This last level is very simple. It is to hold on for a stick of incense in my hands. As long as you persist, you will pass the level. If you can't persist, you will be eliminated. Do you understand? ZHUQING didn't speak, just nodded his head, as an answer to Dai Muebai. Okay, let's start. Zhao Wuji threw a lighted incense casually, and stably inserted it into the ground. Dai Muebai didn't say much, the more he looked, the more he felt that the ZHUQING in front of him was the person he knew. Just when Dai Muebai lit up 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, ZHUQING smiled slightly. Zhao Wuji stood up from the chair with a snap, because he saw the rhythm of the soul ring on ZHUQING's body. That's 1 yellow and 2 purples instead of the so-called best soul ring configuration, 2 yellows and 1 purple. Dai Muebai was even more stunned in place. Looking at ZHUQING foolishly, his eyes revealed that he couldn't believe what he saw. You. What's wrong, senior? Do I have any questions? Different from Dai Muebai's surprise, Zhao Wuji clapped his hands and applauded afterward. It looks like you are the biggest monster this year. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Seeing the rhythmic color of the soul ring on ZHUQING's body, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but praise. ZHUQING thought that Zhao Wuji would directly cancel the assessment competition with Dai Muebai after seeing the color of his soul ring. Never thought that Zhao Waoqi would urge Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing to take the assessment with the attitude of watching a play. Zhu Zuqing also seemed to understand something. Mubai, it's up to you. Zhao Wuji slowly sat down again with his hands in his arms, very relaxed and freehand. Dai Mubai was speechless for a moment, whether this is the time when Zhu Zuqing persisted for a stick of incense, or when he himself persisted for a stick of incense under Zhu Zuqing's hands. Sister, please. Senior, please. Dai Mubai had already made up his mind, but Zhu Zuqing seemed to have forgotten something. Dai Mubai turned his hands into tiger claws and rushed towards Zhu Zuqing. The tiger claws cut into his left shoulder and went down. Zhu Zuqing lowered his waist, slid his feet on the ground, and at the same time hit Dai Mubai's armpit. Dai Mubai was so shocked that he jumped back, taking advantage of Dai Mubai to distance himself from him. Zhu Zuqing used his left foot as a point of leverage, kicked the ground with both feet, and leaped high. Before Dai Mubai could stand still, Zhu Zuqing kicked Dai Mubai's important parts with both feet at the same time. Dai Mubai was so frightened that he subconsciously used the tiger's claws to protect him, but he underestimated Zhu Zuqing's strength, and was still knocked back several steps before he stopped. Originally thought this was the end, unexpectedly just as Dai Mubai put on an attacking stance, Zhu Zuqing's next attack came again. The dark moon blade in his hand had already reached his chest. The attack technique was so cunning that even Zhao Wuji broke into a cold sweat while watching the show. He muttered, "Is this girl so fierce in fighting? If she gets kicked, she will have no descendants." Dai Mubai quickly dodged sideways. The dark moon blade slid across Dai Mubai's chest pane. Dai Mubai also took the opportunity to distance himself from Zhu Zuqing again. In the several rounds of attacks, Zhu Zuqing took the initiative, while Dai Mubai was just passive and took the beating. This seemed to make Zhao Wuji very unhappy, so he heard Zhao Wuji's voice and thought, "Mubai, if you lose, give me extra practice tomorrow." Dai Mubai swallowed when he heard Zhao Waoqi's words. He understood what Zhao Waoqi meant by extra training. Sure enough, under Zhao Wuji's stimulation, Dai Mubai still had some abilities, and his use of the tiger claw still caused Zhu Zuqing a lot of trouble. Zhu Zuqing jumped back a few times, his legs arched. Zhu Zuqing looked sideways at the burning incense, and the fight between the two was only half over. Dai Mubai also learned to be smart, or he was afraid of what Zhao Wuji said. When Zhu Zuqing was retreating, he didn't stop like before, instead he attacked more violently. Jumping high and aiming at Zhu Zuqing was a heavy blow. Zhu Zuqing jumped to dodge. Dai Mubai was like a vicious tiger and smashed a lot of dirt on the ground. "It's my turn, senior." As soon as Dai Mubai turned around, Zhu Zuqing, who should have been 6 feet away, was already in sight, and the weapon in his right hand attacked Dai Mubai's legs. Dai Mubai was so frightened that he quickly jumped back. Seeing Dai Mubai dodging, Zhu Zuqing missed a hit, and there was a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. He obviously dodged and put some distance between himself and Zhu Zuqing, but Dai Mubai discovered that Zhu Zuqing's attack was coming again. How could this be a strong attack system Soul Master? It was clearly an agility attack system Soul Master. The speed was frighteningly fast. Dai Mubai was forced to retreat steadily by Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing condensed his soul power to attack from the sky. Dai Mubai had no way to dodge, he could only use his soul power. With an angry "ah," the possessed evil-eyed white tiger instantly grew bigger, but Zhu Zuqing still followed his own ideas. The dark moon blade hit the evil-eyed white tiger's body heavily. Zhu Zuqing took advantage of the adhesive force produced by the contact between the dark moon blade and the evil-eyed white tiger, unceremoniously kicked continuously towards Dai Mubai's defense with his feet. The last kick was even more powerful. Dai Mubai flew out directly, while Zhu Zuqing landed lightly. Dai Mubai covered his heaving chest. Zhu Zuqing really didn't hold back at all just now, and his force was quite strong. Dai Mubai's face was not very good looking. He stood up slowly. He looked at Zhu Zuqing in a daze. Is she still her? Senior? What's wrong? ZHUQING also raised his lips as if deliberately provoking. The schoolgirl's methods are really good, but if you want to defeat the senior, you have to work hard. ZHUQING's round eyes moved around in their sockets, as if they were speaking. Then senior, you have to be serious. The fragrance is not much. Dai Mubai stepped on the ground firmly with both feet, and shouted, "Second soul skill Behulik Wangbo." I saw a long golden attack wave erupting from Dai Mubai's mouth. Very good, now it is interesting. In terms of practical experience, I am not inferior to you. The second soul skill, bloodthirsty killing. The dark moon blade that was supposed to be black was actually covered by a thin layer of blood mist at this moment, and at the same time it turned into dozens of blades forming a long dragon and stood towards Dai Mubai's soul ability. On one side is the golden attack wave, on the other side is the blood-colored black dragon, and the two soul skills meet in the middle. No one gave way to the other, for a moment they were evenly matched, but Dai Mubai forgot that his second spirit ring was less than 1,000 years old, but ZHUQING's second spirit ring was 1,000 years old. It is also the soul ring produced by the bloodthirsty tiger, which not only increases the attack power, but also strengthens the strength of the martial soul. No accidents, accidents are about to happen. The blood-colored black dragon continuously hits the golden attack wave, and it is also reducing Dai Mubai's attack distance bit by bit. The golden attack wave is getting shorter and shorter, and the blood-black dragon is getting closer. Dai Mubai was shocked at the moment when the golden attack wave was completely neutralized. The first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Fortunately Dai Mubai's second soul ability offset the attack power of ZHUQING's second soul ability at first. But even so, Dai Mubai was still knocked back several steps before he could stand firm, but there was an extra weapon around his neck. Breathing the air conditioning, Dai Mubai's face was pale. At this moment, the incense in front of Zhao Wao also burned out. The marks left on the ground were produced by ZHUQING's second soul ability and Dai Mubai's second soul ability. Just comparing the power of the two soul skills is self-evident. Okay, the assessment is over. Zhao Wuji was very happy. Seeing ZHUQING's performance, he initially thought that ZHUQING just had a powerful soul ring. He never thought that ZHUQING's combat skills could not be compared to yesterday's students at all. Fortunately, ZHUQING's strength was even greater. ZHUQING then withdrew his martial soul and returned to his innocent appearance. Dai Mubai couldn't help but touch his neck. The chill just now made him stunned. If it was the enemy, he was afraid that he would already be down now. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai felt a chill in his heart. "Thank you, senior, for letting me go." ZHUQING's voice was low and gentle, but Dai Mubai was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. "All right, Mubai, take her to the girls' dormitory. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, so don't be late." "Yes, Teacher Zhao." ZHUQING and Dai Mubai answered Zhao Wuji almost at the same time, which made ZHUQING feel very embarrassed. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Dai Mubai led ZHUQING to the girls' dormitory, one at a time, one behind, without speaking. Dai Mubai still glanced back at ZHUQING from time to time. He had too many doubts in his heart. ZHUQING felt that Dai Mubai was being funny, so he would ask if he had anything, why he hesitated to speak like this, as if he had made him suffer so much. At this moment, there was a lot of noise, as if he had been greatly wronged and frightened. "Don't do this, we are not suitable, let me go." Dai Mubai's complexion sank slightly, as if he knew what had happened. When he turned around and was about to speak, he found that ZHUQING had already gone towards the direction where the voice came from. Dai Mubai chased after him helplessly, while ZHUQING just glanced at Dai Mubai behind him. Turning around a residential house at the corner, what ZHUQING saw was a boy grabbing a girl's hand. The girl shed tears while struggling. ZHUQING didn't say much, just went up and kicked the boy flying. Unprepared, the young man fell several somersaults before he stopped, and even fell to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. ZHUQING withdrew his right foot, only to find that the girl was frightened by ZHUQING's behavior and stood there in a daze, her mouth opened wide. He looked at ZHUQING in disbelief. The young man got up from the ground cursing, Who dares to disturb the good business of labor and management, and don't want to live any more? While spitting dirty words, the boy patted the dirt on his clothes. ZHUQING folded his arms and raised his head slightly, as if it was a good thing done by this lady. You have the ability to hit me. There is a posture of exasperating people. The young man looked up but found ZHUQING's complacent look, and at the same time, the obscene gaze in the young man's eyes was all in sight. Hey, there is such a beautiful girl in this village? Why didn't I find out before? Why do you want to play with brother too, girl? The young man's mouth was full of foul language, but as soon as he said it, he felt ZHUQING's extraordinarily enthusiastic. 5 fingerprints were deeply imprinted on the boy's face, which made the boy very angry. Staring at ZHUQING angrily, he even cursed loudly, Stinky girl, I think you are worthy of letting you play with my brother. Don't be ignorant of what is good and bad, and dare to sneak attack on me. You have successfully angered me. After speaking, the boy was in a state of rage, and his whole body seemed to be covered with flames. At the same time, a turkey appeared in front of the boy. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the girl hurriedly stood between the two, trying to stop the situation from getting worse. Stop fighting, it's all my fault. The girl was crying, but her words did not arouse the boy's sympathy. Go away. If I don't show off my power today, you think I'm a sick cat. Hey, who is that? Today I'm going to beat you until you lie on the ground and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. ZHUQING slowly walked forward, past the girl, and stood face to face with the young man. Is it? Of course. It's a pity that you don't have that ability. As for you, a girl should have her own dignity. Is it useful to blindly compromise? Do you think he has considered you? ZHUQING turned his head towards the girl beside him and said something that the girl might not understand. The girl stared at ZHUQING blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Hearing ZHUQING's words, the boy became even more angry, and rushed towards ZHUQING. Seeing this, ZHUQING pushed the girl away, turned sideways lightly, and accurately hit the boy's abdomen with a punch, directly blasting him out. The boy fell to the ground once again and stared at ZHUQING angrily while spitting out the dirt in his mouth. If he was not paying attention just now and was knocked away by ZHUQING, but this time he took the initiative to attack but was punched away by the seemingly weak ZHUQING. Although the young man was angry, he was also shocked. ZHUQING was so relaxed and carefree without using any soul power at all. It seems that you can't do it. ZHUQING's words can be said to have aroused the anger of the young man. Okay, then let you try the strength of my evil fire phoenix. ZHUQING immediately became happy when he saw the turkey in front of him. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and started laughing. Pointing at the turkey on the ground could not calm the smile in his chest for a long time. Tears came out, which made the young man even more angry. Especially ZHUQING laughed and pointed at the turkey on the ground and mocked, Is this a phoenix? It's clearly a chicken. If the phoenix hears that the rooster is it will die of anger. I'll make you laugh, the first soul skill phoenix firewire. A tongue of fire spewed out from the boy's mouth and pointed at ZHUQING. While ZHUQING dodged, he still did not forget to ridicule. Hey, why don't we call it chicken firewire? You see, it's actually a chicken. Huotong ran after ZHUQING, but his speed couldn't keep up with ZHUQING, but some huts around him suffered. When it was contaminated by the flames, it immediately burned into a raging fire, which frightened the girl. ZHUQING seemed to be playing tricks on the boy, just running in front, while the boy chased after him desperately. The tongues of fire sprayed out again and again, but they couldn't hurt ZHUQING at all. I won't play with you. Before the young man understood what ZHUQING meant, he noticed that there was a figure in front of him. In the next second, he flew up high. ZHUQING made a gesture of going somewhere, and the young man screamed. It fell to the ground with a bang, and the soil was smashed into a big hole. The young man's limbs moved slowly, and ZHUQING saw the girl running over to help the young man in the pit, which really confused ZHUQING. Just as the boy cursed and regained his footing, he was about to attack again. Daimyobai appeared. ZHUQING felt strange. It shouldn't appear so late at such a distance. Stop beating. We are all classmates. ZHUQING pretended to be very surprised. After all, she knew just now that the young man was Ma Hong-jun, a scumbag who was promiscuous everywhere. It's no different from Daimyobai in Heaven Do Empire, it's just that Ma Hong-jun has a resounding excuse to control the spirit to do so. Ma Hong-jun looked at Daimyobai in shock, then pointed at ZHUQING. Classmate? What classmate? Daimyobai shook his head while supporting his forehead, and explained, her name is ZHUQING, she just entered school today. She was supposed to take her to the girls' dormitory, but when she heard something going on here halfway, she came over to have a look, but she never thought of meeting her. There was a misunderstanding. ZHU took an innocent look at Daimyobai, his face was solemn, and at the same time he had no good words. Misunderstanding? Could it be that Shrek Academy is a place where filth is hidden? Such a person deserves to be admitted to the academy. Daimyobai was slightly embarrassed, glanced at Ma Hong-jun, and had no choice but to explain. Let's talk about this later. Fatty also has his own reasons. Difficulties? What kind of difficulties can force a girl to go against her will? Facing ZHUQING's questioning, Daimyobai didn't know how to answer. After all, these things are disgraceful no matter how you say them. The girl covered her face and ran away crying. Ma Hong-jun didn't like people like ZHUQING who interrupted his good business halfway. What? Others don't want to date you. Why don't you insist on forcing a relationship with you? End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Is Confession Useful? Chapter 34 Is Confession Useful? Ma Hong-jun's neck was already red, half dead with anger. Daimyobai at the side saw this and immediately became a peacemaker. I forgot to introduce him. His name is Ma Hong-jun. He is a martial soul. Chicken. Daimyobai hasn't finished speaking yet, especially since he was smiling while introducing. Ma Hong-jun corrected angrily, the martial spirit of labor and management is not a chicken, but a phoenix. Daimyobai still couldn't help laughing, and put a hand on Ma Hong-jun's shoulder. Ma Hong-jun stared at Daimyobai with a gloomy face. But that's all he can do. Okay, it's Feng Huang, the third student in our academy. Because of his special martial spirit, he is always disliked when he finds a girlfriend. It's hard to find someone who accepts him, but his parents don't agree. Obviously the girl in question is the one who came to break up with Ma Hong-jun just now. Ma Hong-jun hit Daimyobai on the waist with his elbow and said angrily. I'm not like you. I'm not only rich, but also handsome. I never lack girlfriends. Before Ma Hong-jun finished speaking, Daimyobai covered Ma Hong-jun's mouth, and awkwardly cast a helpless look at ZHUQING. At the same time, he explained, don't listen to the fat man's nonsense, how could I be like that? Ma Hong-jun broke free from the restraints, jumped back a few steps, and stayed far away from Daimyobai. After a burst of cynicism, ZHUQING quietly watched the performance of the two as if nothing happened. Hey, Boss Dai, when did you change your ways? Did you fall in love with this schoolgirl? You are too hard-working, don't you want the girlfriend in front of you? Ma Hong-jun's words completely made Daimyobai's face turn blue and red, and he looked at ZHUQING with embarrassment. He wanted to judge ZHUQING's views on this matter from ZHUQING's expression. But ZHUQING didn't change his expression, which made Daimyobai feel a little relieved. I don't care if you are a student of Shrek Academy or not. Since this girl doesn't want to, you shouldn't continue to harass me. If I meet you like today, I won't let you go so easily. ZHUQING didn't want to stay any longer. After all, these two really couldn't tell each other apart. A scumbag is a scumbag. After throwing down the harsh words, seeing ZHUQING turn around and leave, how could Ma Hongzhen stand such a threat from ZHUQING? He immediately became furious and pointed at ZHUQING's back and yelled, "Who do you think you are? I need you to take care of what I do? Don't forget, you entered the academy after me, and I am your senior after all." Dai Muebai's face darkened, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Ma Hongzhen finished speaking, an extremely domineering attack came towards Ma Hongzhen. Ma Hongzhen was proud at first, but he was frightened the next second, and Dai Muebai was too late to stop him. I saw that a handful of Ma Hongzhen's hair had been shaved off behind his ears, and a shallow scar was left on his cheek. ZHUQING just turned his head and glanced at Ma Hongzhen, with a strong domineering look in his eyes. "I will do what I said. I hope you don't anger me, or the consequences will be serious." ZHUQING glared at Ma Hongzhen fiercely, then turned around and walked away. Ma Hongzhen was completely enraged by ZHUQING's behavior, and was about to explode, but was interrupted by Dai Muebai. "Fatty, I advise you to calm down. You two may not be her opponent." In just a moment, ZHUQING had already turned around the hut and disappeared from the sight of the two of them. Dai Muebai then let go of the angry fat man and chased after him. He didn't quite understand why ZHUQING had such a big reaction to such a thing. And many more. Ma Hongzhen reached out and touched his face. The still hot blood made him feel a little dissatisfied with ZHUQING, and he felt an urge for revenge in his heart. But he remembered the look Dai Muebai gave him when he held him, and this made Ma Hongzhen temporarily give up his thoughts. "What? Do you want to avenge your brother?" ZHUQING was very cold, just stopped in his tracks. Dai Muebai was shocked when he heard ZHUQING's words. "You misunderstood, I wanted to say, do you know the way to the girls' dormitory?" ZHUQING naturally didn't know. He just didn't want to stay any longer. But he just stopped in place and didn't speak. Dai Muebai shook his head. Although they had a brief contact with him, he had a deep impression on ZHUQING. But it also reminded him of the ZHUQING he met at the Douluo Royal Academy. Her attitude was the same. But a few years ago Dai Muebai heard that ZHUQING was killed while hunting a soul beast, and now he met ZHUQING again. "Are you really not from Luo? What? Do you have any acquaintances in the Douluo Empire?" ZHUQING acted very coldly. Dai Muebai had actually confirmed in his heart that ZHUQING in front of him was the person he married in the Douluo Empire. But when they met again this time, ZHUQING showed even more indifference. Dai Muebai just wanted to hear from ZHUQING's mouth that she was her. Dai Muebai's throat was filled with bitterness, and there was no light in his eyes. Stopping in the corridor, walking sideways to the railing, looking up at the scenery outside, there was a hint of melancholy in it. "Yes, your martial spirit and your personality are all like hers. I thought you were her." Dai Muebai's voice was trembling, but ZHUQING raised the corner of his mouth. "Is this considered a confession? Well, can you tell me about her? Since you miss her so much, why don't you take her with you? Is she bad?" ZHUQING looked completely different from the person Dai Muebai knew. Compared to the violent beating of Ma Hongzhen just now, the current ZHUQING can be said to be harmless to humans and animals, and at the same time has an innocent smile. Dai Muebai was deeply attracted by ZHUQING's appearance. Hearing ZHUQING's words, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I met her a few years ago. At that time, she was as fearless as you. No difficulties and obstacles could stop her. It's a pity that she... What's up with her? It's a pity she's gone. Not anymore." "Yes, I heard the news of her death when I returned to China a few years ago. I know that it was not an accident while hunting a soul beast. It was deliberately done by someone." Dai Muebai was choked up, and his tone became more difficult. But this still couldn't make ZHUQING have any good impression of him. "According to what you say, isn't it that you were assassinated?" Since she was assassinated at the time, I think you seem to have some kind of involvement with her. Why don't you uphold justice for her? Are you afraid? Daimyobai turned his head to look at ZHUQING in a daze, but he didn't dare to look at ZHUQING just after one glance. After all, ZHUQING is her. Even if Daimyobai is not sure now, he doesn't dare to really think that the ZHUQING in front of him is her. Maybe I'm just a born coward. Back then I advised her to keep a low profile, but she didn't listen. I see. It seems like she is stronger than you. At least she dares to fight against injustice. Yes, I did regret it when I escaped because of something that happened and I didn't tell her and left her alone. Listening to Daimyobai's words of repentance, ZHUQING couldn't bear it anymore. If regret is useful, what else in the world can't be done? End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Punishment. Chapter 35 Punishment. Daimyobai's eyes were full of tears, and his eyes were moist, but what he did in the end of these years has already spread throughout the Douluo Empire. Even after he learned that ZHUQING was not alive, he still lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, but at this moment he confessed in front of ZHUQING. ZHUQING felt sick when he thought of Daimyobai embracing left and right, even though there was a tearful repentance now. In ZHUQING's view, he just saw a person who used to be exactly like her appear and wanted to find it again. Are you ready? I'm tired, can you take me to the dormitory? ZHUQING turned around, not wanting to look at Daimyobai one more time, let alone listen to his confession. Daimyobai had said so much, but he never expected that what he would receive in exchange was ZHUQING's understatement. He was stunned for a few seconds. ZHUQING's indifference seemed to make Daimyobai return to the starting point with some certainty. Looking at ZHUQING's back, Daimyobai seemed convinced that she was really gone. The next day, ZHU, who is used to getting up early to practice, was not in the dormitory early in the morning. Ningrongrong and Xiaowu were still looking for ZHUQING's trace, and when they looked up, they found ZHUQING was on the roof. I am not familiar with this roommate who just came yesterday, and I just greeted him out of politeness. The three of them came to the square and said that the square was actually about the same size as the dams in the countryside when they went to theaters in their previous lives. It's just that Ma Hongjun clearly felt something was wrong when he saw ZHUQING's expression. How could it be so easy to reconcile after being beaten? Flender came slowly from a distance, and ZHUQING heard Xiaowu whisper, "Xiao-san, isn't that the profiteer we met in the city?" Oscar on the side asked in surprise, "Do you know the dean?" "Dean?" "Yes, he is Dean Flender of our Shrek Academy." Xiaowu covered her ears when she heard this, feeling a little anxious. "Oh no, I scolded him yesterday, he won't hold grudges." Oscar was happy when he heard this, his voice was very low, he leaned into their ears and said, "Then you are screwed, the dean is the most vindictive." "What?" "But he is also the most protective." Tang San also obviously recognized Flanders, and comforted him, "I think he is the dean and won't do anything to us." Flanders walked up to the low platform with a straight face, coughed slightly, and cleared his throat. On the side, Oscar was stared directly at by Flanders. Oscar was so frightened that he lowered his head, as if saying, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Then he opened his arms and smiled evilly, "Welcome to Shrek Academy." Looking at the 7 students in the audience, Flender adjusted his glasses. He had a wicked smile just now, but now he became serious again. Flender carefully scanned all the students present, and spent more time on the freshmen, especially ZHUQING. Compared to others, ZHUQING looked calm and could not see any changes in his heart. The corners of Flender's mouth turned up slightly, but his voice was a bit hoarse. "This year is very good. 4 more monsters have entered the school. I wonder if you freshmen have had any fights since you entered school. There are just a few people in the academy, fighting, with whom, for a moment, you looked at me and I looked at you," but ZHUQING's expression did not change, nor did he look around. "What? Do you dare to do it or not?" Flender's small eyes became a little piercing at this moment. ZHUQING took a step forward and said calmly, "Me." This made several people who didn't know the situation look at ZHUQING in a daze. Such a petite girl would fight, or fight when you just entered school, with whom? Each of them is looking for their own goals. ZHUQING was also very helpless, who let himself take other people's work, and there was no such thing as Flender in the original book. Flender didn't speak, but just quietly looked at the few people in the audience, fighting. He couldn't be alone. Ma Hongjun also stood up from the team, and now it was lively. Oscar behind him asked in a low voice, "Fatty, why are you fighting with girls?" Ma Hongjun is also very helpless, now his face still hurts a bit. Ma Hongjun could only stare fiercely at Oscar. Oscar immediately shut his mouth. Flanders cheered repeatedly, "Very good, since you are so energetic, then run around the whole village 40 times. Xiaowu showed a terrified look, and she still didn't forget to stretch out 4 fingers. "What? Didn't you hear what I said? If you didn't hear it, you can add it." Without saying a word, ZHUQING turned around and ran towards the entrance of the village. It was only 40 laps, which is not unheard of. As the person who was beaten, Ma Hongjun felt a little unconvinced, but facing Flanders' majesty, he didn't dare to do anything, so he had to run out. Seeing ZHUQING's ability to move, Flender nodded in satisfaction. When Zhao Wuji told him the specific situation of ZHUQING, Flender was very surprised, but at the same time he couldn't believe it. After all, no one on the mainland dares to act like this. The second soul ring would dare to do so for 1,000 years. As ZHUQING ran, he heard complaints from behind. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be punished either." ZHU took a look at Ma Hongjun, who had already caught up. "Really? If it weren't for some people bullying girls, I wouldn't have taken action. Why do you still feel wronged? Or do you think you didn't get hurt yesterday?" Ma Hongjun was angered by ZHUQING's words. In order to save face for himself, Ma Hongjun said harshly, "If I hadn't been attacked by you, and if you weren't a girl, I would have beaten you down." Really? How about we have a fight after the run?" ZHUQING was so angry that Ma Hongjun blushed. He knew in his heart that the sneak attack was real. But it was true that he couldn't beat him. Daimyo Bai told him about ZHUQING's situation that night and told him not to mess with him in the future. At this moment, he is doing this just to save face, but it's a pity that ZHUQING doesn't like him. Ma Hongjun can only make fun of himself. Ma Hongjun quickened his pace and ran forward, but ZHUQING gave him a lot of contempt. This village is not small, and the distance of 40 laps is not short. If he runs like Ma Hongjun, he will probably have to walk in the end. ZHUQING also understood that the reason why Ma Hongjun quickened his pace was simply because he wanted to regain the face he had lost yesterday. ZHUQING didn't quicken his pace, but kept his original pace. Sure enough, Ma Hongjun ran a full circle and ZHUQING only made more than half a circle. When they rejoined for the second time, Ma Hongjun still didn't forget to cast a mocking look at ZHUQING. But this still couldn't shake ZHUQING's original heart, and kept the original speed. But now 2 more people have joined in. Oscar saw ZHUQING but not Ma Hongjun. "Hey, where's Fatty? Is that fool?" ZHUQING's words made Oscar laugh out loud. "Fool? Isn't it? Did he think that 40 laps was too little? I'll show you a good show later." Oscar didn't understand, but he saw the evil smile on the corner of ZHUQING's mouth. She wanted to ask again, but ZHUQING moved away from her. Oscar had no choice but to wait and see what ZHUQING said. 30 laps, Ma Hongjun felt that his steps became heavier and heavier, his legs seemed to be filled with lead water, and he didn't want to lift his legs at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Lesson 1 Willpower. Chapter 36 The first lesson Willpower. ZHUQING dragged her tired body back to the dormitory, not thinking about eating. Fortunately, Xiaowu had reserved something for ZHUQING. While eating, ZHUQING heard Xiaowu praise her. You are really amazing. That fat man didn't run past you. I heard that he crawled back in the end. Xiaowu looked at ZHUQING adoringly, but ZHUQING was very curious. How could she not understand Ma Hongjun's appearance? You shouldn't. Didn't you take her job? Maybe he had encountered this before? ZHUQING was just confused for a moment. Thank you. Why are you being polite? Everyone will be sisters from now on. After a night passed, the 7 of them came to the square neatly and waited for today's training after a simple breakfast in the morning. After Flender looked down at the 7 people, his last gaze rested on Ning Rongrong, and if nothing happened, something would happen. After Flender stared at Ning Rongrong seriously for a few minutes, Ning Rongrong unconsciously lowered his head. Oscar, did you finish running yesterday? Oscar was a little embarrassed, stuck out half of his head, and glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was playing with his fingers while lowering his head. He hesitated and replied, Run, it's over. Flender's face darkened in an instant, as if dark clouds covered the entire sky, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely cold. Really? Oscar didn't dare look up at Flender's face at all, his body trembled involuntarily. Humph, Oscar, you have also learned to lie. Obviously someone didn't finish running. Why do you really think that I, the dean, can't be arranged? Oscar's body shook, and he didn't dare to look up, but ZHUQING remained calm. Anyway, that person wasn't her, and she knew who it was. Ning Rongrong, Oscar is out. The 2 walked out of the queue. Flender glanced at them and said, Since Oscar likes to protect others, let's continue today. Oscar didn't speak, and started running with his head buried, while Ning Rongrong acted like a little princess, not paying attention to Flender at all. The one Flender was talking about who didn't finish running was naturally her. How come everyone who was punished by Oscar ran away? Why don't you go? ZHUQING had other thoughts in his heart. You really dare to let her go? I'm afraid it will explode soon. Why should I go? This made Flender so angry that he actually had the nerve to ask why. If it wasn't for Ning Rongrong being the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I'm afraid Flender would use even more torture methods to torture her. Flender helped the mirror frame, looked at ZHUQING and said, Why? Then let me tell you why. ZHUQING and Ma Hongjun persisted for half the distance than you, and even ZHUQING was the first to complete it. She is younger than you, so she can do it. How about you? ZHUQING's eyeballs almost came out of embarrassment. The good guy is directing the firepower on himself. Old guy Flender, you are too shameless. As expected, as soon as Flender's words fell, Ning Rongrong opened his mouth to refute. Can I compete with them? They are all attack-type soul masters, but I am an auxiliary type. ZHUQING kept patting his heart. It's okay, he didn't point the finger at himself alone, otherwise it would be too hurt. This is shooting while lying down, I don't want to, and Dean Flender, can you not compare me with me in the future? I don't want to get hurt. Because you are an auxiliary department, it should be so. Now it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be confused, frowning, staring at Flender angrily. I just wanted to see what Flender had to say next. There is no willpower at all, and you will shrink back when you encounter a little difficulty. If someone like you goes to the battlefield, you will suffer not only yourself, but also your teammates. As a support, the first point is to protect yourself, but your point if you can't complete the task, how can you protect yourself? Tell me. After Flender almost roared, Ning Rongrong was furious when he heard it. Hearing Flender's words, ZHUQING thought of more and the others, among them were auxiliary soul masters. In order to buy time for himself, he sacrificed his life at the end. If he didn't have the ability to independently protect himself and assist his teammates, he wouldn't be able to buy that much time. Every time ZHUQING thinks of this situation, he feels sad, subconsciously and unconsciously clenching his fists. This time the slight change was caught by Dai Mubai, who was on the side. he saw hatred and revenge in ZHUQING's eyes. ZHUQING, who was lost in his thoughts, had no intention of listening to Flanders' lecture Ning until Flanders called out ZHUQING's name. ZHUQING just woke up from his thoughts. He didn't know why Flender called him, looked at Flender suspiciously. Mubai sweated for ZHUQING. It seemed that ZHUQING didn't listen to Flender's question just now arrive. But Flender asked patiently, ZHUQING, tell her what level your soul power is. ZHUQING glanced at Ning who was quietly staring at him in the front left, and sighed helplessly. He couldn't run away. Go back to the dean, my soul power has reached level 32. As soon as ZHUQING said this, not only Ning showed a surprised expression, but Tang San Xiaowu and others were also the same. Xiaowu even whispered in disbelief, ZHUQING, do you have level 32 soul power? ZHUQING nodded slightly. Xiaowu was like a deflated rubber ball. She was a little proud at level 29 when she entered school. Ma Hongjun was the most astonished person among several people, but also the most astonished person. Swallowing, he first looked at ZHUQING, and then looked at Dai Mubai as if asking for help. Dai Mubai grinned awkwardly. Ma Hongjun only now knew the gap between him and ZHUQING. Yesterday, he was still dreaming about how to defeat ZHUQING. Hearing it today, he knew that it was impossible in this life. Even if he tried his best that day, he would not be ZHUQING's opponent. Ning stared blankly at ZHUQING, and asked questioningly, do you really have level 32 soul power? As a genius of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning felt that even if she was not as good as Tang San Xiaowu, she would not lose to ZHUQING. It's just that she never thought that ZHUQING was the strongest monster among the 7 of them. ZHUQING didn't respond to her, and not speaking at this time represented everything he said. How is it possible? How could someone have such a talent? Ning lowered her head and muttered to herself. At this moment her proud head was lowered. But there was another person she thought of, pointing to Oscar who had already run around and said, what about Oscar? I'm no worse than him, right? ZHUQING sighed again in his heart. Why bother? Running isn't going to kill you, so why make it so hard? In fact, there is one person that ZHUQING wants to thank the most right now, and that is Yang Yun. Yang Yun trained ZHUQING like this a few years ago, so running should not be too simple. If there is no accident, there will be an accident. Flender supported the mirror frame and said with a smile, Oscar? He is born full of soul power. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Soto City Great Soul Arena. Chapter 37 Soto City Great Soul Arena. No, it's impossible. How can an auxiliary soul master have innate full soul power? This was even stronger than the shock ZHUQING gave Ning But Oscar is such a once-in-a-century genius. In time, it is not impossible that his talent might replace your 7 treasures glazed sect. So you are the worst among this group of people. Do you still want me to say it? Ning was completely defeated by Flanders' words and ran away crying. If I can't take care of a little girl, I won't be worthy of the title of Golden Triangle. Flanders looked at Ning crying figure and said to himself. Dai Mubai on the side asked, Principal, do you want to help her pack her luggage? Do you want that girl very much? Dai Mubai was speechless for a moment, and ZHUQING gave Dai Mubai a blank stare. Even a fool could see that this was the strategy adopted by Flanders. If he is defeated by a little girl, where will he put the dean's face? I really don't know what he came to do in Tiandu all these years. Go, tell Oscar not to run away, and let him coax Ning Yes, Dean. Seeing a few people leaving, Flanders casually disbanded. ZHUQING was thinking, can such casual lessons really produce good students? ZHUQING lowered his head and returned to the dormitory, pondering. Most of the people who wanted to enter the academy would be eliminated in the first requirement. The remaining people would pass each level one after another. Those who really stayed would be the geniuses among geniuses. If this can't be taught, Shrek Academy should be closed. Forget it, don't think about it. I only come here for two purposes. Other things have nothing to do with me. As long as I follow teacher Yang Yun's teachings, it will be fine. 3 days later, after some time to think calmly, Ning Rongrong also stayed. We won't learn anything else today. We will learn actual combat. Actual combat is the best criterion for testing your performance. Actual combat. Yes, I will take you to a place today. Flanders was so secretive that ZHUQING knew the place was right when he saw Dai Muebai's expression. As expected, Flanders led a few people to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City and led a few people inside. It's very simple. Except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the rest of you must win in this big spirit fighting arena. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun was like a discouraged ball, losing all energy. Although Dai Muebai looked a little better, his expression didn't change much, instead he seemed to be preoccupied. Flanders simply explained the mission and left. Dai Muebai led ZHUQING and others to the front desk to register. ZHUQING joked, "Why do you two feel a little melancholy after hearing what the dean said just now?" This was the first time ZHUQING took the initiative to talk to Dai Muebai since he entered the academy, although he asked 2 people at the same time. But Dai Muebai felt something was different. He showed happiness at first, but when he thought of the question raised by ZHUQING, it dimmed instantly. You may not know that this big spirit fighting field is not simple. Not simple. Yes, ask Fatty how many times he has won and lost. Ma Hongjun became more energetic when he mentioned this, and he seemed to be doing well. I'm okay, 33 wins and 22 losses in games, and I got points. Tang San Xiao had already finished the processing, and it was ZHUQING's turn. ZHUQING finished the processing quickly. She was alone, so it was faster. ZHUQING was curious about how many victories Dai Muebai had achieved and how many points he had gained. It's just that when ZHUQING saw Ma Hongjun's excited expression, he turned to ask Ma Hongjun instead of Dai Muebai directly. Fatty, what about him? When Dai Muebai was mentioned, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if he couldn't stop. ZHUQING and the others felt very embarrassed. Dai Muebai's face instantly turned ugly. Just when Ma Hongjun was about to speak, Dai Muebai said it himself. My record is 29-27, 2 points. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun laughed again, and Dai Muebai couldn't help but put his arms around Ma Hongjun's neck, squeezing Ma Hongjun until his face turned red. ZHUQING also understood why Ma Hongjun was so excited. As Dai Muebai was the boss in the academy, Ma Hongjun couldn't beat him, but he had more points than Dai Muebai, which definitely gave him an advantage. Ma Hongjun struggled to break free from Dai Muebai's restraint. Dai Muebai didn't bother Ma Hongjun. He just glared at Ma Hongjun fiercely, and Ma Hongjun wisely closed his mouth. Fat man, how could I come to the soul fighting competition at level 26 like you, but I only participated at level 29. Is there a difference? ZHUQING asked from the soul. Dai Muebai's face turned blue and purple. For the entrance test, ZHUQING was better than Dai Muebai, but there was a 5-level gap in spirit power, and he lost. I won 4 consecutive victories at level 29, but I never expected to break through to level 38 when I was about to participate in the 5th match. After I got the 3rd spirit ring, I didn't expect that the opponents who matched were almost all level and 9 yes, and lost more than 10 games in a row. Oh, so that's what happened. Xiaowu spoke from the side. Don't underestimate this big soul fighting arena. It is divided into a main fighting spirit arena and 6 sub-spirit fighting arenas. It can accommodate 6 people to watch the game. At the same time, the dean just said that he will get the silver fighting spirit before graduation. Badges are not as easy as you think. The level of fighting spirit badges is divided into iron fighting spirit badges, copper fighting spirit badges, silver fighting spirit badges, gold fighting spirit badges, purple gold fighting spirit badges, sapphire fighting spirit badges, ruby fighting spirit badges, and diamond fighting spirit badges. Everyone didn't interrupt Daimyobai's narration. After all, this is what they will experience next. Knowing more is more helpful in fighting, and at the same time more confident. Daimyobai asked ZHUQING and others to listen to his explanation attentively, and he really looked like a boss. Spirit fighting is divided into 3 categories. One is game, that is, to learn from each other, and it is forbidden to kill people with ruthless hands. The other is life and death combat, which is used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last one is gambling. The soul field is the referee, and both parties send the same number of soul masters to compete, and the final winner will get everything in the bet. Gambling is first and foremost a life and death fight. Many nobles and clans often use it when they have huge conflicts with each other. This method, Daimyobai continued to explain, there are 3 types of competitions in the natural soul fighting arena: 1-on-1, 2-on-2 and group battles. Among them, the number of people on both sides of the group battle is determined. According to the rules of the big soul fighting arena, generally all within the limit of 7 to 10 people. Registering for a fighting spirit here is very simple. You only need to fill in a form including your name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit, and you can receive the initial Iron Fighting Spirit badge. Of course, each person needs to pay a gold soul coin to register, as a registration fee. In the big spirit fighting arena, only those who have won more than 5 games in a row, have a fighting spirit badge level of a certain level, or have an extremely high level of spirit master can compete in a spirit fighting competition in the main spirit fighting arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 about testing the waters and kneeling again. Chapter 38 about testing the waters and kneeling again. Hey, I'm kneeling again after testing the waters. What happened to these 2 books recently? I can't pass the test. It seems that the writing is getting uglier and ugly, and the collection is not as good as the old books. It is reasonable to kneel, but I have been completely unconfident like this. Maybe it's not suitable for writing novels. You have to give up if you should. Perseverance will have no results. But there is still a loyal fan of this book who reads it every day, and I will finish it for you. Thank you for your daily follow-up messages. Thank you. Rest assured, I will finish writing this book, even if there is no grade at all. That's it. Double updates every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 This is too strong. Chapter 39 This is too strong. Daimyobai watched ZHUQING and the others listen to his explanation very seriously, and he forgot about the embarrassing thing just now. Actually, it is not impossible to obtain the Silver Fighting Soul badge. As long as you win 5 times in a row, your points will increase by 10 points for each subsequent win. Of course, after the winning streak is broken, the calculation will start from the first game again. If you lose, 1 point deducted per game. When Daimyobai said this, he involuntarily glanced at ZHUQING, although she was able to defeat herself, but the people in the spirit arena were not so kind. It may be difficult to win against people who are about to break through level. ZHUQING's eyes met with Daimyobai's, and she saw a hint of concern in Daimyobai's eyes. But ZHUQING quickly turned his head away, not wanting to look at him at all. Daimyobai was also helpless and had no choice but to continue talking about some rules in the spirit fighting arena. Several people came to the waiting room, and not long after, the badge number that ZHUQING had received came from the soul fighting field. Daimyobai got up and wanted to say something, but found that ZHUQING had already left the door, and finally put down his raised hand. Boss Dai? Are you attracted to her? Why do you always feel so weird about you? Daimyobai glared at Ma Hung-jun, didn't say anything, just came to the window. From here he could clearly see the whole sub-spirit arena. ZHUQING slowly walked out of the passage, but at this time she had a mask on her face, covering her youthful face. Her opponent was not only a head taller than ZHUQING, but also had a burly figure, looking eager to try. The host saw both parties on the stage and introduced the basic situation of both parties while flying. Xiaolong, he fought 48 times in soul fighting and won 28 times. ZHUQING, this is her first time participating in a soul fighting competition. Although she can't see her face clearly, she can feel a powerful energy from her. With the introduction of the basic situation completed, the host saw that the atmosphere in the entire sub-fighting arena was completely ignited. Then let's wait and see who will win the final victory. The game officially begins. Xiaolong squeezed his shoulders with his hands, and looked at ZHUQING's weak body as he clenched his fists with a proud look. He was overjoyed, and said with a mocking tone, "This is a man's battlefield, and it's not where a little girl like you should come. I think you'd better get down early, so as not to look ugly when you get beaten down later." Facing Xiaolong's provocation, ZHUQING was indifferent like a wooden man, and ignored him at all. Just looking at him with eyes like looking at a mentally retarded, Xiaolong saw that ZHUQING was not moved at all, and even raised the corners of ZHUQING's mouth slightly from under the mask, which was clearly underestimating him. It can be said that Xiaolong was annoyed by ZHUQING's silence and disdain in his eyes. "Okay, if that's the case, then let my brother love you well." Xiaolong immediately activated his martial spirit, but the colors of the spirit ring were only white, yellow and purple. The soul power displayed on the panel just now was only level 33. The martial soul was not bad, it was a sledgehammer. The momentum is still very good, but when ZHUQING's 3 soul rings surround his body and move rhythmically, the entire soul fighting field fell silent, and Xiaolong was even more stunned. He saw the rhythm of ZHUQING's 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, and the whole body stood there dumbfounded. The arrogance just now was gone. The other 6 people staying in the waiting room at this time, except Daimyobai who was calm, the other 5 people were equally astonished. Ma Hongjun even stammered, while pointing at ZHUQING on the field, while looking at Daimyobai. Eyes full of shock, this, how is it possible? With 2,000-year soul rings, she is the soul master. Even Tang San was surprised, he didn't expect ZHUQING's talent to be like this. The age of the soul ring determines the power of the soul skill, which means that ZHUQING's 2nd soul skill is comparable to others' 3rd soul skill. Daimyobai closed Ma Hongjun's mouth with his hand and turned to look at the soul division arena. "Now you know," she held back her hand that day, "otherwise your kid would be even worse." Ma Hongjun swallowed. Luckily he didn't bother ZHUQING later, otherwise ZHUQING's personality would probably beat him all over the place. The person whose soul was most shocked was Ning Rongrong. She had always regarded herself as a genius, and she never expected to see someone better than her next to her only when she came to Shrek. Xiaolong swallowed, and there was even a lot of sweat on his forehead. Before the fight started, the entire sub-spiritual arena burst into cheers like a tsunami because of ZHUQING's soul ring. Some people even questioned whether Xiaolong was timid and didn't dare to fight anymore. He was still provoking the opponent just now, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Hearing the voices of the audience in the soul fighting arena, Xiaolong became angry. Holding a sledgehammer and rushing forward, ZHUQING immediately understood Xiaolong's intention. He wanted to fight quickly. Relying on his own huge size to make up for the gap in soul rings, Xiaolong originally thought that the weak ZHUQING would take a roundabout way to deal with him. Unexpectedly, ZHUQING faced him head-on, which made Xiaolong, who was originally worried that ZHUQING would keep dodging and draining his soul power, like it even more. He raised a sledgehammer like a huge boulder and smashed it towards ZHUQING. The audience in the auditorium all stared wide-eyed, wanting to see how both sides would respond. ZHUQING suddenly stopped and hit the ground with the sledgehammer, raising a cloud of dust. ZHUQING took his time. Using the left foot as the support point, exert force on the right foot and sweep the leg with one move. Can this work? The opponent's physique is more than twice hers. Seeing that ZHUQING would make such a move, Ma Hongjun expressed his opinion. Maybe she has her own plan. Tang San stared at the field intently, fearing that he would miss any details. He believed that if ZHUQING could cultivate so quickly, he would definitely not be without any fighting skills. Xiao Long missed with one strike and was overjoyed to find that ZHUQING had attacked like this. His feet sank and he received ZHUQING's kick steadily, but the next scene was not only dumbfounded by the audience in the stands. Even the person involved, Xiao Long, was also dumbfounded. He originally thought that he could block ZHUQING's attack just by using his physical strength. As a result, Xiao Long's left leg was bent, and the whole calf bone made a crisp cracking sound. The pain caused Xiao Long to grin his teeth and scream, and the scream shook the entire soul fighting field. Taking advantage of Xiao Long's loss of balance, ZHUQING spun around and came behind Xiao Long, punching Xiao Long hard on the back. When I looked again, Xiao Long had already flew out, and the sledgehammer in his hand fell to the side. Xiao Long struggled to get up, but found that his left leg could not stand up at all. At the same time, there was a cold and biting weapon on his neck. As long as he moved even slightly, it seemed that the blood vessels in his neck would burst out of control. Xiao Long's sweat dropped like rain, dripping down his chin and onto the competition stage. Xiao Long, who looked pale and had frightened eyes, raised his hands high in a gesture of surrender. More like an eggplant beaten by frost, without the arrogance just now, I lost. The arrogant head lowered, and there was silence for a moment. Soon, thunderous applause erupted throughout the fighting spirit arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. ZHUQING withdrew his martial spirit and looked up at the host. The host had never seen such a quick victory in a game. I have never seen a match in which soul powers are evenly matched, and the soul skills are not even released in time to lose the game. That's why the host didn't say the result for a long time in a daze. At this moment, he saw ZHU's clear eyes, so he reacted. Flying down quickly, he announced the result of the game. In this game, ZHUQING won and got a point. Congratulations! After receiving the results of the competition, ZHUQING did not pause at all, nor did she listen to the praise for her from the audience. He turned around and walked into the tunnel. For ZHUQING, the end of the game meant that everything was over. Ma Hongjun in the waiting room was even more shocked. His mouth was getting bigger and his head was turning like a machine. His eyes were full of disbelief. He finally swallowed, and said, "It's over? What happened just now?" Several other people just shook their heads after hearing Ma Hongjun's words. What they could see was what they could see on the stage. ZHUQING made several consecutive movements in one go, without any sloppiness. When ZHUQING returned to the waiting room, Xiao Wu was the first to rush forward and took ZHUQING's hand. With a smile on his face, he said, "ZHUQING, you are so awesome." "No, it's all a fluke." ZHUQING replied with a smile. By the time several people had won the game, it was already evening, and the already hungry people came to a restaurant at Daimyobui's suggestion. After all, the wealthy Daimyobu treated guests, and several people walked into the restaurant happily. Daimyobu was like a rich man at this moment. The waiter brought the menu right away. Daimyobu opened his mouth and said, "Just order, I'll treat you." "Boss Dai, I just like what you said." Ma Hongjun is a good follower and a good flatterer. As a newcomer, Xiao Wu smiled, grabbed the menu, and said while ordering, "Then I won't be polite." Several people had finished ordering, but ZHUQING didn't. Daimyobu handed the menu to ZHUQING. "See for yourself what you like to eat." Ma Hongjun on the side picked up the watermelon on the table and ate it, while saying, "Boss Dai treats guests, if you don't eat for nothing, don't eat it." ZHUQING shook his head, and said softly, "Everyone ordered so much, it's enough." The meaning was obvious. ZHUQING didn't order. Daimyobu angrily withdrew the menu, and had no choice but to ask the waiter to serve. He didn't know why ZHUQING had always been indifferent to him, but Daimyobu had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could it be that the rumors heard when I returned to China a year ago were false, or is she really just the same name as Wuhan? Is there really such a person in this world? Daimyo Bai was completely confused. Seeing that ZHUQING was equally indifferent to Ma Hong-jun, Daimyo Bai became even more confused. The dishes arrived quickly. Ma Hong-jun stood on the chair with one foot without any courtesy, half of his body almost hanging in the air. Breaking off a chicken leg, I ate it contentedly, just as everyone was happily eating dinner. Brother, it was her, she broke my leg. Even though ZHUQING turned her back to the gate, she could still tell who the speaker was from the voice, but she didn't expect that what happened in the spirit fighting field would affect real life. It's not a life and death duel, and if you lose the game, you have to find someone to get it back. This is the first time ZHUQING has seen it. Daimyo Bai and others who were sitting face to face with ZHUQING also immediately recognized who was dragging the injured leg. Daimyo Bai quickly stood up and walked over. At the same time, Ma Hong-jun was about to break off another chicken leg, but was suddenly frightened by Daimyo Bai's angry look. He stopped what he was doing, and saw a few people who came to find fault. By the time ZHUQING stood up, several other people had already stood in a row and confronted those people. Who are you looking for? What do you want to do? As the eldest student of Shrek Academy, Daimyo Bai still looks like a leader. There were only 3 people who came to find fault, and the person who was called the boss by Xiao Long saw Daimyo Bai and the others, turned his head and whispered in Xiao Long's ear. Didn't you say she was the only one? Why are there so many people? It seemed that he was a little timid. When Xiao Long was following ZHUQING, he only saw ZHUQING walking into the hotel alone. Because ZHUQING knew that someone was following him and did it on purpose, and he also deliberately distanced himself from the other 6 people to give the impression that they were not all the same. ZHUQING wanted to see who would follow her when she first came to Soto City, let alone whom she had not offended. The only people who sought revenge from her were those who lost in the competition. Xiao Long hesitated and lowered his head, not daring to look at his elder brother. Brother, what should we do now? Another man on the side spoke. As the eldest brother among the 3, after scanning the Shrek 7 monsters, he found that they were all very young and should be from a certain academy. With such a judgment, as the boss, he has more confidence in his heart. The last gaze rested on ZHUQING's body, that kind of greedy eyes made ZHUQING very uncomfortable, wishing to gouge his eyeballs out. You were the one who injured my 3rd brother, the eldest of the 3 asked, pointing at ZHUQING. Daimyo Bai stepped forward, standing in front of ZHUQING, protecting ZHUQING behind him. Daimyo Bai glanced at Xiao Long again, and naturally understood what was going on. I was injured in the soul fighting arena because I have no ability. Why did I take it outside the arena? You are right, but as their eldest brother, I, Song ZHU, naturally want to seek justice for my younger brother. Song ZHU judged that Daimyo Bai and the others were students of the academy, and because they were young, their soul power must be inferior to his, so his attitude became arrogant. This is not a spirit fighting arena. If there are any problems, why not go to the spirit fighting arena to solve them? Besides, isn't it common for injuries to occur in the spirit fighting arena? If everyone is like you, who would go to the spirit fighting arena to compete? Song ZHU, however, dismissed Daimyo Bai's remarks. In his eyes, he only had ZHUQING. Actually Xiao Long didn't want to avenge himself. When he was defeated, Song ZHU was also in the auditorium, but he saw ZHUQING. Although he is only 12 years old, ZHUQING's figure has already gradually become prominent, which made the lustful Song ZHU have a bad idea in his heart. I don't care about other people, but if you hit my brother, then I will take care of it as the eldest brother. If you want to bully the few with more, I'm sorry, I'm not afraid of you. After finishing speaking, Song ZHU clapped his hands, and several people came in at the entrance of the restaurant. At this moment, the Shrek 7 monster's numerical advantage was instantly gone. Daimyo Bai knew that this matter was going to be difficult, so he winked at ZHUQING, signaling that she would find a chance to leave later. ZHUQING rejected Dai Muebai's kindness. Just now, Song Ziahu looked at him and Xiaowu in a wrong way. ZHUQING pushed away Dai Muebai's arm blocking him, and walked forward. Glancing at the 10 people on the opposite side with a calm expression, her red lips parted slightly. Then what do you want to do? How can you solve this problem? Is it for this lady to make you like him? End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Are you sure? Chapter 41. Are you sure? ZHUQING's disdainful tone, coupled with his finger pointing at the lame Xiaolong, although his tone was calm, no matter how he heard it sounded a bit arrogant. This made Ma Hongjun laugh, and he touched his greasy mouth. I like this sentence, and I support you. We Shrek students won't be afraid if we fight. I have to say that this damn fat man still values friendship at critical moments. Xiaowu couldn't help stretching out her thumb towards Ma Hongjun. Tang San also walked out. The fat man is right, if you want to fight, we will accompany you. Seeing that the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the owner of the shop ran out in a hurry, bowed his hands cautiously and said, "Everyone, it's not easy to run a small shop. I hope you can go to another place, is that okay?" The shop owner seemed very humble. ZHUQING naturally didn't want others to bear this loss. From the way the shop owner looked at Song Ziahu and the others, ZHUQING could guess a thing or two. ZHUQING proposed to find an empty and uninhabited place so that no one would have to bear the consequences. After all, it would not be good to alert the guards in the city and the people in Wuhan Palace. Song Ziahu was naturally happy to do so. He was really not afraid of dealing with ZHUQING and others. The two parties immediately left the city, which was also the only way back to Shrek Academy. Okay, it's quite a distance from Soto City. There's no need to go any further. Song Ziahu was afraid that ZHUQING and the others would bring him into the academy, and he would not be able to achieve his goal with his ability. ZHUQING and the others stopped in their tracks, because it was unlikely that they would continue walking towards the academy. After ZHUQING glanced around the opposite side, his eyes rested on Song Ziahu. So many people bullying a group of students will bring bad reputation to you. How about this? You and I are one-on-one. If I win, you leave immediately. Before ZHUQING finished speaking, Song Ziahu interrupted ZHUQING with an evil smile. Interesting, what if you lose? So what? ZHUQING's voice was very straightforward. If I lose, it's up to you to deal with it. Of course we have to let them go. Song Ziahu naturally knew what ZHUQING meant, but ZHUQING's words did not get the support of the other people in Shrek Academy. ZHUQING, what are you talking about? Let us run away? Then what have we become? Xiaowu was not very happy with what ZHUQING said. In fact, even though they couldn't achieve sisterly love after a few days of getting along, ZHUQING's personality was very popular with Xiaowu. Tang San and the other four agreed with Xiaowu's statement, and even Ma Hongjun did not flinch at all. He didn't even take what ZHUQING taught him to heart. Okay, I agree. Song Ziahu replied confidently. ZHUQING looked back and smiled, and a soft voice sounded, "Why, you don't believe me? Don't worry, he doesn't look much more powerful than me. What are you afraid of?" ZHUQING was about to walk out, but Dai Muebai took the first step. His tone was quite firm, not allowing any discussion. "Let me." Dai Muebai tilted his head and said slightly, then looked at Song Ziahu opposite. He said sharply, "Let me teach you." ZHUQING wanted to say something, but he heard Ma Hongjun's cheers from behind. "Boss Dai, great job." Song Ziahu was not angry because Dai Muebai fought for ZHUQING. Instead, he glanced at ZHUQING behind Dai Muebai with a lewd look. Looking back at ZHUQING, Dai Muebai's confused thoughts were clearly visible. "Boy, let me show you what it means to overestimate your capabilities. There's so much nonsense, let's get started." Dai Muebai had already activated his martial soul, and the 3 soul rings were moving in rhythm. Song Ziahu didn't say much, but when he released his martial spirit, the younger brothers behind him cheered. Boss, come on, let him see how powerful our ZHUQING is. Come on, boss. Song ZHU smiled with satisfaction, and the atmosphere reached its climax. Song ZHU walked forward slowly, and the soul rings on his body were also qualifying one by one. Finally stayed at the fourth ring, and it was also the best soul ring configuration. ZHUQING understood. The reason why this guy is arrogant is because he is the soul sect of the four rings. When Daimyobai saw Song ZHU's soul ring lighting up, his expression was unnaturally awkward. Fortunately, it was only for a moment, but even though it was an instant, Song ZHU saw it. ZHUQING even noticed that Daimyobai's body had just trembled slightly. Boy, are you too immature to come out with a third ring soul master? Laozi is a level 46 soul master, so it's still too late to admit your mistake. Level 46, almost 10 levels higher than Daimyobai, this gap is not small, not only the gap in soul power, but also a gap in soul skills. Daimyobai yelled. Song ZHU repeatedly agreed, the two sides will fight together. Ma Hongjun, who had vowed to fight just now, when he heard that the other party was a level 46 soul sect, his complexion also turned bad. This, how to fight? Ma Hongjun looked at the others, besides Daimyobai now, only ZHUQING was over 30 levels. If there is only one person on the other side, it is easy to handle, and there is still some chance of winning together, but there are 9 people on the other side, who knows how much their soul power is. But ZHUQING remained motionless, staring at Daimyobai and Song ZHU all the time. After a few back, Daimyobai was clearly feeling strenuous. Both sides even used soul skills, and Song ZHU clearly had the upper hand, with less than half a stick of incense left. Daimyobai was defeated. He was beaten back and forth. The moment he retreated, Song ZHU attacked Daimyobai with a fatal blow. Seeing this, ZHUQING flashed his figure, activated his martial spirit, and the dark moon blade blocked Song ZHU's slashing knife. Because ZHUQING blocked him, Song ZHU didn't succeed, but was bounced back by ZHUQING's strength. Big recovery sausage. Oscar handed a sausage to Daimyobai. Daimyobai looked at ZHUQING with some embarrassment. ZHUQING shook his head slightly. ZHUQING did not expect that Song ZHU would be a level 46 soul sect. You should rest first and watch me next. ZHUQING stepped forward and took a few steps forward with a serious expression. At this moment, ZHUQING only had one goal in mind, and this goal was made to change when Daimyobai received a fatal blow. The next opponent is me. Song ZHU looked at ZHUQING very happily, and said provocatively in his tone, I said you don't want to hit it, it won't be fun if it breaks. While talking, he turned back to make eye contact with his brothers. It made the little brother behind laugh out loud, but the laughter stopped soon. ZHUQING didn't have that much nonsense to listen to. He rushed forward with a single stride. Xiaolong was shocked. Brother, be careful. Song ZHU easily dispelled ZHUQING's attack with a smile on his face, and at the same time, he did not forget to tease ZHUQING when he distanced himself from ZHUQING. Can't hit me. Really? I hope you can sleep peacefully later. That's a good feeling. I'm just tired. Let's go to bed and rest. Song ZHU obviously misunderstood what ZHUQING meant by sleeping. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Kindness to the enemy is bad. Chapter 42 Kindness to the enemy is bad. Song ZHU slashed at ZHUQING obliquely from bottom to top, and ZHUQING rolled into the air on the spot, avoiding Song ZHU's attack. ZHUQING could feel that Song ZHU didn't use his full strength towards her, leaving enough reaction time for each attack. It seemed that he wanted to drag ZHUQING down, in order to anger Song ZHU, when Song ZHU dealt with ZHUQING with a playful mentality. While avoiding the attack, ZHUQING advanced instead of retreating. The dark moon blade in his hand rotated rapidly while cutting Song ZHU sideways. Song ZHU was shocked, but still had a playful smile on his face, and he didn't forget to tease him while retreating quickly. You can't cut it here. What will you do if you cut it? Compete with me. Song ZHU backed away while teasing, but suddenly lost ZHUQING's figure. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Although he evaded in time, ZHUQING's attack still left a long wound on his back. The wound inside the clothes torn by the blade of the dark moon was very eye-catching, and blood flowed out along the wound. Song ZHU cut him across with a knife, but ZHUQING distanced himself from him and stared at him mockingly with a half-smile. The pain of the wound and ZHUQING's taunting made Song ZHU completely sober, and at the same time he was completely angered by ZHUQING. You bitch, it's your blessing that labor and management like you. How dare you be so cruel? I'll chop you up if you don't live. Song ZHU rushed up with the knife in his hand. ZHUQING backed up while blocking, without any panic. But Song ZHU was different. The harder he tried, the wound on his back would affect his whole body, making him sweat profusely from the pain. The attacks became more and more fierce, but ZHUQING did not panic at all, using his time to restrain his opponent's fast attacks. Seeing that every attack was easily blocked by ZHUQING, in anger, ZHUQING seized the opportunity and kicked him flying. Boss, are you alright? Song ZHU pushed Xiao Long away, who came to help him. His eyes turned red and no longer looked arrogant at first. I want you to die today. Faced with such provocative words, ZHUQING remained very calm and did not respond to him, which made Song ZHU even more uncomfortable. The third soul skill, Shattering. Song ZHU's sword spirit became even bigger, hanging above his head, covered by a layer of light yellow mist, and emitting a yellow light at the same time. The second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Killing. Dozens of dark moon blades formed the shape of a giant dragon, and a blood-red light mist enveloped the dark moon blade with golden lines. The two pushed the soul skills at the same time, and the people on both sides stared at the soul skills released by the two of them. Ma Hongjun saw why the soul skill used by ZHUQING changed into a shape. It was obviously dozens of dark moon blades at first, but finally formed into a giant dragon. Even the sound of dragon roar was produced. This. How could anyone else care to look at Ma Hongjun's expression? All their attention was now on ZHUQING. What Tang San thought in his mind was that ZHUQING's spirit ability would be so powerful. One side is blood red and the other is light yellow, the two energies tend to be irreconcilable. But if you look carefully, you will find that the ability on the light yellow side is obviously being swallowed up bit by bit. The long sword martial spirit actually bent slightly, but the younger brothers behind Song ZHU were still cheering for their boss. The time was very short, and then there was a bang sound like a firework being set off. Not big but not small either. The dragon's head, which the dark moon blade turned into, also disintegrated at this moment, and the opponent's long knife turned into fragments and disappeared without a trace. However, ZHUQING's soul skill obviously had not completely dissipated. The dragon head was shattered, but the dragon body was still there, and an even more shocking scene happened. The originally combined dark moon blades decomposed and attacked Song ZHU like unsheathed weapons with the remaining power. Daimyo Bai looked at the scene in front of him, and there was only one thought in his mind, that was ZHUQING kept his hand in the last entrance examination, otherwise how could they disappear together? Song ZHU's face was startled, and he didn't dare to slack off. He waved the knife in his hand to block the fast-rotating dark moon blade, and retreated sharply. After being blocked by Song ZHU, the dark moon blades flew in all directions. Some of them were inserted into the trees nearby, and some were submerged into the soil. It wasn't until the last dark moon blade was knocked away that Song ZHU breathed a sigh of relief. The sweat and blood behind him had already stained his entire clothes. Now the mixed blood dripped down the corners of his clothes and fell to the ground. Although the wound on the back was not fatal, after such a fierce fight, the originally rosy cheeks became much pale at the moment. His lips were frighteningly white, and Song ZHU's arrogant arrogance was even more lost in the past. I won today, and I will definitely avenge this tomorrow. Song ZHU was not stupid, he knew that if he continued to fight, his life would be decided here. He didn't expect that the soul skills used by ZHUQING were so powerful. Not only could he easily break through his soul skills, but he could also continue to attack. He, want to leave? Do you think you can still leave today? ZHUQING walked toward Song Ziahu step by step while carrying the slowly rotating dark moon blade. There was a trace of panic in Song Ziahu's eyes, and he saw a terrifying killing intent in ZHUQING's eyes. Like the cold wind blowing in winter, Song Ziahu's body would tremble unconsciously. What do you want to do? Didn't you agree to let me take someone away after I said it? Song Ziahu's fear was not pretended, but came from the bottom of his heart. Did I say that? Did you also want to be cruel to my friend just now? If I didn't show up in time at that moment, I'm afraid he would have fallen here. You said that for a person like you, I should let you go back? Do I dare to let you go back? ZHUQING looked at Song Ziahu sharply, and spit out every single word, like an invitation from the king of Hades. Song Ziahu was so frightened by ZHUQING's aura that he dropped the knife in his hand, but then he thought, there are so many younger brothers behind him, how could it be so easy to kill him? You want to kill me? What? Are you also afraid of death? Then you have to see if you can kill me. Song Ziahu waved his hands, presumably to ask his younger brother to come up to protect him, but no one came up after a long time. Song Ziahu turned his head to look at the younger brothers behind him in surprise, and saw that Xiaolong had fallen down. The bright red under his body said everything. Several other younger brothers were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. How is this possible? Tang San Xiaohu smiled smugly. Just now when Xiaolong was moving forward, the two of them launched the sleeve arrow at the same time, and when they were activated secretly, Xiaolong fell down without seeing clearly. When those younger brothers saw Xiaolong dying for no reason, how could they just take another step forward? Taking this opportunity, Dai Mubai and the others stopped in front of them. Seeing that their two most powerful people were dead and one injured, they dared not move. Are you ready? Even if I die, I will hold you on my back. After speaking, Song Ziahu prepared to mobilize his soul power to launch the final attack, which frightened Dai Mubai in the distance. He leaned forward in a running posture. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. A soul master who doesn't cause trouble is not a good soul master. Chapter 43. A soul master who doesn't cause trouble is not a good soul master. But as soon as Dai Mubai stepped out, he found that Song Ziahu seemed to be bound by something. Can't move at all. Song Ziahu looked at ZHUQING in horror, and his tone became trembling. What have you done to me? Go to hell and ask Hades. ZHUQING waved the dark moon blade in his hand, as if a crescent moon crossed the sky and left a scratch under a cloudless sky. Everything was over. When Ning Rongrong saw what happened in front of her, she was stunned in place. This was the first time she had seen such a bloody scene. It's really hard for a girl to accept. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were slightly better. After the two looked at each other, they couldn't believe that this was something that a girl like ZHUQING could do. Naturally, ZHUQING could tell from the eyes of several people that they didn't quite understand his actions. But ZHUQING didn't want to explain anything. Only when a person has experienced life and death can he understand that there is no so-called greenhouse in this world. Seeing that ZHUQING, who killed their boss without any hesitation, was walking towards them step by step, they trembled in fright. At the same time, they all knelt down and kowtowed, shouting words like, "Spare your life, we don't dare to do it anymore." Xiao Wu looked gloomy and raised his hand to say something, but Tang San stopped him and gently shook his head at Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai was worried that ZHUQING was too murderous, so he walked up and grabbed ZHUQING's right hand. ZHUQING just looked back at Dai Mubai slightly. Dai Mubai consciously let go of ZHUQING's hand, looked at ZHUQING's stern face, and said worriedly, ZHUQING, you. Before the words came out, ZHUQING just gave Dai Mubai a cold look, and Dai Mubai had no choice but to shut up. The people kneeling on the ground had blood on their foreheads. ZHUQING looked down at them. "It's not impossible to let you go." Hearing ZHUQING's words, hope was kindled in the hearts of the remaining people. They have seen the tricks of the girl in front of them. Looking at them who were helping the evildoers and bossing around just now, they don't care about their specific identity as human beings at all in order to survive. But there is a condition, otherwise. Don't say 1, just 10, we will do it. Okay, from now on you will no longer bully the weak. If I find you bullying the weak again, he will be your role model. ZHUQING's gaze was biased toward Song ZHU, who was lying on the ground and had already lost his life. The remaining people followed ZHUQING's gaze and naturally understood that the death of their boss was right in front of them. It must be, we will never dare again. Get out. When ZHUQING uttered these 2 words, the remaining people rolled and crawled into the night as if they had been granted amnesty. ZHUQING looked at the group of hateful and pitiful people. Everything around was quiet. Let's go, it's time for us to go back to the academy. The moment ZHUQING turned around, she regained her girlish nature. The 6 of them looked at me and I looked at you, and they couldn't believe that ZHUQING just now was the same person as she is now. Under the cover of night, 2 figures fell from a distance, looking at the 2 people who had already died on the ground. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. "Boss, this..." Flanders adjusted the frame of the mirror, looked at the Shrek people who had already submerged in the night, and then looked down at the 2 corpses on the ground. "This girl is not simple." Flender just said these few words and left. Zhao Wuji shook his head. This was nothing to him, after all he had experienced worse than this. It's just that he couldn't figure out why the young ZHUQING would do this. The method was really not like that of a 12-year-old girl. Full of doubts, he followed Flender and left the place. A few days later, Oscar reached level, and Zhao Wuji led the Shrek 7 to the Star Forest to obtain the 3rd soul ring for him. At the same time, he also warned the 7 people that he would not make a move unless he encountered absolute danger. The Shrek 7 monsters traveled for several days and finally arrived outside the Stardew Forest. Daimyo Bai pointed to the brightly lit place ahead, turned around and said, "We will stay there temporarily so we can enter the forest tomorrow." The 7 people quickly arrived at the inn and opened the door. Most of the people who came to the Stardew Forest to hunt for soul rings would choose to rest here. After all, this was the only inn close to the forest. If you miss Sutu and have to sleep in the wilderness, it will be quite uncomfortable. Sure enough, the biggest foodie among the 7 was also the fattest, and he yelled loudly as soon as he entered the inn. "Waiter, take your order." The 7 people took their seats, and the waiter came over with the menu. Ma Hongjun took the menu and began to order. "Teacher Zhao, aren't you coming with us?" Xiaowu realized that she had been walking in the wilderness for the past few days, and this was her first inn. Daimyo Bai glanced at ZHUQING, who was silent and just drinking water. After hearing Xiaowu's words, he explained, "This is the rule of the academy. Teachers cannot take advantage of students." Ma Hongjun supported the college's approach and said happily, "I like the college's regulations." At this moment the waiter had already served the dishes. Daimyo Bai picked up the water glass and saw Ma Hongjun tearing off a chicken leg and started eating crazily. Just as everyone was talking, laughing, and eating happily, the door of the inn opened again, and a group of people in school uniforms walked in. But their attitude was very arrogant, and the waiter who came to serve the Shrek 7 monsters was directly pushed down by one of them. The plate in his hand flew out, but fortunately Tang San had quick eyesight and quick hands, caught the plate and used his soul power to collect the scattered things back. "Are you okay?" The waiter was also held back by Tang San, otherwise he might have fallen to the ground long ago. Seeing this arrogant and domineering scene, ZHUQING's expression didn't change, but the peanut he just picked up with chopsticks flew out soundlessly. The student who pushed the waiter was hit in the waist and fell out. The sudden scene scared other guests present and turned their attention. Daimyo Bai was still wondering why the man suddenly fell out, and saw the man standing up cursing. Looking around, his last gaze fell on Daimyobai, who was closest to him, and he ran over angrily. Did you make me fall? Daimyobai still didn't know what was going on, but he knew that it must have been done by one of them. As the Shrek 7 monsters, the old nature also took on it. Which I did, you see, it was me. You are the closest to me, who else could I be if not you? ZHUQING ate the chicken wings and didn't pay attention to it at all. Anyway, he didn't need to do it himself now. Is it? At this moment, I heard another voice. He looked about 50 or years old, wearing a pair of glasses, but his appearance was a bit ugly. What are you doing? Aren't you hungry? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the student felt a little aggrieved. He glared at Daimyobai angrily and left. The other students followed behind him and found their own seats to sit down. Who are they? So arrogant. Xiaowu couldn't stand it anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 One to the Outside World. Chapter 44 Unanimous. Ma Hongjun raised his voice. His attitude was even more arrogant than that person just now. In his tone, he said disdainfully, are they? The people of Kanghui Academy are just a group of bullying guys. While nibbling the chicken leg in his hand, Ma Hongjun said that the roasted chicken leg was not cooked enough, which made the people of Kanghui Academy angry. Seeing that the anger on both sides that had subsided was rekindled at this moment. Damn fat man, what did you say? Do you have the guts to say it again? The young man who had just been knocked out by ZHUQING stood up again. It seemed that he was the boss among the students. Ma Hongjun didn't care about them. He stepped on the chair and looked at him with contempt and said, listen up, I will say it again, you Kanghui College are a bunch of rubbish who bully the weak and fear the strong. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he raised his brows, extremely provocative, which made the already deflated boy even more unhappy. Okay, since that's the case, let you know how powerful our Kanghui Academy is. Except for the two female students, all the students at Kanghui Academy stood up and walked towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Fighting? I like it. Xiaowu had already rushed out, and Oscar was still reminding Tang San that he was afraid that Xiaowu would suffer, but Tang San said that it might be them. Sure enough, Xiaowu alone beat them all over the place, and ZHUQING knocked them flying with a chopstick when one of them wanted to sneak attack Xiaowu. Only then did they see ZHUQING take action, and they also thought about how the person in front fell out. You don't need to think about it to know that ZHUQING made it. I thought ZHUQING was eating chicken wings quietly, but I didn't expect. Xiaowu turned around and said with a smile, ZHUQING, thank you. We are classmates, so we should help each other. ZHUQING answered. ZHU had just eaten a steamed bun, and when he reached out to pick it up, a student from Kanghui College fell on his plate. Seeing his buns being crushed and some buns falling under the table, he was instantly furious. He slowly turned around and looked at the Shrek 7 devils angrily, his eyes wide open. Which academy are you students from? Where is your teacher? Daimyobai turned the cup in his hand and replied angrily, Pandeo? You are not worthy. ZHU, who was already full of anger, felt his anger reach its peak when he heard Daimyobai's words. What's more, Ma Hongjun kept saying, it's delicious. This further ignited the anger in ZHU's chest, and he jumped up and knocked the table down. Very well, then I will teach you for your teacher. It was okay that ZHU didn't say this, but once he said this, ZHUQING couldn't help it. He said before Ma Hongjun could do it, are you worthy? You are not worthy even of carrying my teacher's shoes. ZHUQING stared at ZHU coldly, saying that he was right. How could Yang Yun be comparable to ZHU? Without Yang Yun, there would be no ZHUQING today. Anyone can say that she can't mention her teacher. ZHU said 3 good words angrily, and finally lit up his martial soul directly. The other guests had long been frightened when they saw the 5 soul rings beating on ZHU's body. It's actually the Soul King. Hearing the surprised words of those guests, the students of Kanghui Academy all showed joy. But the configuration of ZHUQING's 5 soul rings was really not good, with 2 yellow and 3 purple, which really didn't catch ZHUQING's eyes. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also released their martial souls, lit up their soul rings, and protected the other 4 behind them. It's quite a bit responsible. At this time, the owner of the shop poked his head out from the counter, saw that the fight between the 2 sides was about to break out, and immediately said as if begging for mercy, "Everyone, a small shop with a small capital, can you?" The shop owner's words are obvious: the fight should be fought outside the shop, it will be very uncomfortable if things are damaged. ZHUQING didn't make things difficult for the shop owner, he looked at the Shrek 7 monsters, "Come out with me if you have the guts." ZHUQING led the students from Kanghui College out first. After seeing ZHUQING's martial spirit, Tang San made his own judgment. His martial spirit is Xian Shui Turtle, which should be a defensive martial spirit. As long as we cooperate with each other, we can defeat him. "Okay, since you know Xiao San, then you will command this battle," Dai Mubai said. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk out, but ZHUQING said, "It may not only be defense, but also control and damage. Everyone should be careful." Several people turned back to look at ZHUQING, who was a little embarrassed. "I can only give another explanation, I only know this because I have encountered a soul master of the same type of martial spirit before." With such an explanation, it naturally makes sense. The students of Kanghui Academy saw that the Shrek 7 devils had not come out for a long time and questioned whether the Shrek 7 devils had escaped through the back door. Just when they were questioning, the Shrek 7 devils appeared. "We were just setting up tactics, we couldn't fight a Soul King head-on." "Boy, it's not too late to apologize now," Ma Hongjun directly complained. "Apologizing is impossible in this life, but we are very interested in defeating you, this old turtle." "Okay, very good, then let me teach you guys a bunch of ignorant kids." "Teacher, come on." The students from Kanghui College stood aside to cheer for ZHUQING. Some daring guests poked their heads halfway through the crack of the door, wanting to see the specific battle. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San formed a triangle to surround ZHUQING, and ZHUQING and 4 supported him at Tang San's arrangement. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Mubai's possessed White Tiger spewed out a golden light wave towards ZHUQING and attacked. ZHUQING adjusted the frame of the mirror, as if he didn't care about Dai Mubai's soul attack, which also made the students of Kanghui College cheer. Tang San took the opportunity to activate his first soul skill, Blue Silver Coil. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was high above ZHUQING's head, and Tang San shouted, "Ma Hongjun!" Ma Hongjun understood immediately and released his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wire, while his body was in the air. The flame attached to the blue-silver grass and burned. Ma Hongjun said with a little satisfaction, "Is this the end?" The burning flames did not invade it, and Tang San, who controlled the blue-silver grass, secretly screamed something bad. As expected, ZHUQING's mouth showed a hint of pride, and at the same time he released his first soul skill, Black Turtle Body Protection. Lan Yinko was also freed at this moment. ZHUQING looked at Tang San and the others and laughed. "Just because you want to defeat me, let's see my second soul skill, Xian Shui Frozen." ZHUQING's soul skills were aimed at Dai Mubai, who was the strongest in combat, and he rampaged around. The icicles turned from water, trapped Dai Mubai in them. Tang San saw this situation, he thought of what ZHUQING said before they went out to face the battle. It seemed that the situation was really like that. While ZHUQING was attacking Dai Mubai quickly, he mocked proudly, "Stop struggling, we are more than 10 levels behind in soul power. Suffer death." Seeing that Dai Mubai was trapped inside, he was about to receive a major attack. Suddenly Dai Mubai found a beautiful figure appearing in front of him before he activated his soul ability. She made a move. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Before ZHUQING instinctively released his first soul skill, he saw ZHUQING clearly appearing in front of him through the ice. ZHUQING forgot to use the soul skill for a while. ZHUQING never gave ZHUQING any good looks since entering the academy. Although ZHUQING always had a cold face, it was obvious that she was not like that towards Xiaowu and Ningrongrong, and even Oscar was not that indifferent. Instead, he looked like an enemy from his previous life. But now ZHUQING stood in front of him, ZHUQING was more moved than surprised. ZHUQING threw the dark moon blade. ZHUQING didn't know the depth and instinctively blocked it with his hands. He thought that he could easily ward off ZHUQING's casually thrown skills. But ZHUQING was obviously wrong. ZHUQING's throwing of the dark moon blade was just a cover. Just this pretense was enough to make ZHUQING stop. Just when ZHUQING was sighing at the skills used by ZHUQING, he found an indifferent face appearing in front of him. Before he could see clearly, he only felt a pain in his abdomen. Originally protected by the black turtle, he was not afraid of such a melee attack. But his body was really painful, and his figure was pushed back several meters, breaking a pillar beside him. Ma Hongjun was completely dumbfounded when he saw ZHUQING knocking away a Soul King with just one move. Swallowing, he pointed at ZHUQING and said awkwardly, "This force is too much." ZHUQING didn't pay attention to Ma Hongjun, but glanced at ZHUQING behind him, and said leisurely, "Why do you want me to de-ice you?" ZHUQING's inner monologue, "Sure enough, just now was just an illusion." ZHUQING used the first spirit ability to break free from the ice. Just shivering a little from the cold, the students of Kanghui College present were all dumbfounded. Is that a human being? After all, their teacher was the Soul King, and even though he was attacking with all his strength, he was repelled by ZHUQING with one move. Xiaowu was very happy. She clapped her hands and cheered, "ZHUQING, well played." Only then did ZHUQING show a slight smile. ZHUQING got up from the ground, and looked at ZHUQING in a daze. ZHUQING, who had been silent just now, seemed extraordinarily unobtrusive. ZHUQING had forgotten about her, but the punch just now woke him up. "Are you also from Shrek Academy?" "Nonsense, don't you ask this extra question." "Why? Are you scared?" Ma Hongjun was like a child backed by someone, but he was good at teasing people. "Very well, I ignored you. It seems you are more useful than the three of them." ZHUQING snorted and looked at ZHUQING with disdain. "Don't worry about sowing dissension. We are classmates and no one can be missing. As for you, you rely on your elders and act like your elders. I have never disliked you from the moment you walked in." ZHUQING's words made Xiaowu laugh again. Ma Hongjun, ZHUQING, and Tang San even agreed with ZHUQING's words. The four of them stood in three directions. They knew that ZHUQING would not just let it go, otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be a teacher of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College? "Humph, don't think I can't beat you. You have to be careful next time. Come on." Ma Hongjun is indeed a master at finding trouble. The fourth soul skill Xian Shui Impact. ZHUQING was the first to attack, and he knew in his heart that it was his arrogance that suffered just now. Now as long as he has the initiative, he has the confidence to defeat ZHUQING and the others. Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun didn't say anything, and directly sprayed out flames to meet ZHUQING's ice impact. It's just that the gap between soul power and soul skills appeared not long after. ZHUQING shouted, "Back!" Ma Hongjun and others quickly scattered and pushed away. ZHUQING used his soul power to form a defense with ZHUQING to block the remaining shock wave. Behind them were Ningrongrong, Xiaowu, and Oscar. Seeing this, Tang San did not hesitate and used blue-silver grass to take the three of them away. ZHUQING and ZHUQING looked at each other, nodded at the same time, "Don't go defensive." The two of them retreated to both sides. ZHUQING's attack was like an ice dragon turning the place where ZHUQING and the others were standing just now into a sea of ice. Blasts of cold air hit his face, and Oscar couldn't help but sneezed. Next, Xiao Wu will protect the two of them, and the four of us will go up, using the original tactics. As long as you buy me a short time, I can completely defeat him. ZHUQING conveyed his thoughts to several people. Tang San and others nodded in agreement. The second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. The first soul skill, Entanglement. The first soul skill, Phoenix Firewire. Daimyobai and the other three released their soul skills at the same time as soon as they got up, and the order was still the same as before. Seeing this situation, ZHUQING spoke with a bit of sarcasm. Repeat the same old tricks, boy, are you out of tricks? ZHUQING didn't know that this had been arranged a long time ago, just when he activated his third soul skill, Xian Shui Aeration. He thought he was sure of victory, but Daimyobai suddenly stepped out of the way, and by the time ZHUQING realized it, it was already too late. The third soul skill, Dark Moon Gale Slash. The three tornadoes composed of dark moon blades are like a mixer, relying on each other, and the dark moon blades rotate at high speed and make roaring sounds. The place it passed was a mess, and the soil on the ground was forcibly cut by the blade of the dark moon. The soil is engulfed in it to form a destructive force. The ice field formed by the surge of Xian Shui was completely shattered, and the ice cubes turned into tiny ice particles in the tornado. Tang San and Ma Hongjun quickly dodged aside as promised. When they saw the power of ZHUQING's third soul skill, they were all stunned. The students of Kanghui College held hands, and some students who were near the edge of the whirlpool were completely thrown away, and their school uniforms were torn into pieces. Seeing ZHUQING's powerful soul skills, ZHUQING didn't dare to be careless. He had nowhere to hide, so he could only use his own soul skills to resist. It's a pity that he underestimated the power of ZHUQING's third soul ability. As soon as he touched it, the thick layer of black turtle body protection on his body seemed to enter a blender. He was cut open bit by bit, and when the power of the soul skill expired, ZHUQING stood there with a pale face. There is no good place in his body. If his soul power is not so much higher, he can only be a corpse now. Teacher. Seeing ZHUQING's miserable appearance, the students of Kanghui College shouted in unison. But in the next second, ZHUQING fell down, covered with injuries. The students of Kanghui College rushed up to check the situation. Those good guests were all dumbfounded when they saw a Soul King defeated by Shrek Academy students. All right, the old tortoise really thinks we can't beat him. Ma Hongjun was the first to applaud, but Tang San was lost in thought, looking at the ground as if it had been plowed, and looked at ZHUQING bewilderedly. Even Daimyobai couldn't break the mysterious turtle body shield, but ZHUQING. The Shrek Seven Devils didn't even glance at Kanghui Academy and walked straight into the inn. The theater goers ran away. ZHUQING, you are really good. Xiao Wu already had a good impression of ZHUQING, but now seeing ZHUQING defeating ZHUQING, she felt a little admiration in her heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The New Teacher. Chapter 46 The New Teacher. Yes, if it weren't for ZHUQING's powerful soul skills today, I really wouldn't be able to defeat him. Tang San also praised him. Ma Hongjun on the side thought it was true, his admiration for ZHUQING was quite a bit. Don't praise me. It's just that my soul skills have armor-breaking effects. Soul masters are best at dealing with some defensive spirits. ZHUQING explained why he defeated ZHUQING. Secondly, he really couldn't stand everyone's continuous praise. This is not a simple armor-breaking effect, and the attack is obviously not weak. If the defensive soul master had not been involved in it, he would have been seriously injured or dead. Ahem. Zhao Wuji appeared behind several people at some unknown time. Teacher Zhao. 7 people saluted in unison. Well, why don't you rest at this late hour? Ma Hongjun proudly pointed to his nose and said, Mr. Zhao, it's a pity you didn't see it just now. We beat up the old turtle outside. Daimyobai was a little embarrassed, and stretched out his hand to pull Ma Hongjun's sleeve. Ma Hongjun stopped talking. ZHUQING would not believe that Zhao Wuqi wasn't there at that time, plus the previous time outside Suotuo City, ZHUQING felt that the teachers of Shrek Academy would not show up as long as they could solve the matter by themselves. Zhao Waoqi didn't say much, but told the 7 people to go to rest quickly, and to enter the forest tomorrow. When the 7 left, Zhao Waoqi said to himself, "The boss is right, this girl is the biggest monster among the 7, but how can she kill so decisively at her age? Forget it, maybe this is a good thing for her." Zhao Waoqi couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth as he thought about it. A few days later, Zhao Wuji returned with everyone, and Oscar Tang San Xiaohu also successfully obtained the 3rd soul ring. The first thing he did when he returned was to have a good rest. The first thing Zhao Wuji did when he returned was to go to Flender's residence to report everything that happened in the Star Forest. When Zhao Waoqi came to Flender's residence, he found 2 people he had never seen before. Flender was holding his coffee and pointed to the opposite chair with a smile. Introduce the 2 to Zhao Wuji. "This is a good friend I met when I traveled to the mainland. Everyone calls him Master. Grandmaster. You are welcome, Prince Fudoming." Yu Xiaogang responded with a smile on his face. "Master also knows my name." Yu Xiaogang smiled and said, "I still know the name of King Fudoming. You are not easy. Breaking through the siege of dozens of soul emperors by one person is something that few people on the mainland can do." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's praise, Zhao Waoqi grinned, and replied very politely, "Where, the master is too praised." Seeing that the 2 parties knew each other, Flender pointed to the young and beautiful woman beside him and introduced them. "Her name is Yang Yun, and she is a teacher who has come to the academy to apply for a job these days, but despite her young age, she is the Soul Emperor. Even if you are under her hand, you may not be able to win. As the dean of the college, he naturally does not need to conduct his own assessment, but Li Yuzong is not on the same level as Yang Yun." Li Yuzong, who lost the assessment, admired Yang Yun even more, but Yang Yun was not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he is very humble. Hearing Flender's praise of Yang Yun, Zhao Waoqi immediately got up and bowed his hands. "Then we should discuss it if we have a chance." Yang Yun nodded slightly, her frowns and smiles were indeed beautiful. "Fudoming's name, I don't dare." Flender listened to it again, and immediately burst out laughing, calling for everyone to sit down. Zhao Wuji also began to talk about everything that happened in the Star Forest. "Tang San, is he all right?" Zhao Wuji didn't understand why Yu Xiaogang asked Tang San alone, and looked at Yu Xiaogang suspiciously. Flender explained on the side, "The master is Tang San's teacher." After saying this, Zhao Wuji understood and immediately said with a smile, "This time Tang San did something extraordinary. Not only did he get the soul ring, but he also got unexpected gains." "What harvest? Soul bone? Spirit bone?" Not only Flender was surprised, but Yu Xiaogang was also surprised. Only Yang Yun didn't seem to have any changes. She had seen soul bones before, not to mention she had one herself. Yu Xiaogang came to the railing with coffee, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself, "In the future, his achievements will surpass his father's." Yang Yun took a sip of coffee, put it down gently, and said, "I wonder how ZHUQING is doing now? From what you said just now, her strength seems to have improved a bit." Zhao Waoqi turned his gaze to Flender for the answer. Flender nodded slightly. "It seems that the 2 most powerful of the Shrek 7 monsters have teachers." Facing Yang Yun's questions, Zhao Wuji did not miss anything and answered all Yang Yun's questions. Yang Yun was quite satisfied with ZHUQING's performance in Shrek during this time. It's just that she still doesn't understand why ZHUQING didn't recognize Dai Mubai. Unknowingly, it was evening, and several people were chatting happily, but Yang Yun was the first to leave. This Yang Yun is not simple. It seems that the background behind ZHUQING is equally complicated. Yu Xiaogang looked at Yang Yun walking away downstairs and couldn't help but utter these words. "It's really not easy. At her age, she can reach such a level of cultivation. Even for the entire continent, it is quite explosive. It is entirely possible to grow into a titled Douluo over time. Yes, she will be the sole emperor before she is 30, and she will be the sole sage in 2 years. Her background must not be simple. She can train a genius like ZHUQING, and her own strength must be extraordinary. At the time when she was fighting with Li Yuzong, I saw it right away. Flanders looked at the disappearing figure with emotion, but she could serve as a teacher at Shrek Academy, which was also a good thing for Shrek. As night fell, ZHUQING was on his way back to his dormitory, when suddenly a figure flashed past the bushes nearby. ZHUQING frowned, stopped, looked around vigilantly, and heard the sound of footsteps. Although it was very small, ZHUQING still caught it, raised his hand slightly, and released a silver needle. The sound of the silver needle sinking into the tree trunk was clear and audible, but ZHUQING knew that it missed the target at all. At this moment, several unknown objects were hitting ZHUQING from diagonally behind. ZHUQING relied on the ground and rolled continuously to avoid the attack. I saw that there were several stones left in the position where I was standing just now, and they were submerged. If I hadn't reacted quickly and hit one, my skin would be torn apart. ZHUQING said softly, "Who?" As soon as the words were finished, there were traces of wind blowing from the left rear. ZHUQING had no time to think, turned sideways, and a branch slid across ZHUQING's cheek. Just after escaping for a while, many more flew out from the nearby trees. ZHUQING used her soul power to fly into the sky, and the branches kept passing around ZHUQING. With stamina, ZHUQING stepped on the flying branches and kicked the oncoming branches back. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Teacher, it end number 039, SU. Chapter 47 Teacher, it's you. The branches sank into the bushes and drowned out the sound. ZHUQING thought about landing steadily, but unexpectedly, a layer of small round objects was placed on the ground. As soon as ZHUQING landed on the ground, he stepped on it, his body staggered, his feet seemed to be stepped on a group of steel balls, and he couldn't stand still. Fortunately, it was only a brief panic, and ZHUQING, who quickly calmed down, made a 180-degree turn, with his feet facing upwards, and the dark moon blade cleared the ground of an open space where he could stand. Standing in the cleared space, ZHUQING observed the movement around him more vigilantly. At least there were a few soul saints sitting in the academy. The ability for ordinary people to lurk in showed that his strength must not be low. But for a long time, the surroundings became quiet, and there was no more movement. ZHUQING felt even more strange. If it's an enemy, it shouldn't be like this. Who is the opponent? ZHUQING couldn't figure it out, but at this moment a figure slowly walked out from the darkness, with a light gait. It seemed that he was a person with great strength. ZHUQING's eyes were low, and he stared at the figure walking towards him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Little girl, it's not bad. I thought I would waste my studies in Shrek Academy." The person walking towards him stopped 10 meters away, and at the same time made a pleasant sound. ZHUQING was too familiar with this voice, especially the title of little girl. She was the only one and no one else. ZHUQING quickly withdrew his martial soul, took 2 steps at a time, and ran towards that person with a smile on his face. Seeing a familiar person, ZHUQING grinned and returned to his true nature, and said excitedly, "Teacher, why are you here?" Yang Yun looked at ZHUQING, who was extremely excited, and felt extraordinarily happy, and gently stroked ZHUQING's head. "Let me see if you have regressed." ZHUQING immediately understood that Yang Yun did it on purpose to test himself just now, and ZHUQING thought that he had encountered some real bad guys, such as some people in the Star Luo Empire. When ZHUQING saw the person closest to him, he didn't continue to act like a little adult, but instead showed his girlish nature. ZHUQING tilted his head, blinked his big eyes, and took Yang Yun's hand coquettishly. "Did the student pass the test just now?" ZHUQING at this moment was completely different from her before, and Yang Yun looked at her proud student dotingly. But in order not to make ZHUQING proud, Yang Yun put away her smile, and said with a serious face, "It's not bad, it's barely passed." In fact, Yang Yun was very happy in her heart. ZHUQING avoided the trap she set up very well without using her martial soul. With this ability alone, Yang Yun was quite satisfied with ZHUQING. ZHUQING naturally understood the difference between Yang Yun and him, and then the two of them came to a secluded place. Only when ZHUQING learned that Yang Yun is now Shrek's teacher, ZHUQING was even happier, so that she could practice under Yang Yun's teaching again. Yang Yun, who never took his eyes off the happy ZHUQING, changed slightly at this moment. ZHUQING sensed it very quickly, and asked, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Yang Yun let out a long sigh, and responded, "ZHUQING, you guessed right. Those people didn't relax about your death. Not long ago, someone was patrolling around. It seems that you made the right decision at the beginning." Yang Yun felt very emotional about ZHUQING's decision. The location of the Poji clan was also within the scope of inspection. If ZHUQING had not proposed to leave in the first place. Thinking of this, Yang Yun remembered Yang Wudi's words. If Xiaoqing hadn't left, the Po clan would probably have no place in the Star Luo Empire. They still don't trust me. After so many years, they still haven't given up, even though the teacher arranged a fake scene later. ZHUQING was no longer in the good mood at the beginning, so Yang Yun gently held ZHUQING in her arms. He blamed himself. If the teacher had thought more thoughtfully at the beginning, maybe the situation would be different. Hearing Yang Yun's self-blame, ZHUQING comforted, "Without the teacher, I would have died under the cliff a few years ago. It is very good that the teacher could do that at that time, but we underestimated their determination too much. Okay, teacher, now that I'm in the Heaven Do Empire, even if they find me, I won't dare to do anything wrong, let alone there is a teacher here." Seeing the frowning Yang Yun, ZHUQING continued to comfort her, saying that he already owed Yang Yun too much. "I don't want her to feel guilty about this." Yang Yun nodded happily. And the teacher and student leaned together to enjoy the rare night view. The next day, ZHUQING was still the first one to arrive at the square, followed by all the 7 monsters. Flanders led Zhao Wao Qi, followed by 2 others, and the 4 of them walked onto the stage unhurriedly. Flender introduced the 2 people behind him to the 7 monsters. The one on the left is the master. "Hello, master." The 7 monsters saluted politely. Tang San was very excited. After all, this was his teacher. Dai Mubai asked in a low voice, "This is the omniscient teacher you mentioned?" Tang San nodded proudly. The others looked at the master in unison, but ZHUQING felt nothing at all. Flender continued to introduce, "The one on the right is also our new teacher, named Yang Yun." The 7 monsters also saluted politely, "Teacher Yang." Dai Mubai stared at Yang Yun intently. Tang San at the side saw Dai Mubai's eyes like this, also asked in a low voice, "Boss Dai, do you know this teacher Yang?" Dai Mubai didn't seem to hear Tang San's question, but turned his attention to ZHUQING. But there was no change in the expression on ZHUQING's face, he was still indifferent. Dai Mubai felt underestimated in his heart. At this time Tang San seemed to have discovered something, and asked again in a low voice, "Boss Dai. What's the matter?" Tang San and Dai Mubai's whispering was caught by Flender, his expression sank. "Tang San, Dai Mubai, what are you talking about? Get out of the queue." Tang San and Dai Mubai walked out of the queue. The 2 grinned awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Neither of them spoke at all. "Have you forgotten the rules of the academy?" Tang San, Dai Mubai's face suddenly turned pale. They naturally knew the rules set by Flender. "No." "Louder please." "No." "Okay, very good. Since I haven't forgotten, what should I do if I broke the school rules?" Tang San and Dai Mubai looked at each other, both a little embarrassed and helpless. They had to lower their heads again and remain silent. Seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the 2 admitted their mistake, Flender helped the mirror frame, and said sharply, "Okay, very good, since you made a mistake, then accept the punishment." "Yes. Don't go soon." Tang San and Dai Mubai immediately ran away under Flender's sharp reprimand. "Accept the punishment and go." Flender turned to look at the remaining 5 people, glanced at it, and said loudly, "Starting from today, these 2 teachers will teach you for the next few years of your student career. You will learn any training subjects they set. It must be done, otherwise you know the consequences." Flender unconsciously looked at the scene where Tang San and Dai Mubai were being punished. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 The Beginning of Devil Training. Chapter 48 The Beginning of Devil Training. Seeing the scene of Tang San and Dai Mubai being punished, the 5 people were all dumbfounded. How dare they have other thoughts? "Yes, Dean Flender." Hearing the 5 people answering in unison, Flender smiled very satisfied, and then said to Yang Yun and Yu Xiaogang, "Then I will leave it to you." Flender swaggered away like a shopkeeper throwing his hands away in a good mood. When Tang San and Dai Mubai were punished, they returned to the team, but the grinning appearance of the 2 really made Ma Hongjun and Oscar ridicule. Dai Mubai was so angry that he wanted to teach them a lesson. When he thought of Flender's face, he immediately put down his fist. Ma Hongjun covered his mouth with a look of gloating and continued to laugh. Yu Xiaogang and Yang Yun looked at each other and nodded. Yu Xiaogang walked forward and looked at the 7 people in the audience. The tone was much gentler than that of Flender. "Since 2 people were punished today, the teaching that was originally used for today will be postponed until tomorrow. Remember to have breakfast in the cafeteria before 6 o'clock tomorrow, and then start training. I'm sorry if anyone is late. You won't have to eat tomorrow." Although the tone was gentle, it sounded worse than Flender. At least Flender would not punish him by skipping meals. For a foodie like Ma Hongjun, not eating is the biggest punishment for him. "Yes. Okay, let's disband." As the 7 left, Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction. "Teacher Yang, what do you think of the 7 of them?" "Nature is good. Everyone's talent is excellent. If you cooperate with a good cultivation method, your future will be limitless." Yang Yun responded to Yu Xiaogang, and Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied with being able to teach such an excellent student as Tang San. Even knowing that the spirit bone Tang San obtained was an external spirit bone, his mood was even better. Teacher Yang is right. I hope we can cooperate well in the future to lay a solid foundation for these children. Yang Yun nodded slightly and left. The next day, none of the 7 monsters was late, which made Yu Xiaogang very satisfied. After breakfast, the 7 monsters came to the square. After the simple training, the 7 monsters also had one-on-one training. Yu Xiaogang criticized the 7 monsters' mistakes in training, but ZHUQING had another opinion. Tang San made a mistake in the duel with Xiao Wu, but Yu Xiaogang didn't allow such a mistake. The only person who didn't make any mistakes was ZHUQING, who showed decisiveness and proficiency in fighting skills during the duel. Since you made a mistake in the duel today, let's accept the punishment next. The props needed for punishment have been prepared for you at the gate of the academy. Ma Hongjun touched his stomach, and complained, "It's hard to eat my stomach." Dai Mubai touched Ma Hongjun's arm, "If you don't want to be punished more, hurry up and leave." When Ma Hongjun heard what Dai Mubai said, he quickly ran towards the entrance of the college. ZHUQING just turned around but was stopped by Yu Xiaogang. "I'm talking about punishment for mistakes, why are you going?" ZHUQING answered as he walked towards the gate of the college, "We are a group, they are punished, what will happen to me if I am idle?" Looking at ZHUQING's back, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "Mr. Yang, I have to say that you have educated a good student. I also understand why she gives people a different kind of." Yang Yun just smiled slightly as a response to Yu Xiaogang's appreciation for her and ZHUQING. The first time she saw ZHUQING, Yang Yun saw a stronger heart in ZHUQING's eyes. Otherwise, even if ZHUQING was talented, she wouldn't teach him so earnestly. Of course, Yang Yun taught ZHUQING another reason, maybe this reason is the most important one. When they came to the gate of the academy, everyone saw 7 carrying baskets, each containing nothing but stones. Each back basket has a name. Hey, shouldn't it be 6? Ma Hongjun looked at the 7 baskets in surprise and tortured his soul. That's right, ZHUQING didn't make any mistakes, so why did it include hers? ZHUQING was the last one to come out. His face was expressionless when he saw the basket with his name printed on it. In particular, she heard the conversation between Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Tang San pondered for a moment, and said, perhaps this is the deep meaning of teacher and teacher Yang. What's the deep meaning? Ma Hongjun, like a person who only eats food but doesn't think much, once again tortured his soul. Without saying a word, ZHUQING picked up his back basket and carried it on his back, and started towards Suotuo City. Dai Mubai and others looked at ZHUQING, who was the first to pick up the basket, and they all picked up their own baskets. Actually, the 2 teachers are pretty good. Have you noticed? The weight of the stones in each person's basket is different. Boss Dai's is the heaviest, followed by Fatty, me, Oscar, then Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong followed, and said with a smile on his face, so the 2 teachers are very reasonable. Seeing that the 7 people did not hesitate at all, especially ZHUQING, who was not on the list of being punished, but was still the first to set off with the basket on his back. This encouraged the other 6 people, and the 7 set off amidst laughter. Flender helped the frame of the mirror, and looked at the backs of the 7 people, still a little distressed, which was very different from their previous education methods. I said, you 2, isn't this a little too harsh? The distance from the academy to Soto City is not short, and with so many round trips, it's a full 710 kilometers. Can they bear it? Yu Xiaogang turned around and glanced at Flanders, and said domineeringly, if they can't do this, they don't deserve to be called the proud ones, not to mention that this is not my purpose. What is that? Flender didn't quite understand the meaning of Yu Xiaogang's words. Principal Flender, what I told the master is actually to take this opportunity to hone their willpower, and secondly, Yang Yun deliberately tricked. Flender was so anxious that he saw Yang Yun half-spoken, and immediately asked, what is 2? As for the second thing, it is natural to adjust their team awareness. If someone does it, and someone fails to do it, such a team will not be successful. Hearing Yang Yun's explanation, Flender suddenly realized, and punched himself on the hand. Wonderful, it really is the wisest choice for the 2 of you to train them. It's just. Flanders looked embarrassed. Yu Xiaogang glanced at him but did not ask. Dean Flender, what is it? It's just a life given by the 2 of you. I'm afraid the college won't last long. You should also know why the college is in such an inconspicuous small village. Flender indicated that the college's funds were tight, and he might not be able to withstand the meals arranged by Yu Xiaogang and Yang Yun for the students. After all, one breakfast was enough to cover the entire day's food expenses at the previous college. That's your business. Teacher Yang and I are only responsible for training them. As for the funding, you can figure out your own way. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Team Spirit. Chapter 49 Team Spirit. Yu Xiaogang turned around and walked towards the academy, not giving Flanders any chance to complain. Flender could only sigh helplessly, and exchanged glances with Yang Yun, who also spread her hands, expressing that she was powerless to help. In desperation, Flender could only shake his head and walked into the academy. Yang Yun shook her head when she saw this, and turned around to look at the 7 people who had long since disappeared. Naturally, he has confidence in his student Yang Yun. Although he has never gone so far in one go before, he has done this kind of training since he was a child. Everyone seemed relaxed in the first half, especially according to the method ZHUQING said. It was better able to take care of the flowers that Ning Rongrong grew up in the greenhouse since childhood. But halfway through, it was obvious that the legs seemed to be filled with lead water, and the speed was lowered again compared to the previous speed. Ma Hong-jun even sat down on the ground, panting heavily, waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I can't do it, I can't do it." Immediately after Oscar, Ning Rongrong also stopped and sat down to rest. The sweat on his body had already soaked through his clothes. "Xiao-san, has master trained you like this before?" Dai Mubai watched Ma Hong-jun and the three stop, so he had no choice but to back away. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu also stopped. Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead, shook his head, and breathed heavily. No. Zhu Zuqing thought of the scene in the past when Yang Yun trained him. Although he did not walk long distances with heavy objects in a basket like this, he still remembered the scene of running wearing a suit with iron plates embedded in the inner layer. She was only 7 or 8 years old at that time. Now looking at her teammates who are stumbling around, Zhu Zuqing is very lucky to have met a good teacher. Although Zhu Zuqing was also a little tired, but as a comparison, the situation was obviously much better. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zuqing who was bent over to rest, breathing heavily as if his heart was going to pop out at any moment. "Zuqing, put it down and rest for a while, you see that you are almost out of breath." Zhu Zuqing grinned when he heard the words, not knowing how to respond. "I can't say I'm just pretending, can I?" Taking advantage of Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zuqing unloaded the back basket behind him, leaned on the back basket and exhaled heavily. Tang San praised Zhu Zuqing from the side. "If it weren't for the method," Zuqing said, "I'm afraid we would be even more tired now." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her eyes full of admiration for Zhu Zuqing. "I think the purpose of Master and Teacher Yang asking us to run back and forth is not that simple. Maybe there is a deeper meaning." When Dai Mubai and Tang San heard what Zhu Zuqing said, their hearts brightened a little, and they both nodded at the same time. Wherever he looked, he found Dai Mubai and Tang San looking at him at the same time. Zhu Zuqing subconsciously scratched his head in embarrassment. Whispering, "Did I say something wrong?" Dai Mubai and Tang San smiled slightly, and Dai Mubai walked directly to Zhu Zuqing, took out a stone from her basket and put it into his. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the teammates they wanted to help. Zhu Zuqing looked at Dai Mubai blankly and said in surprise, "What are you doing?" Dai Mubai said as he took out stones from Zhu Zuqing's basket and put them into his basket. "You were right in what you said just now." Zhu Zuqing looked at Dai Mubai in confusion and asked stupidly, "What are you talking about?" "Why don't I know? Master and Teacher Yang arranged this training." "You are right. They should want to train our collective nature rather than our individual abilities. You are a girl, your body is weak, and you have to run for a long time. In this way, it's hard to go down and walk the entire distance." Right now Tang San was taking out stones from Ma Hong-jun and Oscar's back baskets and putting them into his back baskets. Xiao Wu was helping Ning Rongrong. After everyone has redistributed the stones, they start the rest of the journey again. As time passed, there were only the last 10 laps left. The 7 people put down their back baskets, grabbed the water on the table at the entrance of the college, and drank it. No, the concentration of salt water configured in every 5 circles is different. Dai Mubai drank the salt water on the quilt in his hand, put his hands on the table, touched a handful of sweat beads, and said a little weakly, "It seems that Master and Teacher Yang are not so unkind." Ning Rongrong smiled, and the 7 of them embarked on the journey again after drinking. "Come on everyone, there are only 5 laps left." Dai Mubai cheered up in front. Ma Hong-jun accidentally tripped over an abrupt stone in the middle of the road, and fell like a dog eating shit. The stones in the basket on his back were also scattered on the ground. At this moment, 3 people came out from behind a big tree. When everyone saw clearly, it turned out that the 3 people were students from Kanghui College. Before Ma Hong-jun knew what was happening, his head was stepped on by one of them. Zhu Zuqing and the 6 unloaded their back baskets. Dai Mubai and Tang San made a tendency to fight. The students of Kanghui College arrogantly pointed at the 6 of them and said, I've been waiting for you all morning, do you still have the ability to fight us now? This made Dai Mubai very angry. He was about to make a move when he said that, but Tang San held him back. Tang San pointed to Ma Hongjun on the ground, signaling Dai Mubai not to be impulsive. Ma Hongjun was still in their hands. Ma Hongjun's face fell to the ground, and he shouted indistinctly, "Boss Dai, save me!" The Kanghui College student who stepped on Ma Hongjun's feet had a hint of ridicule on his lips. He lowered his head and glanced at Ma Hongjun, and said arrogantly, "Save you? Who among them can save you? It's hard to catch a chance, and don't torture you, how can you let you go so easily?" Dai Mubai couldn't bear this tone. Ma Hongjun still called him boss. If he didn't save himself, would he still deserve to be called boss by Ma Hongjun? Dai Mubai rushed forward, and ZHUQING shook his head. Now he couldn't keep up with his physical strength. If his opponent directly activated his martial spirit, he might. Forget it, there is another way. When the students of Kanghui Academy saw Dai Mubai rushing up very proudly and prepared to cut him, the Kanghui College student who stepped on Ma Hongjun suddenly felt pain in his knee, and the strength under his foot was obviously gone. The whole person also leaned forward. Seeing this, Dai Mubai took a quick step, and knocked down the Kanghui Academy student with one punch. Ma Hongjun also broke free and stood up. The other two people were thinking of taking action, but Tang San had already rushed forward. With 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, they were quickly dealt with. Watching Tang San abruptly snap the dagger in several pieces, the 3 of them ran away in fright. "Boss Dai, thank you Tang San." Dai Mubai also didn't understand why the Kanghui Academy student suddenly lost control just now. Dai Mubai was already very tired, and after experiencing the fight, Dai Mubai became even more tired. When he was about to carry the basket, Ma Hongjun stopped him and took some stones from Dai Mubai's basket and put them into his basket. Oscar and Ning Rongrong did the same, taking out stones from Tang San and Xiaowu's back baskets. ZHUQING also retrieved his original stone, and the group started the rest of the journey again. The last lap, the last 100 meters, the last 10 meters, the last meter. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Identity Exposed. Chapter 50 Identity Exposed. The 7 people finally returned to the starting point, which meant the end of the entire journey. But Tang San and Dai Mubai still had 20 rounds left, and Ma Hongjun simply collapsed to the ground, showing no intention of moving. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu collapsed directly after drinking the salt water on the table. ZHUQING saw that Dai Mubai, who was slumped on the ground, had passed out, and after taking out the salt water, he drank it all in one gulp. The 7 people except ZHUQING fell at the entrance of the college. When Yu Xiaogang, Yang Yun, and other teachers came, they saw ZHUQING, the only one who was awake and able to move, trying to help Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu return to the dormitory. The next day, early in the morning, when everyone woke up, everyone was lying in the bathtub in their respective dormitories. ZHU came to the cafeteria early in the morning and looked at the delicious food on the table, so he was not polite. "Master, good morning teacher." Seeing Yu Xiaogang and Yang Yun who were already busy in the cafeteria, ZHUQING greeted them politely. "Here you go, ZHUQING." Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied with ZHUQING's training results yesterday and was even more optimistic about her. He also had an affection for ZHUQING that was not inferior to that of Tang San. "How about it? Is the master asking about medicated bath?" Seeing Yu Xiaogang nodding, ZHUQING glanced at Yang Yun next to him, and at Yang Yun's signal. ZHUQING naturally praised Yu Xiaogang for his thoughtful preparation, but ZHUQING had other thoughts in his heart. Compared with the medicinal baths she had taken in the Po clan, it was a bit inferior. It seemed that Yang Yun didn't want to reveal that she was from the Po clan. At the same time, she didn't want to expose her proficiency in pharmacology. "It seems that in order to get that item, I have to pay something." ZHUQING was meditating while eating the food in his hand, behind Dai Mubai, Tang San greeted Yu Xiaogang and Yang Yun. ZHUQING didn't hear either. That's right, there are also medicinal materials here, why not refine some elixir and liquid medicine by yourself? You can definitely buy a good price, and you can also get some unexpected things. After making up his mind to pay attention, ZHUQING came back to his senses, and heard Xiaowu whispering in his ear. ZHUQING, last night. Don't worry, Teacher Yang and I helped you and Rong into the dormitory last night. As for the clothes, we helped you take them off, so don't worry. Xiaowu patted her chest, as if breathing a sigh of relief. That's good. After a simple breakfast, the day's training began again, until 2 months later, everyone returned to their dormitories. ZHUQING came to the place where he often met Yang Yun. At Shrek Academy, except for Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and Yu Xiaogang, no one else knew that Yang Yun was ZHUQING's teacher. It's rare for the master and apprentice to stay together alone, the training is hard on weekdays, and ZHUQING seldom comes here. Taking advantage of this 1-month vacation, Yang Yun came to ZHUQING. On the one hand, he told ZHUQING some things, and on the other hand, he went back to the Star Luo Empire to inquire about some news and spread some news. Teacher, I'm sorry for you. The student doesn't know how to repay you. ZHUQING's heart is full of gratitude to Yang Yun. To ZHUQING, Yang Yun is not just a teacher, but... Yang Yun fondled ZHUQING's head and said, what are you talking about, but you should pay attention. Don't worry, I will be back in a month. ZHUQING's face was filled with a happy smile. It wasn't until midnight when Yang Yun left that ZHUQING recovered from the warm atmosphere. Teacher, thank you. Looking at Yang Yun's retreating back, ZHUQING felt mixed. On the way back to the dormitory, ZHUQING was distracted for the first time and did not pay attention or observe the situation around him at all. Suddenly, a person in front blocked ZHUQING's path. By the time ZHUQING noticed it, he was already less than 3 meters away from the person. Who? In fact, this was the first time such a situation had happened to ZHUQING. In the past, even the slightest movement would have been difficult to escape from her innate skills. It's me. Only now did ZHUQING see clearly that the person blocking the way ahead was Dai Mubai. It's so late, senior, don't take a good rest. Could it be that you ran out to enjoy the moonlight? In fact, there is no moonlight tonight. If there weren't a few stars in the sky, it would be really dim. Dai Mubai didn't speak, but stared at ZHUQING quietly. ZHUQING noticed that Dai Mubai was different from before, although he had some doubts in his heart, but ZHUQING didn't ask, and walked right past Dai Mubai. Just when the two of them passed each other, Dai Mubai suddenly called out to ZHUQING. You, how long are you going to hide? ZHUQING was stunned for a second, then turned around to meet Dai Mubai, who also turned around just now. Their eyes met. After looking at it for a few seconds, ZHUQING smiled slightly and said, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it well? Dai Mubai grabbed ZHUQING's hand, very excited. You do not understand. ZHUQING was pinched suddenly by Dai Mubai, causing a slight pain in his wrist. Let go. ZHUQING said firmly and in a non-negotiable tone. Dai Mubai knew that he hurt ZHUQING just now, so he quickly let go of ZHUQING's wrist. ZHUQING looked at Dai Mubai's pinched wrist that was red, and suddenly he felt angry. What do you want to do? ZHUQING, you are the third young lady of the Zhu family of the Duke's Palace of the Star Luo Empire. Why don't you admit it? Dai Mubai frowned tightly, feeling as if he wanted to cry, but was extremely melancholy. Miss Zhu Jiasan? Did you recognize the wrong person? Although I am from the Star Luo Empire, I also heard that Miss Zhu Jiasan died a few years ago. Seeing ZHUQING, Dai Mubai still categorically denies it, and does not admit that you are her. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and said, I heard everything just now, and I heard it too. Yang Yun was originally a teacher at Xingluo Royal Academy. When I saw her this time, I felt very strange. So you are following her secretly? Is that right? ZHUQING interrupted Dai Mubai directly. Yes. Although I saw her meeting with someone a few times ago, that person was too vigilant and couldn't get close. This time I saw clearly that the person with her was you, and I heard your conversation. Dai Mubai admitted directly. ZHUQING was very regretful. The reason why he wasn't so vigilant this time was just because he thought Dai Mubai would continue fooling around with Ma Hongjun. In the past, because the training was too hard, they had already returned to the dormitory to rest. I never thought that he didn't go out this time during the holiday, which was a bit unexpected. Why didn't you recognize me? Dai Mubai showed a trace of sorrow on his face, and at the same time his tone became a little excited. We recognize each other? Dai Mubai, have you forgotten something? Seeing that Dai Mubai had confirmed his identity, ZHUQING no longer concealed it. ZHUQING's soul torture immediately made Dai Mubai take 2 steps back unconsciously. He naturally understood the implication in ZHUQING's words, and it also sounded like a few years ago, after seeing his second brother's tragic death, he fled the Star Luo Empire for his own life. He didn't care about ZHUQING, who was still studying at Star Luo Royal Academy. End of this chapter.